Hello, Internet. Good morning and welcome to day 2 of Building Your Brand with Porter Gale here on Creative Live. I am Russ Andes. I will be your host today alongside the wonderful and delightful Ms. Kenna Klosterman. Kenna, how are you today?
Hello, Internet.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Good.
How are you?
I am wonderful. I'm
Good.
very excited because we get to spend the day with the wonderful Porter Gale, who we will introduce in a moment. But first, we are going to do about 5 minutes of pre-show here. So let us know in the chat room if you can see us and hear us. Jump in. There's just a little green button right below the live feed. So go ahead and jump in there and say hi.
Let us know where you're joining us from.
Absolutely.
And as we're going to ask the students, what your biggest aha moment was from yesterday.
Yes.
And we'll do some shout-outs.
That would be wonderful. So let's introduce our instructor for the day, Porter Gale. How are you doing this morning, Porter?
I'm great. Now, I do need to know, do you guys color coordinate your outfits the night before? Very nice.
Yes, we do.
Yes,
we do. How did you notice?
Yeah, I love that. It's great to be here again today. Thank you.
Good, good.
All right, well, we have our lovely and handsome 6 studio audience members, and we would like just to take a few minutes, we have about 5 minutes, to talk about your experience yesterday. So let us know, again, your name and your business and where we can find you online, but then what were some of your biggest insights from yesterday, or one biggest insight? So we'll start with you, Reese.
My name is Larissa Long, and I am the editor-in-chief and founder of Poshy Magazine. It's Seattle's first monthly fashion magazine. It's all digital, all online. You can find it at poshymagazine.com. My biggest aha moment from yesterday, although set me back a little bit, but it was great advice. I thought we're going through a rebranding with our magazine, and I had a name picked out, and I thought it was perfect. And then after speaking with the lawyer yesterday, I realized, and the advice that he gave during the segment made me realize that maybe I should think of something else. So I went home and did my hours of research to find another name. So yeah, I think it was very good for me. So.
My name's Michelle Pearson, and my business idea is to have a community website to feature the local Seattle yoga community here. And one of my biggest aha moments was just also listening to Reese and about her magazine. I had an idea to do a blog and think about gaining a lot of readership and working toward an advertising sort of a model. And I'm also totally rethinking that idea, and like the idea of putting out more of a digital magazine and maybe having a blog to support it, and also just thinking bigger, but at the same time thinking smaller too. Not so much about what my audience might want to see, that is important to me, but more like about what is my point of view, and how can I use my perspective to work and collaborate with people in our community here in Seattle and get that out there.
Hi there, my name is Dan, and I'm the founder of My Online Tech Guy. And it's a website that's dedicated to breaking up these very difficult tech topics into these little bite-sized videos so that anyone can understand them. And yesterday was sort of an eye-opener. There was so much information to sort of download and sort of to comprehend. But my aha moment was sort of the idea of thinking big. As we're starting to create these companies, you're always worried about the little things, trying to make sure that the font's right and that the logo's perfect. And sometimes I've spent hours trying to make sure that I have the right font selected, when I should think of the big picture, spend my time more wisely doing something that would have more of an effect rather than focusing on these little pieces, and sort of thinking not just these little steps, but maybe 1 year, 5 years down the road so that my company can grow. So it was amazing.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Skult. I'm the founder of Golden Goods, which is a fashion t-shirt company, and we make t-shirts for many of the world's great brands. For me, it was to keep it simple. I think that we sometimes get so hung up in our own story that that the plot gets lost, and so the idea is to really hone in, audit, and keep it simple. And then the second thing, very quickly, is that everybody's so focused, and I certainly was, on social media tools. And the truth is that social media, the key takeaway from yesterday, is an engagement tool and a funnel to get to email, which is really still the nirvana, and to really double down in terms of a focus on that. So, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Birdsell. I'm a Los Angeles-based photographer. At 29, I had a lumpectomy, and after that, I started Love 12, which is a company where I shoot an annual vintage-inspired pinup calendar of women who have survived cancer. It's a really great way to continue your healing after you've healed by working on the relationship with your body. And I guess if you're curious to learn more, you can visit us at love12.com or visit us at Facebook /love12, and it's spelled out TWELVE. And I guess my biggest inspiration yesterday, stop laughing at me, is that first to just, live to your fullest, like just take your chances and to go out there and just connect with people. And I know that I guess is not a very specific thing to what we talked about, but that's been such a message for just being here on Creative Live for me. And also that funnel test has been fantastic for really like honing and being specific on my message. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Emily Silver. I'm a 2008 Olympic silver medalist, and I am in the process of refining ideas that I have for a company that would help startups connect with professional athletes for business, motivational speaking, and wellness. And yesterday, I think my biggest aha moment was coming up with a name, playing off of the fact that I'm a silver medalist and my last name is Silver. So I came up with AG squared, and I've already started working on a logo, and I'm pretty excited to be here. So thanks.
Awesome. Well, we are excited for you all to be here and to learn more about, I like that we're going to dive into some of your businesses even more with Porter this morning as well. So everyone, thank you for giving us your ahas too. We have people joining us from all over the world. Maybe we can read some of those off later too, but it is 9 o'clock. And so we are excited to get started. So welcome everyone to Creative Live. We are here on day 2 of Porter Gale's Building a Brand, and we are going to give you a quick tutorial about how to watch today's class, how to ask questions and chat, and how to purchase the course videos. There's one place to watch Creative Live, and that is creativelive.com/live. You can take us on the go on your iPhone, iPad, or Android-friendly device. So wherever you are today, you can take Porter Gale and her guests with you. Let's take a look at that live page. You will see this is the page you are watching, and right beneath the right-hand side there of the screen, you can see that when you choose to purchase the course videos, what you are getting is anytime access to all of the videos for all 3 days. In addition to that, Porter has put together an ebook that is very comprehensive. It was solely put together for this workshop, and that is a paid download when you purchase the course. We invite you to join our dialogue here at Creative Live. We are a virtual classroom. Again, people are here in our chat rooms and watching from all over the world. We know there are many more of you out there than actually come and talk with us in chat. So if you're somebody out there that has never been in our chat rooms, please join us today. Just try it out. There's a green chat button right beneath the video that you're watching, and come say hi. We'll tell you about what it is. Not only come say hi, come and get your questions answered. So when you click on that chat button, a screen will pop open, and there are 3 tabs across the top. The first tab is the Creative Live tab, and that is where we ask you to have your on-topic conversations with each other. So a wealth of knowledge is out there amongst all of you Creative Livers, and so we invite you to join with each other and pass on your tips about the subject matters that we're talking about today. Secondly, we have the Creative Cues tab, and this is for you to drop in your direct questions for Porter and her guests. Let us know where you're joining us from when you do that so we can give you a shout out. We had a lot of international questions yesterday, and that was fantastic to see. Only need to drop in your question there once because we are collecting that data. We are collecting your questions. We have a whole team of people there that you'll see that are helping us out in those chat rooms and pulling those out. So again, just drop them in and we will have them in our list. And finally, we have the Creative Lounge, and this is the community chat room. This is where we invite all of you to just come and get to know each other and have your off-topic conversations, specifically in that lounge. So in addition to the chat rooms, we also invite you to join the conversation using social media. So Creative Live's Facebook page is facebook.com/creativelive, and give us a like if you haven't already. We're 60,000 plus strong, but we know there are multiples of that of you out there. So not only go and like the page, but I encourage you and invite you to just let your colleagues, your friends, your social networks know that there is free education today on building a business. I am sure many of you out there have people that you know will benefit from this course. So the more the merrier. It's free today. So let them know via sharing the link on Facebook on our page. And finally, we're also talking with you via Twitter. We are using the hashtag #PorterLive today, and we'll be looking there for your comments and questions and joining in the party. All right, so the way that Creative Live works is that we put on multi-day productions here that are live and free. That's what we do. We are here with world-class experts like Porter Gale and all of the guests that she has to bring you that education that you might not otherwise have access to. Today we're doing 3 days on building a brand with Porter. You can then purchase anytime access to all of the videos in high definition as well as a mobile version that you can download and again watch at your leisure, go back and review. And in addition to that, there is a 79-page ebook? 79-page ebook that is beautiful. Actually, I will show it to you right now since the camera is on. Do you want to hold that up? Because it is beautifully done, but also more than that, it is rich with content and resources and case histories, which we haven't even talked about yet, and just a ton of information. So there is actually, when you go and enroll for the course, you can download the first section of this ebook so you can see what it's all about. When you purchase the course during the live event, it is $149. So $249 course. When you buy it today and tomorrow, $149. And it's an incredible investment for your business. We are giving away more prizes today, and the way that you can enter our quote contest for Porter is to go to our Facebook page. There is a green icon you'll see there that says Porter Contest. You click on that, and it will open up a dialog box. You can enter once per hour. Listen for your favorite quote or tip. We're looking for inspirational, educational. We had a ton of wonderful entries yesterday because Porter is very quotable. So you can do that once per hour on Facebook, or you can enter as many times as you'd like on Twitter. The only thing you need to do on Twitter is include that course page URL that you see there on the screen, number 2. If you don't remember what that is, you can go to the Creative Live blog and find out all the details about not only how to enter, but what you can win. Make sure you are following at Porter Gale as well as at Creative Live, because that is how we let you know that you won a prize. So once again, welcome to Creative Live. Welcome to day 2 with Porter Gale. Porter, we are so excited to have you back. Porter, if you weren't here yesterday with us, is the former VP of Marketing at Virgin America. She is an author with a new book coming out June 4th. Your network is your net worth. I always want to say that backwards, but no. Your network is your net worth, coming out. It's available for pre-order right now. And 20 years in marketing and advertising, and some fascinating facts about filmmaking, documentary filmmaking, and you are just an incredible and inspirational woman.
Thank
so
you very
let's
much.
give Porter a big round of applause.
Yay! Thank you so much. It's great to be back, and to the people that are watching, thank you. I got a lot of email messages last night, Facebook posts, tweets from around the globe, and that was wonderful. I really appreciate the support. So yesterday was all about a foundation, right? It was all about the foundation of your brand strategy. It was legal, it was naming. Day 2, what we're going to be talking about, we're really going to get into more of the web basics and the digital basics. But I want to recap a little bit first, because I did get some emails about the funnel test. So we're going to do another funnel test, and then we're going to move on. We're going to talk about culture and innovation. Then I have a great surprise. We're going to do another Skype call this morning with an amazing entrepreneur named Mike Del Ponte. He's with Soma Water. He just launched. He launched his product with a Kickstarter campaign, so we're going to talk to him about that. Then we are going to do web basics. Then we're going to move on to email, and then we're going to have a great segment on communication planning. So we have another full day of activities. So to start off, what I wanted to do was to do one more funnel test before we jump in, okay? And we've got a question here first. I want you to do mine. Oh, you know what? I have one that I'm prepared to do, but we can get to yours later on too, okay? So I picked one just because we did reference the Yes to Carrots products yesterday, right? Remember that? It was the natural skincare product. It's one of the prizes. And I went on the Yes to website this morning and I took a look at it. And what's interesting to me is that sometimes it's really easy to put these together, right? You can see it, there's a lot of clarity of vision, and other times it's complicated. What I want you to remember is that if it's complicated, that is not a unique problem. Major corporations spend hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to figure out what their core attributes are. So if you can't get this done in one day, don't worry about it. What it is it's really a test and a goal for you to think about the process and to think about what you want your company to be. So Yes to Carrots. And I did not take my calligraphy class last night either. So, okay, we've got our three things. The three things that I found on their website that were really clear to me is that they want to be affordable. They also, with their tonality, they actually use the word kick-ass. So they want to have kick-ass products, which I think is part of kind of their brand. They want to have a lot of fun. So they want to have kick-ass products. And they want to be sustainable. Okay. Coming down to the tonality, again, when you look at the website, you can really get the feeling of the company based on a lot of the programs that they're doing. Happy and healthy. Now, I think yesterday I said one word in tonality. Obviously, I've got two here. So you can have some leeway in your funnel test. It doesn't have to be exactly 15 words for the mission, the vision, or exactly one word for tonality. But so here we are. We're starting to get kind of a feeling of it. And their mission was a little bit higher, an elevated mission, just like we talked about with Zappos yesterday, about Zappos is really delivering happiness. They want to make the world a better place, one bottle of lotion at a time. All right? So again, kind of funny, you know, make the world a better place. That's great. That's all about the higher sustainability, the natural products. The one bottle of lotion at a time is the category they're in. They're in skincare, but it's fun, it's witty. But I think when you look at this, what's easy to do now, I didn't even talk to their CEO about this. I just looked at their materials and I could kind of figure out, hey, this is what they're doing. It's very clear and easy. So think about that again. I know that some of you did a great job with your funnels. Some of you are still working on it, but this is just another example for you. All right, so before we move on to the next module, which is culture and technology and innovation, I just wanted to hear a little bit more from you guys if you had any questions or follow-ups from yesterday. And it looks like we don't, so we're going to keep moving on. All right, excellent. Okay. So we've talked about our schedule for the day. Culture and innovation. Culture and innovation, the reason that I wanted to talk about this, because branding, as I mentioned yesterday, it's really a 365-degree look at what's happening with a company. What happens inside your corporate office and your headquarters is really going to impact your brand. I also wanted to talk a lot about technology because there's so many technology changes happening. But first, some of the resources that I'm recommending, and this is just a couple of them that are pulled out of the ebook. There's probably about 50 resources in the ebook. But some great sites to be looking at. Now, a lot of these are domestic sites, but you can still find them. Business Insider, TechCrunch, Mashable, entrepreneur.com, GigaOM, and then I also encourage all of you to find all of the industry publications or the industry blogs that are relevant to your category. You have so much information at your fingertips, and it's really important to stay on top of the trends, get as smart as you can, okay? Culture impacts brand. Here are a couple of examples. I don't want to mention the liquor company's name because we can't really talk about liquor on a web show, but there is a liquor company. I know the founders of it. It's an eco-based liquor company. And what I love is that they are so focused on their core purpose and their positioning that not only is their liquor product carbon neutral, but everything that they've done at their headquarters, their manufacturing, they think about recycling. They have bamboo floors in their office. They have a wind turbine that they use to manufacture their product. So they've taken the DNA of their company and their product, and they've extended it into their company culture, right? Yes to Carrots, which we just talked about. They're obviously very natural. I have been to their office in San Francisco. It's a very fun office. What happens there at lunch? They've got group cooking where people are in the kitchen together cooking, right? They've got yoga classes. It's an open workspace. And it's a very healthful. You're going to be meeting TJ from Zozy tomorrow. Zozy is an experience and kind of adventure website. Dan, I know you used to do a lot of experience travel, so you probably are familiar with them. But they're all about living kind of life in the moment, right? Taking adventures. And so TJ, one thing that he's done for his team, he's got about 40 employees, is he gives them adventure credits. So they get to experience the adventures on a monthly basis. Again, it's very casual and it's a health-focused workplace, but what you start to see is that the culture actually represents the product that's being delivered to the marketplace. So I want you to think about this. Even if your company is just 1 or 2 people right now, what happens when it's 5 people? How are you going to bring those brand and those company values to life in your organization? For fashion, it could be something like bringing in curated topics and lectures on fashion, talking about design, going to art galleries, all sorts of things, but you want to make sure that you are living and breathing the culture that you want your products and your service to be, okay? Virgin America, obviously I talked about working with them for 4 years. One thing that's pretty amazing about Virgin America or the Virgin companies is that there's this long legacy and history to the Virgin brand. Sir Richard has been working on Virgin since he was probably in his early 20s. He had Virgin Records, Virgin Mobile, all sorts of companies. But for the younger employee who comes in, somebody who's maybe 25, who's working in the airline industry, they may not know the history and all of those amazing things that happen. So this is actually in the main lobby of Virgin America. We actually created a history wall where we brought the whole kind of history of the company to life. So when you walk into the main office, you can hear about that. You can read about the Sex Pistols and you can read about all of the things he did. Now this was important because Virgin, you really want people to understand the culture. You want them to understand what they're part of, right? So things like this, creating them in your environment, having people be part of the experience can be really, really important and really powerful. So I could see in a yoga situation, right, talking about great yoga classes, maybe you go to yoga together, but making sure that you bring this into your culture. Another thing that I do believe is key, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, is that collaboration is really what is going to drive success. In the past, if you look at how innovation was done, Henry Ford, the light bulb, a lot of things were done in a silo. Individuals creating innovation. But today, because of globalization, because of technology, innovation is much more collaboratively based. Because of social media, I do have a theory that product is actually marketing now. And what I mean by that is that in the past, a lot of companies could market their brands or their companies with false histories or hypothetical histories because the consumer actually never got all the details. Now, because of social media, brands that are transparent and honest are the ones that are going to thrive. You can't pull the wool over people's eyes anymore, right? So think about that. That product is marketing. And that's why fighting mediocrity with your product and your service is so important. Because Dan, after you go and you meet with someone and you do a consultation, if they want, are they going to post on Facebook? They're going to post on Yelp, maybe do a review, right? So it's very transparent. We didn't have that before. One thing that did help at Virgin was that we actually didn't have a product department. Marketing and engineering developed product together. So that's how the process worked. That again shows you how important your product is to your marketing. Reese, I'm sure that when you're thinking about your magazine, a lot of what's going into it, it's your product, but it's those images that people are going to share. It's those images that are bringing them back to the magazine. Another thing that's happening, and this may sound more relevant for the larger company, but I do think it's relevant for small businesses too, is that the role between marketing and IT is blurring. And they used to be very, very separate. In the past, your marketing person would be planning the ads. The IT person would probably be working on the website. But now, because we've been in such a digital shift, a lot of this is blurring. And what you're seeing is that things like SEO, search engine optimization, search engine marketing, a lot of those are moving into the IT departments. And so being able to work across boundaries and figuring out the language so that the marketing person or the photographer can talk with the IT person and figure out how to get the best result is incredibly important. Dan, I saw you shaking your head. You're probably the marketing person and the IT person, right?
Yes, I wear many hats.
Yeah?
Yes.
Tell me about that. What's it like?
Well, I mean, I think coming from sort of having that endless thirst of technology, when I was conceptualizing my idea, I thought, you know, when it comes to the website, since that's such a big part of my business, I could either outsource that and have somebody else do it, or because I sort of have that background and I've done websites before, I saw it as a challenge. And so I made the website on my lonesome. I did it myself. It took a lot longer.
Right.
But then when you deal with the marketing and everything like that, it sort of, you wear a lot of different caps, especially starting out a new company when you don't have employees.
Right.
So you wear a lot of caps that way. Yeah.
But now it's great because you can see all the data, you can see the analytics, you know what's working, what's not working, right? You
Exactly. You don't have to
works.
rely on somebody else maybe to figure that out.
That's right.
If they're not available, you know.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. So that's really important. I also think that having, you know, as much collaboration and a lot of times in office spaces in the past, think about how office spaces have changed. There were a lot of closed doors. Now we've got a lot of open workspaces. We have a lot of co-working spaces, at least here in the United States. And that's one thing that I think is actually really great for entrepreneurs, if you can find that. I noticed yesterday that with the group of you, that there was some magic happening, that you guys were getting excited and you were like feeding off of each other. Tracy, I can see you nodding your head. You're like, and Emily, you had a tweet last night that was, I have more ideas than I know what to deal with, right? So surround yourself with people that are going to support your ideas and people that are going to support entrepreneurialism. There are going to be people in your world that are going to be the naysayers and the, you know, the no's and the can'ts and the won'ts and the don'ts. You need to make sure that you try to get that kind of talk out of your mindset and bring yourself in with collaborative people. Do you have a comment on that one, Tracy? Any thoughts?
So like Dan, I've been doing everything myself. And I think we even talked this morning that I'm trying to find my posse because it's so important because, you know, especially when you're starting out, you're just, you know, you're being scrappy and you're hustling and you're doing everything that you possibly can. And just like, I mean, even just with talking briefly with everybody here, I mean, all you guys are so amazing. It just, we feed, like you said, feed off of each other and just like, it's so much easier. It's like, it's like the floodgates opened.
Right.
So,
Great. Yeah. Emily?
Oh, no, I do have so many ideas that I don't know what to do with, but it's been really great bouncing my ideas off other people. And I showed Jeff my logo, and he was like, "Oh, that looks so great!" And you know, it's just it's exciting. And you know, I only got like 3 hours of sleep the night before, but I was just feeding off the energy that I'm getting from this workshop.
Good.
So it's really great.
So I want to encourage all of you to figure out how to get a team around you, how to find your mastermind group, because what's going to happen is that you're going to be excited and inspired by that, but you're also going to find those growth lessons that are going to save you time, help you find resources, and help you be more effective. So it's really, really important. When we talk to Mike, who is Soma Water's CEO, who just launched this last year, what you're going to find is that he actually has been living in a live-work mansion with other entrepreneurs, so he's surrounded 24/7 by entrepreneurs. Now, we don't all have that opportunity, but I want to think about how that impacts your productivity, your success, and your happiness. Okay? The other thing is that if you can't find these people right next to you, Skyping, Google Huddles, we have so many tools now where you can start bringing people together. There's even tons of things, obviously, like Creative Live, but there are other people that are doing all sorts of Google Huddles on fundraising techniques and all sorts of topics. So use these tools to get smarter and make your businesses grow. All right, so attracting and keeping great talent. Again, this is something that you might not be thinking about yet. You're like, I don't even have the money to pay myself yet. But I want you to think big, right? And Jeff, you've got some talent that's working on various products within your business. But I want you to really think about when you're growing, the things that are going to help you attract talent. One is a culture that people relate to and that they want to be part of. They want to be excited about it, that they believe in your vision. And so when you get to the place when I had Yes to Carrots having the higher vision, that's something that people can grab onto, right? It's not just being attracted to skincare or lotion, it's making the world a better place. People get inspired by that. Reinforce your culture. I'm a big believer in limiting hierarchy. I don't think people need to throw around unnecessary job titles, things like that. A good idea can come from anywhere, especially in today's world. In the past, there was a lot more hierarchy in organizations, and you had to kind of raise up the ladder. Now you're seeing interns who can all of a sudden turn into CEOs. We have people that are coming out of school that are starting companies. We just had someone yesterday who sold his app to Yahoo. I think he was 18. He's still in high school for $30 million. So it's really important to be respectful and also to see what can I learn from every person that I'm meeting in my path. Encourage your team to network at events. I'm a big believer in this. You can meet incredible people if you just get out there and find them. This is just a small example of some connections, and it looks like Jeff has a thought on this.
Just want to amplify something you're saying, which is so important. You know, when you're a startup and it's just you. You know, you can express your vision and what have you, but when you've got a business partner and then you get employees and what have you, it changes, and it's really important that you work to spread the gospel in terms of what your vision and mission is, because when you're bringing somebody else into the office, if somebody's meeting with 5 different people and they're all saying 5 different things in terms of what the culture stands for, it tells you that, okay, they may have a great product, but they don't completely have their cultural house in order. So it definitely is something to work on, and it's something that when it's right, it's amazing because it's vitalic, and somebody picks up on that.
What's a tip that maybe you've done in your culture to kind of give that energy and that passion?
Well, sometimes there will be one person. I'm in a 2-person partnership, and then we've got employees, but maybe one person is going to be a little bit more vision and mission focused in terms of expressing it, but actually taking the time to get together at the top and to get on the same page and to actually go through an exercise and always continually be open to shaping it. And so Jeffrey, when I sit down with him, that's my business partner, Jeff and Jeffrey, make it easy. I'm very open to hearing what he says, but when we get together, we try to hone and just get aligned. And sometimes, there can be misalignment, and you always need to sort of bring it back to center. So
Great.
You got to work at it. It's like a marriage, right?
Great.
Well, I just wanted to say I found that the original team that I put together, because we were all so excited about it and everyone was talking about it, and you could sense, like, we would go to events and we would just be so excited about it. People started coming to me. I don't even have to look for them anymore. It literally, I get probably 5 emails a day saying, I want to write for your magazine. I want to be a part of this. How do I get to be a part of Poshy? And it's been really exciting, and it's all just based off of our excitement and the way that the entire team just is really passionate about what we're doing.
Right. Great. There is a YouTube video that's a TEDx video, and I have it in the ebook, but it's all about how to create a movement. And in the video, it's really fun, because basically what it says is it's not as important what the first person thinks. It's the number 2, number 3, and number 4, because once they've joined in, then other people think, wow, something's going on over there. So the people that are believing in your movement are just as important as you. All right? So think about that. Making sure people feel valued. This is another thing. It's really small, but it can have huge ramifications. I think a lot of times we get so busy, and this could be with your customers or with your teammates, your contractors, but giving them great feedback, like, you know, that was a great job. I really value what you did. Letting people know that you care. There was a thing that I saw the other day where the CEO of Campbell's Soup used to write personal hand letters to his employees. And over the course of his career, he wrote about 10,000 letters saying, thank you for being involved in the business. I appreciate what you did. Those things make a huge difference on how people are going to be passionate and committed to your company. All right. Fostering a culture of innovation. We've talked a little bit about this. I think it's all about the values, but valuing creativity, rewarding innovation. There are certain companies that I'm just going to highlight. Google has a thing called 20% time, where they actually allow their employees to take 20% of their day to work on things that they believe in. So they say, hey, this is important. We want you to be innovative. An agency that I was at before, it was very small, but it was a thing that they did. They called it the Golden Bagel Award. It was in New York, obviously. And whoever had the best idea of the week got a gold shellac bagel that sat on their desk. And it was simple, but you felt good. If you had that golden bagel on your desk, you're like, I got the golden bagel, right? So little things, they don't have to be expensive, but it says, hey, good idea, keep it up. Twitter, I think I might have mentioned this yesterday, but at Twitter, they've got 10 values. And so I want you to think about the values, and to keep it simple, how about 5 values? 5 things that your company values. They actually reinforce them at all of their internal meetings. A thing that we did at Virgin America was that we had kind of big idea meetings where people were brought together to bring in innovation and new thinking on a regular basis. So make sure that you're bringing new ideas to the company. We talked about this a little bit, how marketing is shifting, and again, this is a little different because we're smaller businesses, but it is totally revolutionized, and I want you all to really think about digital and how to use technology to improve your business. It is not going away. We have more people on mobile, more people on iPads, and that's going to continue. The data revolution has also changed everything. The other thing that I want you to think about is that there's a lot of enterprise software out there where you can key into products that are existing, especially in the yoga and the fitness space. There's a lot of loyalty programs that are software-based. You can plug into them so you don't have to build things from scratch. So think about what can you use and access that's already been built that works for your company, right? There's recruiting software, there's all sorts of things you can do. So what can you do that can save you time building from the ground up? A lot of scheduling software, all sorts of things. Again, big data, you may think, what does big data have to do with my new company? But you need to be thinking about the data. I loved that, Jeff, you were talking about the importance of getting the email. The more information you have about your customer, the better off you're going to be. Dan, yesterday you were mentioning your target audience. You know that it's a little bit older, but think about all that data that you can collect when you're working with them. And when you start to know when their birthday is, you can send them thank yous and all sorts of things and happy birthdays. All of that stuff makes for stickier relationships. Remember our chart when we had our customers? We had the one-time customer and we're trying to move them over into the loyal customer, right? The more information you have, the easier it's going to be to move them across. So use data to help you make decisions. Figure out a couple key metrics that are important for you. Jeff, we were talking about one of your emails. We're going to go through that later on today, but you were saying you had your click-through rates, your open rates. Larissa, with your magazine, I think you said something to me that people are spending a couple minutes on the magazine, and you want to improve that and get more engagement. Track those metrics and set goals. Okay?
Porter, could we maybe talk a little bit about those metrics? Because I think that's so important, but I think people don't necessarily know how to establish what that would be for their particular business. So what advice would you give people?
Sure. All right. Okay, so metrics. What you need to do is, again, I'm all for simplicity, so I would think about 3 or 4 things that are really important. And these metrics might change over time, but we'll give a couple of examples. So, Michelle, if you have content on your site, there's some obvious things that we're going to want to look at. We're going to want to look at the daily hits that are coming to the site. You can also track your social media metrics. Click-aways, how many pages are they going into your site? Are they going in 2 or 3 pages? Are they just bouncing off of the home page? So you're going to have a lot of web metrics that you can start tracking. Google Analytics will be really important and great for that. Jeff, since you have a product, a lot of things that would be important for you are to look at the size of order, repeat business, things that are happening, with your customers. One thing that a lot of people would track is called a Net Promoter Score, and that's how happy people are with your business. It's a little bit more sophisticated, but I think that you can start to think about how are people perceiving the product and the quality. Are they enjoying it? Do they like it? You can do a Survey Monkey and just ask people, how likely are you to recommend this to a friend? That's actually, that question right there, how likely are you to recommend this to a friend, is a very good indicator of business success and also business growth, because that means I'm happy with it, I'm going to recommend it to a friend. Okay? So those are certain things that you could track, but there's a whole variety based on the business.
Thank you. I mean, I think people generally just think, okay, I'm just going to track my revenue, period. And that's
right. Well, revenue is great too,
yeah.
But if you have the metrics, then you can start having formulas to help you improve your revenue. So again, yesterday we had our cost per acquisition, our CPA. You want to start figuring out some kind of CPA in your business. Tracy, you're going to want to figure out every time I sell a calendar, how much does it take for me to bring someone into my site to sell that product, right? Because then you can start deciding, when I do another one, how many do I need to sell? You need to start kind of figuring out those numbers. Okay? Any questions before we move on? Any questions over here? No? All right. Something that I am very passionate about is technology and how it's changing. And 3 to 4 years from now, the world is going to be completely different than it is now. I know a lot of you have read about Google Glasses, right? Put on the glasses and tons of information just coming at you. Well, certain things that are happening in technology, and especially for people that are doing web-based content, localization is happening. What I mean by this is that now, with your smartphone, and most everybody has a smartphone, or maybe 2 now, when you're walking, consider that you are going to a restaurant, and what if on your smartphone it pops up, oh, 3 of your friends are in the restaurant next door, and there's an offer for a discount at the Gap, and free cappuccinos down the street. And it's all popping up because they know exactly where you are. They also know your shopping preferences. They know what you're interested in, who your friends are, who you're linked in. That's all going to be popping up on your phones. So how does localization impact your business? I have a screenshot here. I know a lot of you in this market in Seattle are using Uber. Uber has revolutionized car service, and it's all based on using an NFC chip, which is a near-field communication chip. It's in your phone, so when you hit Uber, your app, it knows exactly where you are. A couple minutes later, it will say, I've got a car that's 8 minutes away. That didn't happen in the past. Think about the old model. look for a phone book. Who even has a phone book, right? Phone book, or go online, call a cab. It even sounds dirty, touching a phone book, right? So you'd call a cab, but now it's completely revolutionized. So localization is one big change. Contextualization, you know when you go to the grocery store and you put in your loyalty code, and they know everything that you're buying. They know if you buy cat food. They know if you buy soda. They know if you buy yogurt. The coupons all pop out. Well, there is so much data about you, and all of that is going to be popping up on your phone. Everyone can access that, and so offers are going to be popping up. Soon, you'll be able to figure out, Michelle, who likes yoga, and you can just pop up an offer on their phone because they've gone to a yoga class, and that information is accessible on their phone. Shopperfication. There are companies that are putting sensors in, especially in shopping malls and shopping areas. So we'll be able to figure out how long have you been looking at ads, what's your traffic pattern through a store. So again, there's just a lot more information happening, and that's all happening on our phones and changing the way we make decisions. Automation, again, lots of automation happening. And then another one that I just wanted to highlight, there's a little image here of Square. It's a San Francisco-based company, and it basically is a device that you put on your phone. Some of you have probably used it, but what it's done is it's changed the distribution model, because now people can take credit cards at the flea market. They can take credit cards at an event. They can actually have a cash register in their hand just by using their phone. So that changes how we're creating businesses and how we're selling products. Any questions?
I'm just wondering, I mean, I look at this as when I was a small business owner, and this scares me, overwhelms me. I immediately think like, oh, this is big businesses, or maybe this is expensive. How would we think about this for this crew here, or for other small businesses?
Well, you know what, for the photographers and for the small businesses, things like Square can become completely empowering.
Right.
Because now you're invoicing, you can actually go on a job and you can just have Square on your phone and you can invoice automatically instead of going back and mailing an invoice to the client. So then instant money coming in and tracking things and receipts that are emailed, and so it's much easier. So you have to look at these as empowerment tools and think about them. And so even Larissa and Michelle, Dan, all of you with website-oriented businesses, you're probably building based on the web, but I want you to think about, what do I need to do for mobile? And mobile, because there's so many mobile devices, it gets a little complicated. There are different versions, but you need to think simple, and what's the simplest thing that might be good on mobile, right? For Dan, at a certain point, it might be appointment scheduling, something like that, but keep it simple, but think about, how does mobile come into my business? Okay. Yep.
I'd love to hear you just amplify that a little bit, because I just have attended a few conferences lately, and people are just saying mobile is it, because everything is going mobile. We are all moving around more, and our offices aren't necessarily just our laptops or even our iPads, but it's our smartphones. And so developing things that don't, can't sort of work on mobile, but actually are specifically, optimized for mobile, seems like that's, really, for people who have web-based businesses, very important. Do you agree with that?
I do, and I think that the way that I like to think about it is that mobile, people are looking for time savings and also curation, right? So they're looking at the apps that they're downloading are probably to give them, quicker information. They're giving them insight on, prices or all sorts of things. So think about, is there anything that I can do? Larissa, you might want to have something that shows kind of the top stories that are in the magazine to get them excited to move in further and deeper. Think about, what can you do to help give your information to your customers to save them time? Jeff, it could be anything where maybe there's some great event that's coming that you're connected with the band, and you are sending out a message to people that are in the area, come to this event, there's this great band experience, you happen to be doing the t-shirts, but you've got VIP access to come see the band, right? I hope so? Yes. Great. So think about that, and think big, because things are happening very quickly. Any questions from the internet? We can keep going. All right. Okay, so I want you to think about how you're doing that, what you're doing with technology. We've talked a little bit. I want you to stay informed in your business. So we've talked about researching industry publications. Follow the influencers in your industry. You can find them now. You can find the reporters. They often have their email addresses. You can find the people that are tweeting about your business areas. Follow them and start relationships with them. Send them a tweet if you like an article that they wrote. Read all the free content. There's tons of ebooks out there in all sorts of different categories. But if you go on, online and on sites, you can find that great information. Study the trends. Another important thing, learn from the companies that have already failed. So look at the people that have tried a tech business similar to yours, and where did they fail? Did they have scaling problems, or where did they succeed? So learn from that and try to make your businesses better. Attend conferences is another thing that I think is really important and really interesting and good thing to do. All right, so I'm going to talk a little bit about Soma, and then in about 15 minutes we're going to have Mike come on the line. But Soma, what I think is interesting about this is that I met Mike 2 years ago at a conference, and at that point he was a marketing manager at a company called Branch Out. Now he's the founder of his own company. Look how fast that happened. Within a year and a half, 2 years, he's launched his own business, started it from scratch. We are going to talk to him about this Kickstarter campaign that he did where he raised $147,000 in 10 days. But I think what's interesting, he raised $147,000 in 10 days.
Wow.
Yeah, and in the ebook there is an article that he has given us all the email templates, all the tips and all the advice on how he did that. What was interesting is that he actually, before he did his Kickstarter campaign, he interviewed 15 people that had already done Kickstarter campaigns to learn from them. Brilliant, right? It's very easy. People want to share their success, but that's something I wouldn't have thought of. But he went out there and he did it. So I want to give you his funnel test, and this is not one that he did, but it was me reading his materials and have you think about that before we have him join us. So Mike was studying to be a priest, and he changed his course, and he's not a priest anymore, but he still is wanting to give back and do good. And so when you read his bio in the ebook, you'll see that he has volunteered, he's helped orphans, he's done all sorts of things. And so his business obviously has a lot of causal kind of intent. His 3 circles: design, health, and sustainability. Okay. The word that I'm using from his tone, and Jeff, I see you thinking, is that right there? We might have some comments on this. He has a very positive tone, and everything that he has and that he's done, it's very positive. So I'm giving him a positive tone, an optimistic tone. He wants to redefine how the world consumes beverages in the home. Okay, and his strategy, he has a whole campaign that he's done with his team called Soma Thrive. And we can ask him about that. So when you look at this, what we're going to do is I'm going to show you the video, and I think that what you're going to see, and again, this is me interpreting his business based on his materials, but I think that you're actually going to see this in the product that he has, also in the video that he has, in the materials that he has, and in his personality. It all comes through. So he's setting himself up for a very clearly defined brand and proposition. Any questions? Nope. Any questions from the internet?
Well, we can maybe go back. We have about 10 minutes till that initial call was scheduled. We're seeing if we can get him early. But do you want to go back to this section? Or questions about this particularly?
I think what we could do is watch the video, because the video is actually 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay.
talk about the video, and then we'll get him on the line.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you. So we're going to cue the video.
Yes, please.
We'll cue the video in about 1 second.
Oh.
Oh, there it is.
Hi, I'm Mike, and I'm one of the creators of Soma. At Soma, we make beautiful water carafes and innovative water filters and deliver them right to your door on a subscription so you never forget to change your filter again. The idea for Soma came from years of frustration of using one of these things. There are a number of problems with these pitchers. One is when you go to pour it, the lid flies off and you get water all over the floor. You look inside and you get those disgusting black flakes of charcoal. A lot of people feel like they have to hide this in the fridge because it's made out of cheap plastic. Worst of all, you never know when you should really change your filter. We spoke to more and more people and found out everyone felt the same way. We knew we could do better. So believe it or not, we quit our jobs, partnered with some of San Francisco's best designers, and we've created something that solves all of these problems. We went through dozens of designs, and it took months to iterate on the product and to find the exact form that we liked. We knew we needed something that not only worked well, but looked beautiful. For months, we obsessed over every single detail, and when it came to the filter, we knew we needed the best. David Beeman.
I've been in the water treatment industry for 35 years. I developed the water formula for Starbucks about 20 years ago, designed the water for Pete's, Diedrich's, Coffee Bean, and Tea Leaf. I love water. Most water filters out there are composed mostly of plastic resin mixed with a little bit of carbon. Soma's product is completely organic. We're working with a catalytic activated coconut shell carbon, burnt coconut shells. It will do everything that plastic will do in an organic method. Would you rather be drinking water that's filtered through coconut shell or filtered through plastic? And it's pretty simple. Now this is the Soma filter, truly unique in the industry. This is a starch-based plastic, PLA, together with a vegan silk as a filtering pad rather than plastic screens. This entire filter is compostable. There's nothing else like it in the world.
When we first got the prototype, it was actually awesome to just fill it with water and hold it in my hands and see something that we had really poured our lives into. We knew we were onto something when we actually showed this to some of the thought leaders in health, sustainability, and design, and they were blown away.
The hardest thing to do in the world is to combine great design and sustainability into a killer consumer experience, and that's what these guys have done.
Clean water is the starting point for all health. You can survive 3 weeks without food, you can survive 3 days without clean water.
There are so many products on the market that create more waste. I think that Soma is revolutionary.
What I love about the Soma Craft is you could leave it in the refrigerator, or you could leave it on the dining room table in the middle of a fancy dinner party. Either way, it looks beautiful and it's super functional.
I have no doubt whatsoever that these guys will execute above and beyond expectations. They'll deliver the product to market, and I say that because I know these guys.
What we want is we want lots of little actions that build up to becoming one major sea change.
Great. So what do you think? How did we do matching the funnel tests to the company, right? Lots of clarity of mission. Any thoughts on that? Because when you look at it, what I love about Mike's company is that he actually has taken a category that probably we thought there wasn't room for innovation, and he's innovated. Jeff, yesterday you were asking about subscription models. He's also done that. He's looked at how do we develop a subscription model in this category where people buy the craft, then they get the filter as a subscription. And I think what I really want you to think about is that a year ago, Mike didn't have this company. He built it by surrounding himself with talented people, finding the right designers, the right partners, and he went for it. Jeff?
I just want to make sure I heard that right. So they buy the craft and get they get the craft and then they buy the filters, or
You buy the craft, so
Okay.
it's a subscription. So you're going to buy it online, and you're going to buy the craft, and then the filter shows up every month. So when the filter shows up, then you change it. So in the subscription model business, actually, if you have a unit, then you're going to be more likely to stay and keep the thing. So the Keurig, the coffee makers with the little coffee pods, very successful business, because once you have the unit, you're tied into the pods. So this is another way that a subscription business can be very powerful. Distribution, it's an online distribution model that he's doing. So again, very revolutionary, not only in terms of product development, but the distribution, the funding using Kickstarter, crowdsourcing. It's pretty much innovated on every level. Any other questions about his business? Dan?
I mean, I think the bigger picture is about Kickstarter. and what it's allowing these companies to do. So gone are the days of having to walk into a bank and to get a big loan and to prove yourself. You can now subscribe your business to the masses, and if people see the potential, they can give you money, and then once you reach that threshold, you've now got all this funding that you needed to create this dream you have. But all the backers who are backing your product, they're not asking, or the person making the product is not giving any guarantee that the product is going to be successful. So you're not having to essentially pay back all the money if something does go wrong or if you need more money. It's a very interesting company, Kickstarter is, and how it's completely, I'd say, revolutionizing how businesses can start up.
That's right. And there's another one called Indiegogo. So I want you to think about your questions for Mike when we have him online. Because Kickstarter, what you do is you figure out kind of tiers and levels, that if people give X number of dollars, maybe they get the craft and they get a branded t-shirt. Maybe they get dinner with one of the influencers who was on the video. So you have different levels that you set up to incent people to be part of your community. Veronica Mars, the film, just did a Kickstarter campaign, and they raised several $1,000,000 and went beyond their goal in, I believe, 1 day's time. So a lot of people are using it, but what you have to have is clarity of business idea and really clear incentives. And the other thing, and we'll talk about this with Mike, is that he did activate all his social media channels. He also pitched tons of blogs, so he had a press effort that was going on at the same time where he was looking at what publications can I pitch to get buzz exactly at the same time as launch. So just like Mike did yesterday with his viral video where he kind of set everything up and he knew it was all coming together, that's what he did with the Kickstarter campaign. And
yeah, Randy G in the chat rooms was saying, I like the succinct message of the video: problem, credibility, solution, and then call to action. And that was something that I noticed that a lot of Kickstarters are missing, is that why would I want this product? It seems like a neat product, but why do I actually need it? And so the way I really loved how clearly he laid that out. It was really effective for me.
I love that too. And I also noticed that about the Dollar Shave Club video last night, even though the tonality was in a humorous way, it basically was telling us all the reasons why buying razors from the store was an archaic process. And so Mike did the same thing, but you're right, he brings in the credibility. And when somebody starts saying, do you want to be drinking water out of the plastic or out of the coconut? It's like, well, of course, the coconut, right?
Right. So we have some more questions while we're still getting Mike. Continue on with the Kickstarter. Randy G asks, would you recommend connecting with other Kickstarter project owners for cross-promoting? So we talked about interviewing them, and I'm not exactly sure how that would work, so I don't know if people have thoughts on cross-promoting with Kickstarter.
You know what, I'm not an expert in that, so we'll have to ask Mike, but I would think that learning from the Kickstarter people, that you might be able to figure out who has funded other Kickstarter campaigns. So maybe there's people that have funded various sustainable or health-oriented campaigns that you could then start following them on Twitter, so that they know that you're getting the message out to the right people. So again, looking at that data and what can we learn, because I believe on Kickstarter you can see who has funded at various levels unless the person puts an anonymous listing up. So again, projects similar to yours, what can you learn from them?
And I'm just amazed at how just watching that video is so educational, and the expertise that's there. And like you were saying about drinking the water either through the plastic or the coconut, I'm just amazed at how long we will limp along being frustrated with having to buy razors. Or I hated my Brita filter for years and went out and got a home system that was much more expensive. And I'm just amazed that we can, just having a simple idea, like the pain,
right,
and what don't you like about that, and creating a business out of it is
right,
just amazing.
And I think that the Spanx example yesterday, that before and after photo, was another good example of that. So you need to think about in your businesses, what are those pain points that you can solve, and what can you do better? And in photography, maybe people want faster access to their photos and their images. In Dan's business, maybe they want that frustration eliminated and they want to know that they're taken care of. So what can you do that solves existing problems in the business? Probably in your business, we're getting rid of the paper waste. We want to do stuff online. We want instant access so we don't have to go to the store and dig through the shelf and look for the magazine. And we want more control, right? So there's all sorts of things. Any other questions? We got one over here.
Yeah, so we've got about a minute or so until we get them on. DC Patterson said, the best part of Kickstarter is you have already proved your market if you reach your target, at least on a small scale. And it brought up, it's interesting, I have a background, I used to be a video game designer, and Kickstarter and Indiegogo have been huge for video games.
Yep.
Because one of the problems in the industry right now is that with the technological requirements of the modern systems being so high, it requires a huge outpouring of capital in order to build a game without knowing whether that new innovative game is going to be interesting to your market.
Right.
And so that's one of the things that I love about Kickstarter is the ability to really actually find your audience before you even have a product to give to them.
Right, right. And they can become your early adopters and your advocates too. One thing that Ido does with Yes to Carrots, the people that are his loyal fans, he actually does phone calls where it's like a webinar or a conference call. And he'll say, if anyone wants to know what's going on with the company, join the call. Now you could do the same thing with a Kickstarter community. You know, thank you so much for supporting us. Come on and be on a phone call and let us know what you think. So these are the people, when I'm talking about starting the movement and the passion, people that support you at this level are going to be your advocates and your helpers and your supporters. Looks like we're close to having Mike on.
We're close. I do have something that's related, but just moving a little bit forward, and that's the idea of cause marketing. And this comes from Soul Harbor Soap, who says, quick question. I would like to give a portion of my profits to local organic farming to help sustain it in my community. Does that sound gimmicky?
You know what, I actually think that businesses, I really applaud them when they start building in kind of a social entrepreneurship angle into their businesses. What you really need to have is the integrity and the follow through and to do it. What I don't like is when people are using, you know, a pink ribbon on everything to try to market and sell products and they're not actually like giving back and doing what they say. But so again, it comes down to culture. So the sustainability in the local farming, that's amazing, and what I would hope is that it actually fits with what the product is, what the idea is, what the culture is,
right,
and reinforces it, and also get your employees involved, have them go out to the local farm, have them recognize the positive impact they're making. So I'm all for that. I think it's very positive, but make sure you're following through and being honest and transparent.
Cool. All right, well, we now have Mike.
All right, Mike, yay, welcome.
Hi, Porter.
So glad to have you. Can you see me?
I can see you.
Yay, well, welcome. I just shared your video with everybody, and congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. We're really proud of it.
Well, I was talking about how you've innovated and you've created this product in probably a year and a half or 2 years.
That's right, actually in a little less than a year and a half. So we've been going at lightning speed.
Can you tell me a little bit about your entrepreneurial process and how it happened?
Absolutely. So it's actually a very funny story. We were hosting a party here in San Francisco, and Porter, as you know, San Franciscans are really obsessed with great design and sustainability. And I was having this cocktail party in our home. It's this beautiful Victorian mansion with really nice kind of modern design inside, which you've seen here in Alamo Square. And a friend walks in and he said, hey, I'd like some filtered water. And I start kind of giving him a bad time and joking, okay, filtered water, we have all these great beverages. He said, well, I'm on this health kick and I want to make sure it's safe to drink. With these old buildings, you know, sometimes you don't know what's in the pipe, so I only drink filtered water. And so I kind of chuckle and walk to the kitchen, and as I pull out my Brita water pitcher from my fridge, I take a look at this thing, and it's made of cheap plastic. There's black flakes of carbon floating around in the water. You know, I don't even remember last time I changed the filter, so I don't even know if it's healthy or how the water is going to taste. And I'm thinking, I can't bring this out to all my designer friends who are obsessed with great design. And so I see a decanter, like this beautiful glass wine decanter, and I put it on my counter, and I go to pour my filtered water into the decanter, and as I do, the lid falls off of my Brita, and it almost knocks the decanter off, water spills everywhere, and I'm about to throw this thing across the room, and as I do, my friend walks in, who's another really outstanding entrepreneur, and I tell him about this problem. He just starts laughing and says, you know, I've had the same problem as well. And we said, you know, why don't we design something that actually looks great, works well, and does good for the world? And right then and there, I decided to be the CEO, and he became the chairman, and the rest is history.
Wow, that is amazing. Well, congratulations. And how did you not have fear? I mean, that's a huge leap to all this and say, I'm going to do this.
Yeah, you know, I was working at a really great job here in San Francisco at a tech company that was just exploding. And on the one hand, I could have stayed there and really enjoyed it, working with a great team. But for me, I really believe that if you know it's the passion, your calling, your purpose in life, then it takes all the risk away, because not only are you setting yourself up for success, but you're really going to enjoy your work because you're fully aligned with it. And when we had the idea of combining great design with a fantastic consumer product and the sustainability aspect, I knew crystal clear this was the right decision to make.
You just felt it, that you knew this is what you wanted to do. That's
Absolutely.
Great. Now, one thing that I've noticed in your video and also in the materials is that you do have a very clear mission and very clear vision. Tell me about how you created kind of the whole kind of brand attributes and the look and feel, and what did you do to make sure that everything was consistent and integrated?
Sure. So our brand, and you can see this clearly in the product, is really a reflection of how we want to live our life. So one of the phrases that we use a lot here in the Soma office is thirst for more. It's this idea of we always want to thirst for more in our lives. And you see it in the product. The product design is beautiful. It has sustainable elements. It's the first filter to use all natural and compostable materials. We have a delivery system where your filter is actually delivered to your home, and the packaging, the branding is fantastic. And it gives you the best tasting water. So in our lives, you know, we want to live lives that are fun and meaningful and surrounded with family and friends. We want it all. And in our product, we try and deliver it all. And the brand is a reflection of that as well. All the brand communications are about living this really thriving, healthy, fun, and meaningful life. And so it's truly just a reflection of what we want in our own lives.
That's great. I love that. I do want to talk about Kickstarter, but first, I know that you do live in a live-work mansion, and I fortunately have been there.
Yep.
It's very invigorating, and I think that that collaboration probably gives you tons of inspiration. Tell me, how important have the people around you been to your success?
They're 100% of it. It's been absolutely amazing. So with Soma, we had this grand vision, and we said it was going to be kind of like the method design with Tom's Shoes social good for Brita water pitchers. It sounds like a great idea. Water filtration is a big market. It's an industry where you have a market leader with high dissatisfaction. So that's all good and well, but we've never designed a product, let alone a water filter. And through our network of friends, we connected with David Beeman, who is the top water filtration expert. For 35 years, he's been doing water filters for Starbucks, Peet's, Coffee Bean, and other great companies. We met him literally through our industrial designer, who was a friend. And so if it weren't for our network, the product itself probably could have never come to market. And that's just scratching the surface when we think of our advisors, our investors, all the people involved with marketing, and really, frankly, the people who made the Kickstarter so successful.
Well, let's transition to that. And Emily has one question before we move to Kickstarter. Go ahead, Emily.
Hi, my name is Emily, and I have a quick question for you. When the light bulb went off, I've been getting all these ideas since I've been at this workshop. And when the light bulb goes off, like what were your first steps? How do you, what was the process? Did you start writing everything down that you were thinking right then? Did you go to a lawyer? How did you, what did you do?
That's a great question. When you get the idea, what's the next step? For us, we just went for it. Literally, it was a lunch meeting when we decided, okay, we're really going to make this company happen. And there was no turning back. So I'd say actually the first step is commitment. I've met a lot of people who are starting projects and starting companies that say, I think this might be a good idea. And it's great to experiment, but at one point you have to commit and just go all in. So the first step for us, we committed to the idea. And I remember going directly back to my computer and researching and just trying to learn as much as I could. And then, we had a lot of lunches and coffees, and we just started talking to people we respected. They could be people in the industry, they could be prospective investors, mentors, prospective team members, and just having open idea conversations with people, getting their feedback. And then fortunately what happened in almost every meeting is that, hey, you've got to talk to this person. And sooner rather than later, we had this mini coalition of people who all wanted to see Soma succeed. Mm-hmm. And from there came our investors, advisors, designers, teammates, all of the people who have made Soma successful thus far.
But were you ever worried that someone was going to take the idea and try to make it their own? Like, how do you get that? How do you do that?
Sure, that's another great question, and it's something debated. On the one hand, you never want someone to take your idea, and we were somewhat cautious. We didn't go straight to our competitors and tell them what we're up to. But on the other hand, we realized that there was a lot more to gain by having open and transparent conversations with the trusted people in our network. And therefore, we just tried to get people excited and tell as many people in our network as possible what we were up to. And that definitely paid off for us.
And then do you have to get the idea, how do you secure it as yours?
Do you have a patent or?
Oh, okay.
Maybe, did you do a patent or?
We're investigating intellectual property right now. One thing I do want to say that's important around that issue is, while yes, it is important to consider how you might be able to protect certain technologies, and especially when you're a new startup, protecting from larger incumbents, we try and be as open as possible. So after we did our Kickstarter campaign, we gave away all of the secrets to our success in the Hacking Kickstarter article, which included everything from the emails that we wrote to our virtual assistants to do a lot of the work, to spreadsheets, to even code to build your own website. So on the one hand, we are investigating some intellectual property and seeing what might be necessary. On the other hand, we try and be open and really help as a marketplace in general to think about how we can have open technologies and open collaboration, which we believe is a much more efficient way for business to work.
Awesome, thanks. I don't have any more, I promise.
That's a great question, thank you. So I'm going to move us into the Kickstarter campaign, because you raised in 10 days $147,000, and I think it probably would have kept going if you kept it open. What I just heard you say is that before you launched that, there was a lot of planning. I know you also interviewed people who had done Kickstarter campaigns, and you had already started a movement. But tell us a little bit more about your great success with Kickstarter.
Yeah, thank you. We raised over $147,000. That was for the duration of our campaign. But what was remarkable that you're pointing to, Porter, is that we really only ran the campaign for 9 days. So we had a goal of $100,000. We said if we could raise $100,000 over the duration of this campaign, that would be a huge success. But we also have a company to run and a product to develop, and we don't want to be spending the whole 30 days marketing. So in 9 days, we were able to raise over $100,000, and ultimately we had over 2,300 customers. And for us, this was just a test launch. So that was wonderful proof of concept, and now we have all these customers that we've been learning from. To answer your question about the preparation, the interviews, yes, it took so much work. A lot of people don't realize that if you want to have a successful crowdfunding campaign, that this is really a marketing campaign and a product launch. And so we spent months on this. And one of the first things we did was we said, who are the people who have done this most successfully? And then we reached out to them and we got introductions. And we interviewed over 15 Kickstarter campaign leaders, most of which had done campaigns over 100,000. One of which is Ouya, which is the second most successful and the #1 fastest growing Kickstarter. They did over $8 million. And we sat down and we asked them what their secrets to success were so that we could emulate them.
Great, great. I love that. So often we don't think that people are going to share their ideas and their secrets with us, but your open and your transparent approach, it sounds like you were getting the same feedback from others. It's great. Did you, Tracy, have a question?
Really quick, could you kind of describe, hi, my name is Tracy. Could you kind of describe a day in your life of when you're actually running the campaign? Like, what was one of those 9 days? What did it look like for you? What did you do?
Sure. So one of the things that we realized when we're interviewing all of these Kickstarter creators is that Kickstarter or any crowdfunding campaign can be a real nightmare. And what I mean by that is you're doing marketing, customer service, analytics, you're managing your social media, you're liaising with Kickstarter or Indiegogo, whatever crowdfunding platform you're doing, you're managing your team, plus you have all the other day-to-day stuff that you were doing before your campaign. So we said, how can we anticipate all of these things and essentially outsource them? So the typical day, let me give you 2 typical days, launch day and then about a week after launch day. Launch day will be one of the most insane yet thrilling days of your life, because the minute you launch, you're just going for it. It's like, you know, running a race. Right when that gun shoots off, you are just sprinting. And so what we tried to do is line up as much as possible, meaning getting as many stories confirmed in advance, letting all of our networks know we were launching on this specific time and day, and having most of the emails that we needed to send out for more pitching to be pre-written. So for us, we launched 8 a.m. on a Tuesday. Right when we did that, we had the whole team emailing everyone, reporters, our personal network, answering questions, because you've got some people asking you questions. And really, it was about an 18-hour day where we were just hitting social media and PR and all of those things. A week later, it was a little less frenzied, but you're still doing pretty much the same thing, which is trying to get as much buzz on social media as possible, as many stories on blogs as possible, and dealing with customer service. What we did to handle that, and what I would highly recommend, is getting a virtual assistant or maybe 2. They're very low cost, and training them on how to do customer service for you, because you're essentially going to get the same questions. When will this product be sold? Where is it made? Does it use sustainable materials? We anticipated those questions. We made templates for our virtual assistants. And then when customer service came in, that was something that my core team did not even have to think about, because the virtual assistants were taking care of it 100%.
Great. I know that in your blog post, and we put all the information in the ebook, you have a link to all the templates, everything that you did, and it also is on Tim Ferriss's blog, because I know he's one of your advisors. Any other kind of advice or thoughts for people on Kickstarter and Indiegogo?
Sure. So when we did those initial 15 interviews of some of the most successful Kickstarter campaigns, we learned 3 key lessons that we kept saying with our team as we launched the campaign. Number 1 is you need a compelling video. So Kickstarter and crowdfunding, it's still about storytelling. And as you've seen in our video, we had a strong story about design, dissatisfaction with the current market offerings, and then this really great product development phase where you're seeing the product actually being designed and developed. And then lastly, we have those great testimonials by Tim Ferriss and Zem and Eric from Method. They give it a lot of credibility. And at the end, you're doing your call to action. So number 1, you have to have a compelling video that has a compelling story. The second thing is what we call, you have to win the race before it starts. And what I mean by that is, what you don't want to be doing is somewhat what I just described and what we did, which is on day 1 going out and pitching. Luckily, we had about 12 stories already committed, but on day 1, we were still sending out emails and pitching pretty hard. What you want to do is lock up as many stories, and even what you could do is schedule all of your emails the week before, so that when you launch, you really have a clear mind and you're being able to respond to things as opposed to frenzying pitching. So you need to win the race before it begins. And then the last thing to remember is the first 48 hours are all that matters. So with these campaigns, they're big launches. So you need to get as much buzz and as many stories as possible within those first 48 hours. If you're able to do that, it's like a snowball. You need to get that snowball really big so it rolls quickly down the hill and continues to grow. So really focus on getting as much as you can in those first 48 hours.
That's great. Because I'm in your network, I did get some of your emails, and I also remember, thinking it was so lovely, you guys also sent out a video where it was thanking people. So you not only have the video that you did, but you did a thank you video, and I thought, God, that was so nice that you actually appreciated people. So can you just tell me a little bit more about that, about bringing these Kickstarter people in to be kind of your advocates in your community?
Yeah, so it's all about the network and the people who made the Kickstarter campaign so successful. It's not the small team that we had here at Soma. It was all the folks in our networks who became advocates and were purchasing Soma. They were spreading the word on social media, and they were making introductions to the reporters who wrote stories. What we decided to do, which actually I hope we do this for the duration of our company's existence because it was so fun and people loved it, is we literally shot those videos on our iPhones. So we went out on the back porch and with our phones, we recorded 30-second videos, and they were very simple. They'd just say, hey, thank you so much. Because of you, we've accomplished this goal, and you guys have been so helpful, but many of you asked, what else can I do to help? Here's one easy thing that you can do today. And those videos, they were free. They took about probably 5 to 10 minutes to shoot, and then about 15 to 30 minutes to actually put up on a landing page, and they were enormously successful.
Great. It looks like we might have a couple of questions.
And we have tons of questions in from our internet audience, too.
We have a couple questions from the internet audience, Mike, so hold on one second. Let's hear one.
Okay, let's start there, and then we'll go back to Emily. So a question from Claire of RA, who's a regular. What tips did those Kickstarter leaders give you for your campaign that were actionable and that worked for you?
Well, the three things that I just shared about the compelling video, winning the race before it begins, and really focus on the 48 hours, those were the three big takeaways. We were also concerned about the amount of effort that goes into it. Everyone told us that the customer service can be really difficult because you're getting hundreds of messages. So that was something that was an important takeaway, is anticipate how much customer service you're going to be doing. And then the other thing is that we got a lot of advice on what type of rewards to offer. So as you know, in Kickstarter campaigns, you're always offering rewards. For some people, it's a t-shirt. Other people, it's the physical product. Other people, it's an actual event. And you need to remember that if you're going to do something, say t-shirts, well, you're not in the business probably of printing t-shirts, and it's probably going to cost more and take more time than you anticipate. So when you're thinking about the rewards that you're offering, for us, essentially, it was products and events, because we're going to make this product anyways, and events are pretty easy to do. And you could have 100 people come to your event as opposed to shipping out 100 T-shirts. And so we were very very cautious on that, and I think that that was the right choice to only offer rewards that were either events or the product itself.
I've actually got a quick follow-up to that. Joy online is saying, so how did you find these Kickstarter creators, and then how did you open the door to actually meeting them? Most of us don't have these people like on speed dial, so how did you get into actually talking to them?
Great question. So one, how did we find them? We had a virtual assistant literally go through our category, which was product design, and make a list of the most successful Kickstarters, and then search online to see if, number one, if we had someone in our network who could make an introduction. That's most important. And number two, if not, if we could track down their contact information and reach out cold with an email. So that's how we source the thing. The second is you have to remember that people really put their whole lives into making these campaigns successful, and they learn so much, and after the campaign's done, they want to help. And so we were really blown away by how generous people were with their time. We had a lot of phone calls, some in-person meetings. And so I would just encourage you, certainly talk to first the people in your personal network, your first-degree connections who have done this, and get their advice. But secondly, look at Kickstarter campaigns that are similar to what you're trying to accomplish, and somehow either get an introduction or reach out cold and get the advice of the people who have successfully done this.
That's awesome, because one might think that you already had all these people in your Rolodex, and so that's really inspiring to hear that that's not necessarily the case.
Yeah, Emily?
Emily.
I said I wouldn't have any more questions, but I do. So you currently live in a live-work mansion, and I'm curious about that. How do I sign up to do that? Where do I go?
You would love it. I've been there several times. I love the live-work mansion.
Yeah, one of the things that's neat is, especially in San Francisco, people are realizing that splitting your time between work and what we call, I guess, time off just doesn't make so much sense. So for us in this, in our live work space, really our lives are more fluid, meaning if you want to take a break for 3 hours in the middle of the day and go do yoga or go on a walk or just enjoy time with a friend, you can do that. And in these locations, you're eliminating the commute. You have cross-pollination of all these fantastic, inspiring people in the house. And your live and your work are tied together, so your hours aren't just 9 to 5 work and then the other hours you're at home. And so these things are popping up all over. I'm not sure where everyone is located, but any big city, you're going to find a lot more of these live-work communities.
Well, I live in San Jose, so do you have any rooms available?
I can introduce you to the gentleman, yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, there are some, it's a co-ed mansion.
Perfect.
I tried to get in there, but I have a daughter, and my daughter said, no, I don't want to live in there, Mom. So, but
well, I would love the right move.
I would love to sign up if that's possible.
Fantastic.
All right. Ikariyuki online is wondering, is it important to validate results prior to going to Kickstarter? Did you do testing on your concept before you actually went to Kickstarter and asked for the money?
So I think it's important to do as much testing as possible. I don't know what things you do and don't need to validate. So for example, for us, the most important thing of actually doing the Kickstarter campaign was validating our big assumption, which is people want our product. Unfortunately, we had over 2,300 people who said, yes, we really want this product, and pulled out their checkbook and actually transacted. So that's the big test that you want to do ultimately for your company. Other things we tested, though, we were pretty rigorous about this. We were doing Google AdWords tests on the title of our Kickstarter campaign. So for us, if you look at any campaign, at the top, it typically says the name of the product, and then it has a tagline. So for us, it was Soma, beautifully innovative water filters. Now, that took a long time of both talking to people and pitching them different titles and actually doing some testing online. Now, you don't necessarily need to spend money on this. We spent a little bit, but that's super important. Why? Because every time someone goes to your Kickstarter page and either clicks like on Facebook or tweet, Kickstarter controls the content of that message, and the content is your headline. So for us, we knew that different headlines would have different conversion rates, and therefore a good headline, every time someone clicked like on Facebook, is going to get more conversions over to our Kickstarter page than a bad one. So that's one of the things that we tested. Also, when you set up your campaign pages, you get a preview screen, meaning before you actually go live with your campaign, you're able to share that with your family and friends and get feedback. So we shared it, and we got feedback on the pricing, the pictures, the video, the headlines, all sorts of stuff. So I would highly recommend doing that before you launch your campaign.
I love all the collaboration. One thing that we talked about yesterday, Mike, was naming, and I know that with you, your URL is somawater.co, and there was a question yesterday about, is that a problem starting to go with the co instead of the .com? So could you just tell us a little bit about your name?
Sure. So Soma is a great name because it means the elixir of the gods. In the Vedic tradition, it was actually believed that if you could drink this elixir, almost like an ambrosia in Greek mythology, it would give you eternal life. And so for a beverage company like Soma, who's providing the best tasting and healthiest water, it was the perfect name. And so we spent months and months and months going through plenty of names, and this one was great because it's 4 letters, 2 syllables, easy to pronounce, easy to spell. When we went to look for the domain, that's where things get tricky. There are 2 things to remember when you're naming your company. Number 1 is trademark availability, and number 2 is domain name availability. Now, we have the .co, C-O, and .com still reigns supreme. So if you can get the .com, you should definitely do that because some people will type it in wrong. But what I will say about that is .co and all of these shorter extensions are becoming much more prominent. Yeah. So it is still somewhat of a problem, but it is becoming less of a problem every day.
Great. Any last questions? It looks like we have a question from Michelle.
Hi, my question is, having not made products before, how did you initiate the manufacturing process after you finished or, got a design together, how did you begin to make those contacts and get product to test? And also, what was the ratio of your costs, manufacturing and marketing?
Sure. So again, for us, it's people, people, people. So it was all of our networks. So when we came up with the idea, we knew we needed an industrial designer. And we immediately just started emailing and calling our friends saying, hey, who do you know in your networks that might be able to help us here? And so the process for us was really about leveraging our network. I mean, even this morning, I had about 3 phone calls and meetings with people just asking for their advice and asking for connections to get help. And so you really need to feel confident and open about asking for the help that you need to get your business off the ground. There are essentially, in my mind, to simplify, 2 different routes in product development. One is much slower, but it's probably more thoughtful, less risky, and certainly less expensive. And the other is kind of a fast track approach. For us, we chose the fast track approach. We want to get our product to market very quickly. It's been more expensive, and you have to work longer hours and you have to push a little bit harder. But ultimately, we believe getting into the market sooner will pay dividends down the road. If you want to take a more thoughtful approach, or one, let's say you're working full-time and you're doing a side project, I would just say, how can you get the best people involved for the least amount of resources? And if you have an inspiring product, like for us, it's about great design and changing the world. And when people hear that story, they get so inspired, they just want to help. And you'd be surprised by how much help you can get for low cost or even sometimes free when developing your product.
Great. I think we've got one more question, 2 more questions. Tracy?
Hi, I'm actually interested also in developing or building a community for a movement, and I was kind of wondering if you could talk maybe a little bit about, how your Kickstarter campaign maybe helped that or helped build that, and then also how it's kind of carried through into your business now.
Yeah, so I had mentioned our primary goal of the Kickstarter campaign was proving demand. Our second goal was building a community. The community for us is incredibly valuable for 2 reasons. Number one is they're teaching us so much. We did a survey of our Kickstarter backers. We sent it out to all 2,300 plus of them. We had over 850 responses, and we've had phone calls with over 50 of them. And they've told us so much about their personal preference and buying decisions, their demographics, as well as great feedback on our product and how to make the product and service better. So that's number one, is learning from our customers. And the great thing about doing it on Kickstarter is it's essentially free market research. The second thing is these early adopters are going to be your best marketers when you launch fully after your campaign. So in our case, we did our Kickstarter campaign December 2012. We're launching the company, shipping those Kickstarter backers their product, and making our product available for the mass market this summer in 2013. When we do that big launch, our early adopters, our Kickstarter backers, are going to be going out and really proud to be the first ones to discover Soma, and they're going to help us get the word out to all of their family and friends. And so building that community is essential. And what we found is the key thing is really just correspondence and being open and available to them. So we send out updates. We just sent out actually a really great one with all of our survey results. We're about to send out another one that's really, we have a huge announcement actually coming up in April that we're really, really excited to share with our Kickstarter community. And there's constant going back and forth on social media, Kickstarter's messaging platform, and via email. So you just really have to realize that these are so important. These people are so important in your community. And if you take care of them, especially in the early days, they're going to be with you in the long haul and really help to spread your message.
Mike, my name is Jeff. I own a SF-made fashion t-shirt company. And right now, our model is B2B. I'm developing things for great brands and rock bands and what have you. But we're in the process of scoping the launch of an e-com model that's going to be a B2C play. And I'm very intrigued by the subscription model. So I'd love to have you just speak to some of the key takeaways you've had from getting started in that area.
Well, I think what's interesting about your business and ours is you're essentially going to be shipping the same product on a regular installment. Yours is much more exciting because I'm assuming each shirt will probably be different, either by design or color or fabric. For us, we're literally sending the same filter every 2 months. And so how do you make that exciting so that people maintain their subscription for years and years? And to me, that's a blast. We get to, every time we send out a shipment to our customers, make it like a gift. So that means great packaging, a surprise inside, which could be a sample or a coupon, some kind of literature inside, which could be a flyer. It could just be kind of brand statements to get your brand voice out there, something that's funny or quirky. But the key is when you're doing these subscription service products is making sure that every time someone gets something in the mail, it is something that they don't just love, but they're telling their friends about. I remember there's a friend of mine got a product in the mail, and it was in this beautiful box, and you open it up, and on the inside flap at the lid, it's like boom. And then there was some other really kind of funny copy written on the inside. He saved this box, and he showed it to everyone. And this is a guy, you know, who has unlimited resources. He doesn't need to be saving cardboard boxes, and he can afford to buy a lot of great things. But it was that the brand really cared to go the extra mile to make that packaging experience fantastic. And that's what we're striving to do as we think through our subscription product. And I think that's what could differentiate your subscription product from the others, is not just having the great product, but having the great experience.
That's great.
I love that. Regarding the Tell a Friend, do you actually have incentives that you're considering in place for Soma? Tell
Absolutely.
10 friends and get X, Y, Z?
Absolutely. So we have our own systems. There are other companies on the market, if you were just do some online research, that actually have software and referral-based products. So after someone buys or after someone gets the shipment notification, that they're incentivized to share with their friends, and when their friends buy, that they get discounts or money back. So you can look online. One company that comes to mind is called Push44, so Push44 out of Boston. They have great software. And yeah, that referral engine is just going to be so important to your subscription business.
Mike,
Awesome.
I want to thank you for sharing all of your ideas. You're so inspiring, and this module was all about innovation and technology, and you are just a perfect example and an inspiration. How can people get involved and support you now that we've heard the Soma story? You're launching this summer. How can we support your efforts?
Oh, wow. Well, thank you, and thanks for having me and the kind words. Porter, as you know, we are so honored to be here. You've been a huge inspiration. We've learned a lot. You've built a brand that for us, we love and we're trying to emulate. And the advice that you offer is always so valuable. So
Thank you.
Thank you. We really appreciate it being part of this. In terms of getting involved, I'd say one, we have some really big announcements. So keep an eye on the internet for a lot of stories that are going to be coming out pretty soon. Secondly, is this summer we're opening up for sales again. So we'll be doing a public launch, which we hope you guys will all notice as we make a big splash. But thirdly, if you want to keep in touch, just go to Twitter and follow us at Soma Water. Like I said, we have some pretty big announcements coming up in the next few months, and we're going to have the product online and ready and available to purchase this summer. And you definitely don't want to miss that. So it's going to be a pretty big year for us. Thanks.
Great. Well, I know you're busy, so we're going to let you get back to work, but thank you so much for your time, and I can't wait to see you again in San Francisco. Thanks
Wonderful.
for everything.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, Porter, I think we're about ready to go to break. Do you have any final thoughts on this segment? Things people should take away from it?
Well, you know, what I really wanted you guys to take away, and I think this was just a perfect example, is that only a year and a half has transpired since he started his business. And so think big, you know, surround yourself with the people that can support your ideas. Look at how you can use technology and innovation to launch more efficiently, and know that great things can happen. So I hope that inspires you. I also think he was amazing because his brand and his positioning, it's so crystal clear. And so I think that's really important to think about that. So we are going to wrap up. We're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back. We're going to be talking about websites, email, and also communication planning this afternoon. So thanks so much.
That is fantastic. Oh, So really quick, yeah, we are going to take that 15-minute break, and when we come back, we'll be talking with Joe Fletcher, who is our website expert from Merchant Guru. That'll be exciting. Porter, before we go, I wanted to read you a couple quotes from the internet, people who are really engaged and loving this. Aaron Michael says, these Kickstarter tips are awesome, very useful for starting and managing a successful campaign. And then Carol Giambri says, Porter selected awesome guests. She's given us the best of her materials, and sharing her great guests who are very open and kind, sharing without fear. So
that's very thoughtful. Thank you very much. Well, it's great to be here. So we've got more fabulous guests coming.
Good.
That we do. You kind of said exactly what I was going to re-encourage our audience, that you've been talking about this all day yesterday and today. The simple, clear ideas are the ones that are going to succeed. And what this course is all about is getting you to those simple, clear ideas. And if you have not been able to watch this entire program, if you have seen bits and pieces that you know 2 months from now you're going to need to go back to get invigorated again, there are so many comments coming in on what an amazing interview that was. And there was so much packed in there in terms of ideas and the ways that he did things. You guys had incredible questions that somebody can take and run with. In terms of him contacting experts in Kickstarter, you've now done that for us. So thank you so much. Again, you can purchase anytime access to all 3 days of videos, plus the ebook that Porter has exclusively created for this course for $249. However, right now it is $149. And I might sound like a broken record, but what an incredible value to invest in your business when you think about other expenses and other things that you do to start up a business and to grow a business. So congratulations again to all of you who have already purchased and are moving forward with your businesses. There's a buy now button right beneath the video that you are watching, and it's very easy and quick. So with that, everyone, we will see you back in 15 minutes. Have a great break.
How's it going, Mike?
Welcome back to day 2 of Building Your Brand with Porter Gale here on Creative Live. I'm going to get back into it, but first we're giving away some prizes. So, Kenna.
All right, so we gave this bundle away yesterday, and we're going to give 2 more away. This is a bundle of Yes2 products, which Porter has been talking about. Porter, would you tell us about Yes2 again?
Oh my gosh, well of course they're my favorite skincare line, so I'm thrilled that we're giving them away, but it's all natural, and we just did the funnel test for them earlier in Module 1. But it's healthy, and it was started by an entrepreneur who basically went up against all the skincare categories and has built a huge business in 5 years. So enjoy that, whoever wins them. I am a fan of the Yes to Blueberries. I use it every day.
And that's this one that's in the bundle. So awesome. So the winner is, the first winner is Robin Springer, and her quote was, "Make sure people feel valued. Your employees, your vendors, your partners, and your customers. Say thank you. A little thing goes a long way." So congratulations, and thank you to Yes2. Who's next?
Who's next is Jennifer Pelletier, who entered on Facebook, and Jennifer's comment was, "Think big, because things are happening very quickly." Love it. So congratulations to those who won. Thank you to Yes2 for the prizes. And Porter, take it away.
Great, thank you so much. Well, welcome back, everyone. We are going to talk about websites today, and I am so lucky to have Joe Fletcher with us as our special guest. And Joe is not only a good friend, but he does my website, so it was very nice to have him here. In fact, he was busy working on my website last night at around 11 p.m., so I'm so glad you made it on time.
Yeah, you bet, no problem.
Great. Well, welcome. I want to talk first a little bit about some of the resources. And one of the things that I want to mention that in the book, I actually had all of the experts help me on the resources. And Joe, actually, these are just a couple of them that we put in the front. But in the book, there are about 100 resources. Joe gave me the most exhaustive list of resources that I've ever had, so thank you for that. It must have taken hours to put that together.
Yeah, no problem. I actually try to keep it brief, so.
Yeah, it was great. So in the book, it's everything from where to get domain names, open source websites, email marketing, SEO analysis and monitoring, WordPress themes, payment and credit card processing, subscription billing, online forms, pretty much anything that you would need to run a website, project collaboration tools, accounting and invoicing tools, all in the book. Too many to list, but I did put a couple of them here: GoDaddy, Google Apps, WordPress, HubSpot, MailChimp. MailChimp is what I use. Google Analytics and Freelancer.com. Tons and tons of resources. And again, we wanted to give you these because having these tools at your fingertips and not starting from scratch can really save money and save time, especially in the web space. So thank you for that huge, huge list.
You're welcome.
All right, so you're the founder of Merchant Guru. Before we start, could you just tell me a little bit about the companies that you're working with and some of your clients?
Sure. So basically, a lot of my clients are small and medium-sized businesses who are just getting started and looking to build a brand. Some of them are established companies who are looking to rebuild their brand. And so, I really try to take a look at what are their objectives in terms of getting their name out there, what are they trying to sell, and what is the most appropriate solution for them in terms of building a website and maintaining it going forward. So some of the companies I've worked with include Virgin Mobile, Gobstopper, Zang Zing, Gale, some e-commerce sites like BW & Snow, Sweet Riot that sells chocolate, and a few others. So,
yeah, great. Well, one thing that I think is probably very evident is that because you're a small business owner yourself, you also understand the needs of a small business and what it's like to juggle things, keep things organized, scalability. So that's one thing that I've enjoyed, is that you can really relate to me, and you've helped me prioritize with my website and what should we do first, what should we do second. So thank you for that. What we're going to talk about today, we're going to go through a lot of topics. We're going to start talking about website trends first, some of the things that are happening in design and trends. Then we'll go through and we'll talk about if you should do it yourself or if you should hire someone, how to look at kind of priorities and objectives, and some website functionality. After Joe, we're going to have a guest where we're going to be talking about email. So we're also going to be kind of leading into that and how to use your website as a way to capture data. So we'll just start and take it away. All right, so you gave me a couple of myths that you think that there are some myths out there that people say. Let's talk about this.
So, I mean, people's understanding of what it takes to build a website is across the board, from, hey, I can get something up quick, I see people do it all the time, and, I can hire my nephew, he knows the web, he's on Twitter all the time, he can build my website. To other companies who really do understand that it's really kind of a project, that you're building your business and there's a lot of parts to it, and you need to hire someone who can understand the different parts, is reliable in terms of, building the different aspects. And so if I know that most startups and most companies want to build a website, in a lean fashion. So got that. But at the same time, you don't want to skimp, and you don't want to go too fast and think that it's too easy to build a website. It's something that you do need to think out, and you need to hire someone, reliable that can really handle those things and has the experience. So when you're getting started, don't think that there's really the quick way to do it. I know there's a lot of people out there who say, hey, I can hire someone from the Philippines or India and get it done for $12 an hour, and it'll be great. I'll save a lot of money. But the problem is is that you're not going to have the service, and you're going to have a hard time maintaining that site down the road, and you're probably not going to get the quality that you really want to hang your hat on at the end of the day.
Well, it's such a forward-facing aspect of your brand, so you want to make sure that you do it well. And I mean, one thing that I've learned over the years is simple can be better, and like don't overcomplicate things. And so, if people don't have the money, maybe it's even better just to put up a landing page, under construction or coming soon or something simple, rather than have things that are breaking or inefficient. Would you agree with that? Or?
Well, I would definitely think you can put up a landing page. But then you're also going to need to find someone to do that as well. And then you want to avoid getting comfortable with just having that landing page up there for too long, if that's all it is, really. But I would say that if you're going to start off on the web, you're eventually going to need to have a plan for building your website out. So,
right. Well, let's talk about that.
All right.
So, trends. This is something that you and I have been talking about.
Yes.
What is going on with web design? Because it changes all the time. In the past, people used to just take the kind of above the fold, kind of the monitor size, but now we've got multiple devices. People are starting to design so that things translate more to mobile. Tell me about some of the trends that you're seeing.
So absolutely. So one thing that a lot of times when prospects come to me, and they say, I want a website, and they start describing what they want to see. Well, what they're describing is the web design that they've seen over the last 5 years. And so, yeah, that might have been new over the last 5 years or last few years, but you want something that's going to be new and on the cutting edge. And so, in a lot of ways, you may want to get rid of your pre-existing ideas of what websites look like. Where things are going today are exactly right. That it used to be that you could build a website, everyone's screen was about this big, for lack of a better analogy. But now people have huge screens. They're like this big, or they're tiny, like they're this big, or they're this big. And the devices are coming out, every month that there's new sizes and things like that. So what do? You can't just design, one size fits all anymore. So what is the trend now is something called responsive design, which is you build a website that's fluid, that will adjust to whatever screen size you're looking at. So you don't need to know what device is, if it's on an iPad or an Android or a huge 27-inch iMac monitor. So you build it that it's flexible and adjusts, so that if you're looking at an iMac, you're going to see a nice, huge screen. It's really going to capture, somebody who's using an iMac, and it's a very large screen. You're going to get the benefit of all that content. But if you're on the road and you're on your iPhone, you need something that's going to adjust to that. So if you're looking to build a website today, definitely think about getting something that's called a mobile responsive design. So related to that is another thing that we were talking about, where we used to look at what's above the fold. And there was this myth that everything had to be above the fold. All the key things had to be above the fold. But they actually did a study, and they found that web users knew how to use the scroll button.
That they actually know how to scroll?
They know how to scroll, and they do scroll.
Yeah.
So the key thing to think about the fold these days is you want to make sure that you build the right initial impression above the fold. And above the fold is where, when you load up a web page, what's the first section that you see. You need to have a good impression there, and you probably want to have your call to action and some of the very, very key points there. But beyond that, I don't think you need to worry too much about what's above the fold and what's not. Because what you want to do is you have to think about the fact that you have web pages are infinite, or they can be infinite, and you can scroll all the way down. So as you're scrolling down the website, how are you building the story? How are you presenting, little bite-sized pieces of information that are very easy to recognize and understand? And as you're scrolling down, you're learning more and more about, what what the company's about, or whatever you want to get across. And so that's a new trend, which is basically long content. If you have if you have some content that you're like, wow, I have so much content and I want to get it all on there, but I don't want to put it all on this page, one thing you can do is you can put it into a slider or something like that. So if a user is more interested,
like a module
that slides through, or fades in and fades out. And so if a user is interested, they can drill in at that point. And what's nice about this is that these two things go well together, because as you're, if you're reading on a mobile device, you're kind of scrolling down on your mobile device, and think about that. That's a vertical flow. So think about, as you're building your story and telling your story to your audience, how does that kind of flow through down through your page?
Great, great. I'd love these are great tips, especially for magazine development. Yeah.
My question is, since I have a digital magazine,
yes.
and what I'm finding is I have the blog that we're constantly keeping going to get people interested in the magazine. Putting it on the front page, it doesn't look right when I put it on there. So we have the link right at the top that says go to this page. Well, people think when I say digital magazine that I'm talking about a blog, because blogs like to call themselves magazines. And so they think when they're going to our page that they're actually going to the magazine, and they're not.
Okay, so they're going to, are you wondering how to get your blog across on your digital magazine web storefront, basically?
Yes.
So this is an opportunity, potentially. One design option is to do this vertical flow, whereas where you come on to your website, you're obviously getting all the pictures, the fashion pictures and things like that, right above the fold, and then as they're coming down through, why don't you weave in a blog post, or something along those lines. Or you could even have a section where it's not just one blog post, but you could have a slider where you have one blog post and then that slides away and then you have another one. So that's visually interactive. So as somebody's coming through, they're going to see your blog posts, especially because they're moving, and as they're scrolling down your web page, they're going to come across it. So that's an opportunity there. That's just one design possibility.
For the magazine itself, though, is more like putting the magazine for them to go to the page. You're saying that I should write it as like a blog post, so then people go to it as a blog post?
You know what we can do? Why don't we look at it together at lunchtime?
Okay, sorry.
No. I just think it might be easier to see it when we're doing that. So let's do that. Let's keep going through the content, but I want to talk about it at lunch. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so you're also saying bigger is better, larger fonts. Is that because we've got an aging population that we need larger fonts? What's going on there?
It's not because of that, but that helps, especially with an aging population. They think about it. Anytime they go to a web page, you see them. They go, "Oh, let me put my glasses on first." Why skimp on the font size? Let's bump it up, and it's so much easier to read. And it also does another thing, is that because now that your fonts are getting bigger, you have less space for all that content. It makes you become more succinct about your content. And so now you're also forcing yourself to say, how can I get this across in a very short, bite-sized piece of information? Think about Twitter. Twitter is 140 characters. And a lot of times I say, okay, if I'm going to describe something on my web page, how can I do that in 140 characters?
Yeah.
Especially because people don't have a lot of time to just really dig into your website. They want the bite-sized information, headlines,
right,
about what you're about.
That's been a great theme. Edit, edit, edit. Keep things concise and clear and simple. Some other things you're saying, rich typography, more kind of animation, things like that.
So you're going to see a lot more of this in websites that you're going to, is that in the past there was something known as web-safe font. So you only were really seeing Arial and Times New Roman and Georgia. Like, you really only saw a few fonts. Now there's some technologies out there that are really becoming standard called Google Fonts or Adobe Typekit, where there are just so many really great looking fonts. So you're going to start seeing some really, not only is the content going to be looking a little bit better, but you're going to see a lot larger headlines with really fancy fonts and things like that. So you're going to see that coming down the road. HTML5, CSS3, and jQuery. These are just some technology buzzwords to you maybe, but that's really where the web is going. And what you should take away from that is that there's a new way of really presenting kind of rich websites with a lot of interactivity that's faster to load in your browser. You used to see a lot of the stuff with Flash websites, but Flash is pretty much on its way out, and that's really being replaced with a technology called jQuery, which is really providing a lot of animation and allowing websites to be interactive. When you come onto a web page, you're going to start to see a more kind of like gliding, fading in kind of feel where it's just kind of a smooth experience, and that's what jQuery helps you with.
It kind of reminds me that, because of iPads and we're getting used to swiping and capacitive touch screens, that everything is kind of flowing in that way.
And jQuery helps with that. So, for example, as you're like swiping, you're getting used to doing that. You can do that also on, so if you have a slider, a jQuery powers that, and it can also power the fact that when you bring it up on your mobile phone, you can just expect to do that. So it's compatible with both desktops and mobile phones.
All right. Okay, so when you started working with me, obviously you started asking me what my goals were, what my budget was, and my budget was small, and I think a lot of you can probably relate to that. We try to do things as inexpensively as possible. And then also, you know, how am I going to do it? Now, for me, I was realistic, and I recognized that as a mom and all these things going on, that I did not want to go in and start doing my own blog posts and loading things. And so we talked about that. How are we going to maintain things? How are we going to update things? But is this something that people overlook, like the maintenance and kind of time needed?
Absolutely. A lot of people, when they think about a website, they're really thinking, I need a website. They think the first step, I need a website, but they're not thinking beyond that. Once they build it, so who is going to update it, both from a content standpoint and a technology update standpoint? So once you build it, who's going to do the blog posts? You know, who's going to do the Twitter and the tweets and the Facebook posts and all these kinds of things? And then also, what happens when there's a new technology that comes out? Just a year or two ago, Pinterest wasn't around. Now, for certain sites, you've got to have Pinterest on your website. So who's going to add that onto your site? So you got to think about that. And who knows what the Pinterest of tomorrow is going to be. So, so as you're building your website, you want to think about, okay, what's my budget today to build what I know I need now? And I need to set some money aside because someone, if I'm not going to do the blog post myself, or if I'm not going to add the new products as they come in, and so on and so forth, then who's going to do it?
Right.
And most of the technologies and the websites that I build, I try to set it up so that the end user can do that.
We're going to get there with me. I'm going to learn how to do it. So soon I'm going to do that.
Yeah, but you know, everybody thinks they're going to do it. Most people really, it's still a little bit of a challenge for them. And so this is something where they want to outsource and have somebody else do their blog posts and those kinds of things for them.
Great. So step one, really figuring out the main purpose. And I love kind of like prioritizing. And so you've talked to me about, you know, is it really about marketing? Is it e-commerce, customer service, community building? That you really need to prioritize and understand what you're trying to accomplish. And then I've been telling everyone, email, email, email. I may be over-emailed, but that's just my personal belief. But for me, that is a relationship building and keeping things connected and strong. So tell me about these 4 buckets.
So basically, you know, this is really overall. You're probably going to be in 1 or 2 of these buckets. You might be in all 4, but most companies, especially starting out, startups that are building their brand, they either need a marketing site, or they need an e-commerce site. They're going to sell something, maybe both. If you're going to be doing a marketing site, let's say you are a plumber and you want to build your plumbing business. So you're not selling, you know, toilets online. You're just going to be selling your services. So what you want to do is capture leads and build your awareness. So that's kind of a marketing site. Those sites are going to be a little bit more simple to build because the technology needed to, you know, you're not selling things online and so on and so forth. If you're an e-commerce site, you're going to sell something online, there's a key question there you want to ask. Are you going to be selling 1 or 2 products, you know, maybe 10, or are you going to be selling 100, 500,000, 10,000 products? That choice really will dictate like some of the technologies that you're going to use.
And some of the design too, and how you're going to have things.
If you're selling 1 product, then you want to design your site about that 1 product. If you're selling 20 products, then you're like, how do I really get across these 20 products, focus on the key ones I really want to push, but then make it easy to get to all the other ones that I'm selling that aren't going to be on the front page and that kind of thing.
Right. These are some things that I think, Jeff, I know you've been talking about having a storefront, are going to be critical for you to figure out your e-commerce strategy. So determining the budget, what are we talking about? Are we talking about 3,000, 5,000, 10,000? Like, can you give us some numbers?
There's a slide on that.
Do we have it in there?
Yeah, right here.
Oh,
okay.
there we go. But build or buy?
So really a key choice, there's so many opportunities or options for you in terms of building a website. You can do it yourself, or you can hire somebody. Whether you're going to do it yourself, there are some hosted solutions that are really great these days. It used to be I was totally against any kind of hosted solution because the technology wasn't good, the options weren't good, you'd be boxed in and so on and so forth. But there are a few new solutions out there that I am starting to really say, hey, I'm pushing some of my clients in this direction because they're so easy to use. They bring in so many features. They update the security and the technology on a regular basis.
Give us an example of one of those.
Okay, so Squarespace is just great. My sister has a website, and she was in WordPress that I built 5 years ago. Now she needed a new website, and I said, do Squarespace. And it was like within half an hour, like got her signed up, got her web pages on there. the different images, so on and so forth. It was so easy. It was a click and drag and drop.
Do you think I could do it?
No, you're pushing it. No, I think you could. And then there's Shopify, which is sort of like the e-commerce version of Squarespace, although I got to step back because Squarespace in the last month or two introduced an e-commerce option now for $30 a month. So I used to recommend if you just need a regular website marketing and so on and so forth, maybe a blog, go with Squarespace. If you need an online store, go with Shopify, because Shopify is, again, it's hosted, it's easy to use, they've got great looking templates, both these services do. Squarespace, I believe all their web designs are already mobile optimized. So all that stuff I was talking about is already built into already.
I love
so
that.
it's you get so much from these guys that this is really a top recommendation. And Shopify is kind of a leading e-commerce hosted solution that there's an ecosystem out there. So let's say you sign up with Shopify, you want to sell your 20 products. And you need, let's say, a MailChimp integration. Well, there's a MailChimp integration for that. There's a plugin or an app for that you can, it's kind of an add-on. So you're not going to get really tied into just Shopify's limited set of features.
And I think everyone knows that MailChimp is email, but just to clarify, that's what MailChimp is, right?
Yeah, MailChimp is a newsletter marketing software, which is definitely, I would recommend. That's another easy-to-use solution, free up to 500 or more now, I can't remember. Subscribers. What's that? 2,000. It's 2,000. It used to be 500. Now it's 2,000. It's free, and then like the first tier is like $15 a month. So once you're ready to bump up, it's just $15 a month. It's easy to use, and they handle all the issues with kind of limiting getting caught in spam and how to sign up, subscription forms and things like that. And MailChimp, because it's one of the leading services out there, integrates with all these other services.
One thing I just have to say about MailChimp, because I do use them, recently I finished an email campaign and I got an email from them saying, congratulations, you get our free t-shirt, and they sent me this great chimp t-shirt. So that's just another branding and relationship thing. So yes, my daughter is sleeping in a MailChimp t-shirt. But those little things make a difference with service. Okay, so other related expenses, I think that there are all those things that you don't think about, and that's for the small business owner, the ones that can be headaches if you're not planning ahead.
This is the stuff that people don't think about too much. They might think about credit card processing, but there's so much that goes into building a website, and think about all these things that you're going to have to budget for if you really want to have a fully functioning, well-designed website. Now, if you're going to build your own website with an open source software like WordPress or Magento for e-commerce sites, you're going to have to do a lot of that integration with these kinds of things yourself. You're going to get SSL certificates yourself, set up the credit card processing, all these things. With those hosted solutions like Squarespace and Shopify, they build in all those things. So really the benefit of going with a hosted solution is sort of that you're going to get a lot of these features built in. It's kind of easy. But then you are somewhat limited by whatever features Squarespace and Shopify are going to be able to provide you, and your customization options are going to be somewhat limited. Whereas if you build it yourself with WordPress or Magento or some kind of open source software, there is no limitation. You can customize to the sky's the limit as long as you have the budget. But also then you're going to need to integrate your own credit card processing. So maybe use something like Authorize.net or Braintree or Stripe or WePay. You're going to need to integrate that in, and then there's a monthly fee for that. There may be a monthly fee, and then there's per transaction costs and things like that. Then same thing with SSL certificates. You need to usually buy those on an annual basis. That can be anywhere between $100 and $500, let's say. Hosting, anywhere between $5 if you're really on cheap hosting, but let's say more around $20 if for a smaller website, up to $100, $200 a month easily for hosting.
Okay.
So these are some of the things that you need to think about and start to budget for even before you start to build your site and talk to your web developer about how you may get those things set up.
Right. And I see you've given us resources at your site. So at merchantguru.com/resources, you've got a lot of resources for us to look at for free.
Yeah, and what I've tried to do here is really pick the top, let's say, 2 or 3 options for each one of these different categories. And I'll try to keep this updated because that list looks very different than it did a year ago because technology keeps changing, new options come up, and new recommendations come up. So.
Okay. So we've talked a little bit who's going to build it, yourself, a freelancer, an agency. You're also talking about some crowdsourcing options. You want to just tell us a little bit about that? I've heard about great success with 99 Designs for crowdsourcing website pages and all sorts of things.
Yeah, so if you're going to build your website, these are some of your options that you're going to be looking at. Some of these new marketplaces that are coming up, you can go online and really just say, here's what I need, set your budget, and then just get bids back on it, and then you can evaluate the different bids, you can read the reviews, and so you can really start to say, okay, this is how you can find people to do your website. 99 Designs a little bit is like you do a set price, and then you just let it out there, and different designers will come up with different designs for you, and then you get to look at all of them and then choose which one you want. Then when you're done, there's an option to actually have somebody code that design into a fully functioning WordPress website or just a regular website for you. Now these are great options, but take it with a grain of salt, because if you're going to be going this route, you're going to be the project manager. You're going to be managing those people. You're going to be the one having to say yay or nay, and then putting all the different pieces together. And in theory, this is an easy way to go. But even myself, when I do some of these options, having a technical background and having the experience, knowing what I need and whatnot, there's still challenges when you run into maybe a freelancer who doesn't perform, or maybe the design looked great, but the code behind it wasn't really strong, and you don't know that until you get it. So there are some pitfalls involved, and so if you're doing a website on a budget, these are those are some of those options I highly recommend. Just know that you're going to have to manage it yourself, and know that you might need to hire someone to help you out when things fall
You know
through.
who we're going to need when that happens? We're going to need my online tech guy
Absolutely.
to come to the rescue. That's who we're going to
Absolutely.
need to hire.
Yep.
Okay, so who will manage it? I think we've covered this a little bit. Design options, starting from scratch or extending an existing brand image. I love this because what we've been talking about before you got here was brand identity, kind of mood boards, style guides. When clients come to you, I would imagine that you kind of prefer them to say, these are the look and feel, this is what I want to communicate. Are they coming to you with a creative brief, or how do we make sure that the website actually represents the kind of the essence of the company?
Well, that's a great question, and I get all kinds. I get where people ask me to do all of that. I get where people say, here's my wireframe already with all the different things I want to have in it. So it's across the board with what I get. What I think is key here is, so if you already have like some graphics or wireframes or things like that, then you need to find a web designer or a web developer who's going to work with that and kind of bring that to life. And you'll want to take a look and look at their portfolio, look at their past work, and see how they've done that with other companies. Another option, if you're again on a budget, another great way to start off is to not have any preconceived options, and this might go against everything you say branding wise, but there are a lot of great templates out there today, and so I've got a list of them on my site. But if you could go through Squarespace, Shopify, some of these WordPress themes and things like that, and even if anything, do that to get some inspiration for the kind of website and the features and the feeling and things like that. And then let's say you find one that says, yes, that's exactly what I want, or that's very close to what I want. Well, you may be able to buy that template or that theme and have that installed, and with very little work, get up and running with that design. So instead of starting from scratch, which, if you have the budget and things like that, you say, I'm going to start from scratch, I want a wireframe, I want the graphics, I want the whole 9 yards, a whole branding consultation, then you can do that. But if you want to do something on a budget, look at a template first, see if it looks good. If you have a logo already, see, does it match with my logo? Do I just need to change some colors and things like that? And it's one way you can get up and running.
There's some great templates out there.
There's some great ones out there. Try to avoid, there's a lot of free ones out there. Try to avoid the temptation to find a free one, just because I think the premium ones that cost money are like $100 at max. So it's something like don't go towards free just because it's free. Go for something that's premium because it's probably higher quality. You're gonna get some support behind it as well.
Okay, good. So content features, all sorts of things. What I love here the most, is keep it simple at the bottom. Anything that you want to highlight here on lead gen or videos? What do you think we should really be focusing on?
So I mean, this really is dictated by what the goal of your website is, because so you can have a website that has all of these things, and let's say you've envisioned all these things on your website, and that might be great. And if you do it well, that's awesome. But especially if you're just getting started, you really want to say, what is the goal of my website? If it's to capture the email, then maybe try to avoid too much social media, because people may get distracted with the social media or videos or something like that. So if you just want to capture their email in its purest form, you could have a web page that says, give me your email and nothing else. Now, obviously, you need more than that. So you're saying, okay, so now you step back and say, what do I need to do to convince them to give me my email? And not much more, because otherwise you're going to distract them on something else. And so really, keep it simple, because when you're getting started, I hear a lot of things. I want video, I want a community, I want a blog, I want all these kinds of things. And that might be great, but just remember, not only does that cost money, it also takes time, but somebody has to maintain all that stuff. And if you build, let's say, a community section on your website, well, that's great, but what if nobody comes? Well, okay, now you got to spend time building that community.
Right.
So just really keep it as simple as possible.
Right.
And yeah.
Good. Search Engine 101. I love kind of this whole idea about search engine optimization. There is a question, though, from Jeff, so I'm going to let you jump in.
I've probably got about 100 questions, but I'll just say this, that, my company's been around for 3.5 years, and I'm 100% embarrassed to say that we don't have a fully functional website yet. I mean, we're basically living on Facebook. We've got a splash page that links to that, and part of it is just sort of this paralysis by analysis, and look at this, and then a whack-a-mole pops up, and you hit that one, and this pops up, and it's like you don't move it and do anything. Fortunately, it seems like there's some things like responsive design that you talked about that are kind of now putting people like us in motion, saying, okay, the time is now to leap. One of the questions that I have specifically is that we've got two masters that we're serving. We have a B2B, I have a fashion t-shirt company, and so right now we've got a B2B play where we're doing fashion t-shirts for cool brands that get it in the world. And then we're about to launch, or we want to launch, a B2C play, which would be, with multiple categories of where somebody's going to go buy their own fashion T-shirts. I'd like, because there's cross-pollinating between the two. Right. I'd like to try to have those two things be on one site, but is that a good idea versus, or is it you go to a splash page and then there's two links or two branches?
Right. So I think you should consolidate those two, because from a maintenance standpoint, especially with e-commerce, there's so many things that you would need to maintain to do any kind of dual site or something like that. So one of the open source softwares that I specialize in is called Magento, and one of the great things about that is that it has the ability to have multiple stores with one website, one back-end admin. And you can have a B2B section where, for example, your B2B clients could log in, and as soon as they log in, the prices that they see are all the wholesale prices. And then when consumers go to their site, they see the retail price. And so definitely one thing I would say is just have one website and one unified backend, and then have all that product information can go out to different stores based on your segment. In terms of the design on how to do that, it's a bit tricky. My feeling would be that you lead with the consumer side, because even business-to-business companies, they know that you're a consumer brand. They just know that. You don't have to tell them that. And so lead with the consumer side, especially because that really kind of builds up your brand and everything like that, which only even reinforces it with your B2B clients. So lead with that, and then where you put it, maybe a lot of my clients, they'll have it in the footer, wholesaler login or something like that, and then they go off, and then as they log in, everything they're seeing is the wholesale prices, but they get this, they can either have the same exact website experience, or you can have a customized experience to them if you really need to only present different things to them. But the great thing is that it's all one code base, and you can say, all right, as I'm building a new feature or a new product or something like that, okay, I wanted to go out to both, or I just wanted to go to the consumer side, or I just wanted to go, I have a special product just for my wholesalers.
Great. You know, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring you through the rest of the content, and then we're going to do questions at the end, because there's a couple great slides that I want to get to. So the search engine optimization, we will talk about this later on this afternoon too, but really, really important, because Google rankings, when people are looking for you, you want your website to be up on the Google search. Just give us the top line of this.
Yeah, I'm just going to give you the top line, because anything beyond what I can say here, you're going to need to hire a search engine marketing expert, because there's so much in it. If you really want to get found in Google, you're probably going to have to hire an expert. But here are some of the things that you need to know, especially if you're doing it yourself, or just from a basic level, is that first of all, don't feel like there's something you can do that's going to get you right to the top. There's no fooling Google. There's no like, oh, if I phrase my keywords a certain way, that's going to do it. Just forget about it. What you need to think about more is that content is king. Do you have good content? Do you have a site that you would want to go to on the topic that you're going to be searching for? So think about the great content. And that can include images and videos and things like that, but to get found in Google, on the regular Google search page, you also want to have text content. So if you have a video, also think about, can you describe what's in the video, use the keywords about the video and things like that. And then, so as you're writing your content, just think, for each page, think about it as, okay, here's a page. If somebody were to come to my page from Google searching for a certain thing, what would that be? And so pick one key phrase and then focus on that. Write about that key phrase. Make sure that that key phrase is in the content maybe about 2 or 3 times. Don't overdo it. Don't stuff it. And then make sure that you put that keyword in the URL. So if your keyword phrase is keyword-rich URL, make that the URL of your web page. Also make it the title of your web page. Then on other pages on your site, link to that page on your site with that keyword phrase. So now you can start to see that you're reinforcing that keyword over and over again, that it's in the URL, it's in the title, it's in the content, and other pages on your site link there. And if you can, obviously get other people to blog, tweet, or link back to that page, ideally with that keyword phrase, but even if they're just linking back to that page, Google takes that as a vote, as that page is important because people are linking there. So that's, in a nutshell, what you can do as someone producing your own content.
Right. So for reference, I think about Michelle with your Seattle Yoga Resource site. Those phrases, Seattle Yoga Resource, important to have peppered throughout the site so that you're going to come up the list.
And let's say, for example, that you have a page that's all about mats. Don't make the URL /mats. Make it yoga mats or something along those lines, because people aren't going to Google and typing in mats, and they're never going to find your. But let's say you have a very special mat.
Natural yoga mat.
Natural yoga mat. That'd be a great URL. And if you do a web page with some of these techniques, there's a good chance that you might be the only person optimizing for the phrase natural yoga mats. So,
a new business idea for you, natural yoga mats. Okay, so a couple other things, and some of this might get a little bit complex, but so let's hear the top line for not the super users.
So I'm not even going to get into this, because what you should do is take this list to your webmaster or your web developer and say, I know you're going to build a great looking website. Behind the scenes, I want you to make sure that it does these things. For most people, the only thing that most people are going to really notice are the fast page loads, and that is pretty much it. So you need your website to load fast, because Google does prefer websites that load fast. So that's one thing that you can visually see. Behind that, there's all these other things. Make sure that your webmaster tackles these points.
Okay. Social media, we are going to do a whole module on social media, but I did think it was important just to talk about how it integrates with your website, because again, using Michelle as an example, you're going to be putting up a lot of content, and we want to make sure those articles and blogs are retweeted and that we're getting as much exposure as possible. So give us a little bit of information on what you have here for the options.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of prospects will say, well, I need Twitter on my website. Well, what does that mean? Because there's so many ways of doing that. You can embed your tweets, which is a great way to get content on your site that's always refreshing. You can do a tweet this so that it's easy to basically share your web page. You also want to have them follow you, so you can have a icon that will take you to your Twitter page, or even better yet, Twitter has follow badges that you can click and follow just by clicking that button. And so, but you don't want to overdo it, of course, because there's so many options. You want to say, okay, for sure you want to think about how, and every web page that you have, is it shareable? And so how do you want to do that? You want to put the Facebook like on there, tweet this. If you have pictures, especially for the magazines, any site with a lot of pictures, you want to have Pinterest on there because that's a great way, and products. This is a huge social commerce trend right now that if you have product images, get those on the Pinterest, and that drives traffic back to your website big time. So just think about how you want to add. It's not just about putting a Twitter badge on your page. There's so many different ways that you need to think about embedding social media.
And I want to talk about the Facebook Connect one just for a second. And one example of that, there is a company which a lot of you are probably familiar with, Airbnb, where originally they had you do the Facebook Connect because they felt like it was a faster way for people to sign up for the service. And so you didn't have to type in your name. It would just use all of your data. But now what they've actually done is they've integrated that information into their booking process. So what they do is they rent rooms out of people's private homes. But they've taken the social graph. So let's say I was renting a room and you were trying to rent it from me, or my renter. If we're both signing in through Facebook Connect, then at a certain point you might be able to see the shared social graph between Joe and myself. So if I know that Joe wants to rent my room and we have 20 common connections, that's going to make me more comfortable. So again, this is just another sign of where technology is going, that people's social graphs are starting to be incorporated into the e-commerce platform. So the same thing where at some point, Dan or Jeff, with your businesses, it may be that somebody will log into your site and they'll be like, oh, well, Dan has already given services to 11 people that I know, and they're seeing that not just by the likes on Facebook, they're seeing it because they've logged in and you're sharing your social graph. So futuristic thinking, but really important to see where trends are going.
Absolutely.
Okay, what's your call to action? I love this because, again, it's just like a clear, simple thing. And, for me on my website, because I'm all about the email right now, we did redesign mine to get an email, and we had a specific offer that people could get a free, ebook and kind of a brochure. But tell me a little bit more about what call to actions could be.
Yeah, so, when you go to a web page, when you have your customers go to your web page, what do you really want them to do? Do you want them to buy the product? Do you want them to subscribe? Do you want them to get their email? And basically, it's something called a call to action. You have to ask people to do what you want them to do. You can't just assume that, oh, I've got a great website, they'll figure it out, that they need to buy the product or something like that. You really want to have potentially a headline that says, buy now, or subscribe for, and then provide incentive
Very
like we
direct,
have now, like a free PDF. You got to be direct. And it has to be big fonts. It has to be clear. It can't be too gimmicky. But make sure that when you go to your website, that that you have a clear goal for what you want your visitors to do on that web page.
Well, it looks like you've given us some ideas here too, if you could go through those.
Exactly, and there's another way of calling call to action, which would be most wanted action, because you may have a primary, and then you may have a secondary action. So if they don't buy your product, maybe the secondary action is to at least sign up or something along those lines. These are some of the things. You basically have one page to convince somebody to do what you want them to do, or they're going to leave. So what do you need to put on that page? If it's incentive, something free, a trial subscription, sign up to a newsletter. If it's in terms of an e-commerce site and you want somebody to buy, make that checkout flow as easy and intuitive as possible. As few clicks as possible, ask for as little information as possible, those kinds of things. Testimonials. So in terms of the selling process, you always need to be thinking about, well, what is your prospects, what are some of their objections? What may they be? Well, one thing would be credibility. So how do you overcome credibility? Show testimonials. That's a key thing to have on any web page. And fresh design. I would say in terms of design, I think if you have an outdated design, there's a good chance people may leave because they're like, well, this is old and outdated, so I'm going to assume that it's not up to date. It's not something I want to share my information with. So make sure your design is fresh, and that just really helps reinforce, hey, this is new, it's happening,
Right.
and I'm going to be a part of it.
You know, one thing that it is a trend, and I think that we talked about it a little bit with Mike too, but there's a lot more of the sharing economy and giving free content and free advice and free resources. And I think that in the past we used to kind of harbor and protect all of these things, but that now bringing people in and offering them, you know, use my image for your greeting cards as my gift, or, you know, whatever it may be, actually can help them be sticky and create a community. And so I just think we're seeing a lot more of that. We're seeing more ebooks being shared over social media. And so even, Dan, I was thinking about your site last night that, you know, based on what brand personality you want to have, I know that some of your videos were showing people how to make greeting cards or videos. You know, something free could be like you've made greeting cards for somebody if you want to be fun and friendly, or an ebook on tech tips if you want to be more of that, you know, kind of credible resource. So based on where you want to go, kind of dictates what are some of the things that you want to offer. So that lead in, I did want to not to put you on the spot, Dan, but I did look at your site last night because I'm so excited about the growth of all of your businesses. And so this is Dan's site, which just went live. And I just want to say congratulations. I was really impressed with it. Yeah, you went live yesterday. It was very exciting. And so I know that you had told me that you are going through for a target that potentially is a little bit older. You know, the first thing that I was impressed by was, you know, I was a little bit worried that you were going to be positioning just as like Dan. And when I went on your site, and this is just the top part of it, you actually felt like a more credible, trusted resource, and you felt bigger to me already. And the my felt more like my resource, like it was for, yeah. Well, that's what I took away. So I wanted to just give Joe an opportunity to say a couple of, you know, positive comments about the site, and hope you don't mind. We're putting you on the spot.
Go at it, Joe.
And anything you want to tell us about the site first? What you're trying to accomplish?
Yeah, I guess if I could give any advice, this was sort of created from scratch by me using a CMS, an open source CMS system. Because I'm quite the tech geek, I decided to take on this momentous beast myself.
Yes.
And it had a lot more down below too.
Yeah, there's a lot more to it. You can go to myonlinetechguy.com and check it out. But like Joe had mentioned, with the credit card processing and the Google SEO and all of the little pieces, I'm having to research and how to figure out how to tie that into my website. So when you mentioned Squarespace, I can't say enough great things about Squarespace. I think that it's a great company for doing sort of that plug and play. You drag a gallery in, you do all these little easy things, and just it works, and it's responsive, and they take care of the whole back end for you. So it's a really, really great company to do that. But mine, I guess the thing I was going for was simplicity. You know, my users are not very tech savvy. That's what I'm sort of going for. So just 3 links at the top. You've got a little slider there that shows my newest videos as they come in, and I have it set for showing the top 12 newest videos within a 2-week time frame. So it shows you the new stuff, so people can see that right away. I've got a little blurb there at the bottom with a rotating testimonial, and I have a few clients that have used my services in the past. And it's a perfect way. I quickly shoot them an email and say, hey, can you say a few nice words about me? I'd love to use it on the website. And they send me a few sentences, and I get to use that on my website. And it just sort of shows that there's some credibility behind what I'm doing, and that it's not just a website sort of thrown up there. So sort of going for simple, clean, and yeah, that's sort of the background on it. Yeah.
Great. So sometimes feedback is hard to hear, so don't take anything personally. We're just tossing some ideas about it, but I think it looks great. Any comments that you had?
I was actually hard pressed to find too many issues, but I did.
Okay.
First of all, I took a look at the code behind it, and I have to say kudos. If this is your first website and it's a Drupal website, I'm really impressed, because it's some of the cleanest code I've ever seen, especially for a CMS. And what that means to the layperson is basically that it's going to load faster. It's going to be easier to maintain and things like that, and Google's going to like that. So kudos to you. I can't even believe you did that with Drupal your first shot, man. That's great. You also did the testimonials. I think that's great. One possibility, consider a picture of Lynn if you can. It really kind of brings it out.
I had that in there, and I decided to take it out, but that's a good point to add a little bit more personality to those folks.
Yeah, because people really respond to other people. It's just a visual thing that we're programmed to think about. Can we go back to the other slide, to the top? I just wanted to see a couple things. Overall, I think the structure is great. It's very well structured, and you've got 3 key things up there. So that's really simplifying things. So I like all this. Using a video, those are all the great things. Some things that I would do, I would even make it simpler than what you have. I know you have a lot of great things to say, but first off, where's your call to action? Other than, I see browse video library, but do you really want to get them just browsing the video library, or do you want to get them to sign up? And I would recommend doing something along the lines of a nice button there that says something, sign up for free, because you can sign up for free. And there are some free videos, and I do know you have a monthly subscription or a la carte thing. I would also recommend coming up with a freemium model where you sign up for free, and every month you get a free video. People just know that there's going to be a free video every month, and what's great about that is that, first of all, you get them to sign up because they know there's some value there. Secondly, you're always, getting back. You have a reason to get back in touch with them, and they're coming back to the site and then seeing other videos that they can then purchase either a la carte or subscribe to the $19 per month
I just want to add to that too, because I've seen a lot of sites recently where it is give us your email and you get access to the videos, and it's so important. So I was thinking the same thing, that we just want to get the email and make sure we capture the information.
And what else? So we were talking about mobile responsive design, and that's leading edge, so it's not there yet. But the good news is that you've got bite-sized pieces of information that will flow well once you get a mobile design set up. So for example, the video, like let's just picture, for example, an iPad or an iPhone. If you're reading it on that, maybe the headline comes up first, then the video, then these little pieces of information will flow. So you have a good opportunity there that it's so well structured now that it will translate well to a mobile design. And I would remove the tackle digital projects with confidence. You don't need 4 headlines. Keep it simple, 3, and that's a generic headline that doesn't mean much to me as a consumer. What else? There's so much more I could say.
The only other thing I was saying is that
really great work.
Would like to know, with your brand, kind of where your personality is going to come through and how you want that to be conveyed. And I haven't watched all the videos, but that's one thing. I think you have a likable and accessible quality, and I just haven't seen that yet, but I haven't really dove into the content. So
yeah, I think you'll get more of a sense of it when you start watching more of the videos, because I'm in every single video. And if you play the video on the front page, it's me there in the front. I explain what my site's all about. I feel as though I'm very succinct, and I do it in about a minute, so it's very fast. But one thing that I'm doing that a lot of other websites out there don't do is that I do it professionally. So the audio is very great, the video is very high quality, and at the beginning of each video, you see me explaining what you're going to be learning in this video, which ties me again into the video and makes it very personal. Because I feel like a lot of other sites are very robotic when it comes to that sort of a thing. So
good.
You do.
Jeff?
I just wanted to compliment you on your choice of color. It's such a funny thing to see that color, but it's surprising, and it's warm and it's inviting, and you got to remember, people are coming to your site because they're freaked out and they're sweating their questions, and that leads to sort of the one constructive comment, which is the first thing you've got there sounds more like a mission statement that belongs on a business brief, online videos, as opposed to something that almost like Soma did, which is get to the issue, the problem, and then what's the solution. It's almost like, don't sweat your problems, we've got your solution. And then the only other comment I'd say is on your testimonials, at least Lynn was saying, I've been working with Dan for 5 years. If you could reach out to her and say, hey, would you mind if I just change Dan to my online tech guy? And you just change it that way, because all of a sudden then, much like Porter and was saying, is that you want to look bigger.
And following up on what you were saying about the headline in terms of making it more of a call to action, or how is this about, the headline should be solving an issue that somebody has coming to their site. My computer's broken, what do I do? Solve your computer problems today or whatever. But Now, he may be right or you might be right, but a great way to find out is to test it, to do A/B split testing. And so you don't have to know the answer. You can come up with a bunch of hypotheses about what headline will convert the best and put it up there and have two different versions. And there's a great software that makes that really, really easy to do called Optimizely. That it's just a little piece of code that you put on your page.
And switches it up randomly.
Switches it on, and it tracks, okay, how many signups do we have on this version versus this version. And then as you go through, and if one's performing better than the other one, get rid of the underperforming one, come up with a new one that you think can beat your current one, and it's almost like a competition to see what headline works the best. And then once that starts to level out, you choose one, then move on to something like, well, what's your maybe, is it sign up for free or is it join today? Which one of those buttons are going to get people to click more often? So it's a great way to not have to think about it all in advance, like what's the best headline ever, but just throw out some tests there and see what works.
Yeah, good point. That's good.
It's like your own gamification, right? You've set your own
It's
little
your own
tasks so that you
gamification.
can get into it. We have about 6 or 7 minutes till the break, so I think we'll wrap this up and we'll move into questions both from the web and also from the audience. But Joe, this is great information. I really, really appreciate it. So let's see if there's any questions from the internet.
There are always questions from the internet corner. Joe, this is great. Everyone is really excited to have you here. So let's go with Dr. Bubble, who says, in the new world of responsive design and vertical flow, are there more useful metrics than page duration to help shape your design and content?
Oh, well, that's...
And actually, let's expand that. What are the most useful metrics for people to be looking at for the success of their website?
Well, that's great, and that's really what we're talking about in terms of optimization. So are you getting results from your web page? What is the result that you're looking for? So if you set up Google Analytics, you're going to get a lot of information about traffic coming to your site. How long are they on there? If you do it right, you can even see a flow if they're going from one page to another page. So you can look: are they going through the flow that you want them to? And if not, where's the bottleneck? You can say, this page here, they go here and they drop off. Maybe it was my pricing page. Well, a lot of people drop off from the pricing page. They see it and they just want to know the price, and they're gone. So those are some things you can do, but the optimization testing is really a great one. If that's how I think results matter, and if you're trying to get people to sign up, what's your conversion rate? Is it 1%, 2%, 5%, 10%, that kind of thing? And so that's what you want to look at.
So it sounds like you have to have figured out what you want to get people to do on your website before you can figure out whether they're doing it.
Absolutely, and you have to have the discipline to remember, like, you're building this website and there's all these glossy features out there and sliders and video and all these things, and you have to resist the temptation to put all that stuff on there and say, well, what's the result I want? I want them to sign up for my email, and focus things on that, and maybe there's a different page that you want them to watch more videos or whatever it may be, and so do that in a different section.
So simplicity and clarity, again, a lot of focus.
Exactly.
Great, we have some great questions coming in. And this one at first I thought, well, this is kind of basic, but I actually think we can explore this further from Randy G. We talked about SEO and what should be included in terms of your content, and that content is king. But the specific question is, does more content on a page help with SEO, or is it just like we don't have a ton of content here, so what
right. And that may be actually another criticism of this site, is that you can get more content on there. There is like a sweet spot about how much content you want to have on a website or on a web page, and I would say ballpark it around 3 or 4 paragraphs.
Okay.
That can range, and in those 3 or 4 paragraphs, you want to have your keyword for that page mentioned 2 or 3 times, very naturally flowing. And that kind of thing. So about 2 or 3 paragraphs. So, and yes, more content is better. If you only have 1 paragraph or just a little bit of text, well, Google doesn't really know what to do with that. So sorry, they're not going to index you for that. And so yes, a little bit.
Thank you.
Yeah.
M. Nasirs J says, the trend these days is toward responsive web design, but I'm also seeing that people using mobile devices have a very limited attention span, like a few seconds. Do you think that you need to have a separate design for mobile devices?
So you need to have a mobile design or mobile responsive design. So the design and the layout somewhat changes when you're on a mobile device. So that's really like, yes. The answer is you have one website that then responds to whether you're on an iPhone or iPad, and yes, it will rearrange things. What you want to do is you want to deliver the same content, whether you're on an iPhone, iPad, or an iMac, but how do you present it? So you can, for example, on a desktop, you're going to have a navigation bar like up in here, but when you're on an iPhone, you don't have the space for all that at the top. So what's happening now, one of the common elements is that will collapse into a little menu icon that, as you're on an iPhone and you want to see the rest of the navigation items, you would click that little menu icon, and then the menu would expand. And so that's a way of kind of hiding the information on an iPhone until you need it, but you don't want to just not deliver it, because one of the studies and research that's going on right now is that people are finding that yeah, maybe your attention span is less on an iPhone, but there are people who, instead of, if someone tells you a good website that you want to go to, well, maybe you're not going to go to your computer and look it up, but you want that same information on your iPhone, so don't hide it. So you can't assume what people want to have on which device. Assume they want it all, but you have to then kind of tailor it in a way that's easy to get to on different devices.
Well, and I think we're also seeing, the growth of apps, and so that app trend is going to still continue, and so there's just more and more use of the smartphone, and if you're on it, you're going to be using more websites in the mobile space also.
Absolutely. I forget the exact numbers, but I think it's something like by the year 2015, so it's about 2 years away, more internet traffic will take place on mobile devices than on computers. So the shift is really there. A lot of my clients are seeing that at least 33% of their traffic is from mobile devices, and growing. It was probably more like 5 or 10% like a year or two ago. So you need to, now it used to be a nice to have, thinking about how something will look on your mobile phone. Now it's you have to have it, because you don't know where your customers are going to be looking at your website.
Right. Dan?
Yeah, Porter, you hit on just what I was going to ask about mobile apps. I find as a user that it's much more enjoyable to go to a website that has an app and be able to use that. It feels much faster and more responsive. Do you have any sort of pros and cons of making a website responsive and only having a web view? Or maybe for a site like mine, users could eventually download my free app, and then they have the whole library there. They could download them offline, and they can have a whole bunch of features that maybe a squished version of a website is not going to have.
Right. So yours is a little bit of a unique case, because I can imagine where, if, let's say, I sign up for the $19 a month program, I would like to have easy access on an app to watch the videos in my spare time, something like that. But for something like a blog or even an e-commerce site, consumers aren't going to be coming back, aren't going to be looking for an app to make purchases like every day or something like that. So the way I would look at it is, if you can envision that your customer is going to be doing multiple transactions on a regular basis, then a mobile app is going to be something you might want to consider. But if they're a casual visitor or something like that, stick with the website and make that mobile responsive. And if anything, like you were saying, that customers are now becoming, they're now expecting more app-like features even on the website itself. Sometimes you don't even know, are you on an app or the website. So I would focus in that area for regular websites. You also, from a budget standpoint, again, you have one thing to worry about. You don't have a website and a mobile app, because those are two separate things.
Right, right. Any more questions from the web?
We would like to squeeze in a couple more, if that's all right with you, Joe. Yeah. A question from Snappy Gourmet. Any tips for website security and how to prevent people hacking into your site?
Oh my God, that's tough. It's tough to answer. And here's what I've said. My answer there would be, if you go to Squarespace and Shopify, that's one of the benefits there, is that they really, they take care of most of that security for you. Some of the things that you need to think about, and if you're going to use a Squarespace, is that have strong passwords. Do not use password as your password. I've seen that done. Really use a strong password so that you don't get hacked. So if you go with one of those, I would sleep easier at night in terms of a security standpoint. If you're going to build your own website with WordPress or Magento, any e-commerce store, the security requirements start to go way up. And my main advice there is, you're going to need a web developer who knows some of the standards and the techniques and practices to build your website in a secure way. You need to make sure that your website is updated. So if you're using WordPress or Magento, you got to update to the latest version, otherwise you may have a vulnerability. There are scanning services out there. So, like for example, TrustWave or McAfee. Some of these solutions out there is a little bit of code that you put on your website that will then, on a regular basis, scan to make sure you don't have any vulnerabilities. And if so, they'll email you. And so that's about all I can say on that topic in 30 seconds or less.
Yeah, great, great. That was outstanding, 30 seconds or less. Okay, maybe one final question from Yasmin, whose question is, and Yasmin is a photographer, what are your thoughts on a separate site and blog versus one of the blog sites in that field?
Or like a blogger or Tumblr or something like that?
Right, or just having a blog site versus having a blog and
I generally recommend having everything consolidated and just have, and that is the challenge, like Jeff was bringing up, is how do you put it all together. But just have one site. That's one website, I can tell you, that's enough to handle and maintain. And so it really depends on your content. Like if it's something that's fresh content that you really want people to read on a regular basis, really put that up front and center, and then have some of the more static stuff behind. But if your goal is more about capturing emails, or let's say capturing emails, then you want to have that up front and center and have the blog as just one link and maybe integrate in some blog posts. If you're an e-commerce site, your products have to be up front and center, very well visually displayed, attractive and easy to buy, and those kinds of things. I'm not sure if the question was then about maybe using other services like Tumblr that are dedicated blog services. And what I would say there is, if you have there's only so many things you can do. But if you have the time and money to do a Tumblr, Facebook page, Twitter, Pinterest page, Google+, and so on and so forth, then do those. But you got to prioritize. Start with one, get that right, move on to the next one, and so on and so forth. And Tumblr is it's an emerging solution out there, or whatnot, that's actually competing in terms of Facebook and Twitter with page views. So I'm not even sure what the appeal is, but people love Tumblr, so it's an easy way to share content. So if you have a blog, think, hey, let's sign up for a Tumblr, and can I automatically push my stuff out to Tumblr? That's another channel to get people coming into your site.
Yep.
Very
great.
Cool.
Well, Joe, thank you so much for flying in from San Francisco and taking time away from your brand new baby, too.
Yeah.
So congratulations on all sorts of fronts. Thank you for your great questions. We're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to talk deep dive into email, one of my favorite subjects that always gets overlooked. So I wanted to make sure we covered that. But thanks for being here. We really appreciate you being part of Creative Live.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And there's not just applause going on in this room, but also online, the internet audience. We have a quote that says, Joe is fabulous, a great blend of marketing savvy, internet trends, technical knowledge, and general business knowledge. I am impressed and wish I knew him 5 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Now
well,
you do.
That is my value
do.
proposition, so I'm glad you got that right. That's good.
Perfect. Perfect. So everybody, we are going to take a 45-minute break. And like you said, when we come back, we're going to be back with Adam Petticord, who is an email expert. What I love is that people through this conversation are already asking a lot of questions about email. So that's going to flow right through, and they are ready for that.
Absolutely. So we are halfway through our workshop here with Porter. We've done a day and a half, and we have a day and a half left to go. So think back to before you started watching this. You heard about it somehow, and something in it sparked an interest in you. You think you have a business that you want to grow. You think you have a business that needs help in some way to develop its brand, to improve its brand awareness, to just maybe structure yourself a little bit better. So the question I'd like to ask you is whether so far it's helped you do that. If it has, then maybe consider investing in it. I want you to think back to that point, to where you heard about it and where you were. And then I want you to think forward and think about where you will be 3 months, 6 months, a year from now, and decide whether you will again be in some place that could help you, or that this could help you. If you think you might be there, then you'll want to purchase access to the course videos, because that's the only way to watch it at that point. And maybe something that didn't resonate with you now might then. If something went over your head a little bit, then you might be in a place where you can then make use of it. If you think that's the case, then go ahead and purchase this course. It is available for $249, but if you buy it before the end of this workshop, it is only $149. So if that future you thinks that this might be useful, let past you help you out and buy this course. The Buy Now button is right below this video, and we will see you back in 45 minutes.
Welcome back, everyone, to Creative Live. We are here on day 2, second half of the day, with Porter Gale and building your brand, as well as your business and a whole number of other things. Before we hand you back over to Porter and her next special guest, we're going to give away 2 prizes of these 2 guys right here. And these are from Spec. They are iPhone cases. I think they're iPhone 5 cases. And we've been talking about design in this workshop and product design with Soma Water, and these have a really cool design, and that is what Spec is known for.
I actually use them myself for my
That's
iPhone.
Right.
I love
That's
them.
right. So Russ, who is our first winner?
Our first winner is Natalie Johnson, who entered on Facebook. The quote that Natalie sent was, "The simplest, clearest idea will be the most successful business."
Nice one.
Very nice.
Porter.
Good one.
Nice
I like that one.
And the second is David Dobrinsky, who also entered on Facebook, and whose quote was, "You have to win the race before it starts." So preparation.
That's a great one, too.
Love it very much. Thank you very much to Spec for these prizes, and congratulations to those who won. Make sure to keep tweeting and entering on Facebook. Listen for those quotes that are obviously very easy to find from Porter, and we will give away more prizes throughout the workshop. With that, Porter, over to you.
Wow, thank you. That was a fast handoff. I am so excited to be back. I hope you guys had a great break. I am thrilled that I have Adam Petticord here with me, and we met, gosh, like 4 or 5 years ago.
Yep.
And Adam actually was in charge of all the email. He was at an outside company, but he helped Virgin America really bring email to the next level. And that's where my passion for email really started coming to life, because we drove so much revenue from that channel. And it was really the tool that we used every time the CEO would say, "How are you going to drive more revenue? How are you going to drive more revenue?" I'd be like, "Oh my God, let's do a fair sale. Let's use an email. Let's use an email." And so I started to realize the power of email for those one-to-one relationships and all the amazing things that we could do. So before we jump in, I want to just talk about a couple of the resources. Again, we have tons of resources in the book, and then we have put some of the resources up here. Maybe you could just tell me about a couple of these resources that we have, Adam.
Sure. So one of the things that you may be learning with email as you get more involved with it is this idea of a reputation. So what's behind a reputation is all the publicly known domains out there, you know, your Gmail, your Hotmail, everything like that. They use a measurement of kind of how you're doing. Everybody's got a little bit of a different one, but what they're going to benchmark it off is what's called SenderScore. And senderscore.org is a publicly known entity where you can put in your IP address and just see what your measurement is. So it's going to give you a ranking, and the higher it is, the better off your reputation is, and the correlation to you and your email program should be a better inbox placement opportunity for you. So that's a really good one to check on. That's free. You can just jump on in there. MX Toolbox is a great tool for on your back end, on your IT resource team side, to make sure that all your configurations are in place correctly. The great and unique challenge with email is that you've got all these different players in it, and each one's going to have a little bit of a different way to talk to them. And the way you can check it out to make sure you're set up correctly is with the MX Toolbox. And then Bright Verify is a nice, it's a vendor that provides a list hygiene services. So say you've got a database or a list that you just went out and you acquired from attending a seminar event or something like that, and you're not quite sure about whether or not people gave you real email addresses. This is an organization that will go in there and actually scrub that and verify for you if those email addresses exist. And that's important to do, because if you continue to blast away to email addresses that don't exist, you're going to sit there, you're going to damage your reputation, which is going to turn into poor inbox placement for you.
And you might turn into spam then, right? And
Yep.
get lower down.
Absolutely.
So great. So these are examples of some of the resources. We put tons of them in the book. We just don't have time to go through all of them. But before we jump in, what I just want to talk about, obviously, you've been in email marketing for quite some time. we were just having an interesting conversation too, that you were saying that there's a lot of advancements, that people are doing really interesting things. Any email campaigns that you love out there, things that you're seeing that you think are being done very well?
Yeah, absolutely. So my wife and I are expecting our second child in September. So one of the things that we did was we went out and we signed up to babycenter.com's email newsletters, and they have a great experience because not only do they ask the right questions, you know, who are you, what is your email address, when do you think you're due, everything like that, but then they tailor the email so it comes through on the date that they are projecting the kid to come, and it comes in a weekly spurt. So, and they give a newsletter that's applicable to it. So this week our daughter is now the size of an apple. You know, the week prior it was the size of an orange. And they're smart enough to know if you don't know the gender yet, they flip it. So one week it's a him, the next week it's a her. So it's a really cool experience. They throw in an image of how the baby is developing within the womb every time, and it's just a cool thing to get. And my wife forwards it along to all the family members every week. So that's the big one that's been on my radar lately.
Right. It's life cycle marketing
Correct.
at its finest, right? Great. Well, so let's dive into the presentation. Obviously, there's lots of questions when people come to you, and you're also consulting with a lot of different clients now, and we've talked over the phone, but some things that you might ask people, just tell us, what would you talk to people about that are not email experts, or they just want to learn about email?
So that's a great way to cue it up, because I think email tends to kind of be the dinosaur in a discussion, right? It's no longer, everybody's looking towards what's big and bright, and everybody kind of forgets about email. But if you think about it, if you just go through these questions, so like, stop and ask yourself, okay, what is the last time you got an example of an email that totally awed you? I just gave you an example that was it from me, but think about that. You know, it kind of puts it in frame of reference for you as like the subscriber perspective. And then, how many email addresses do you own? I mean, think about it. Think about the very first time, you know, you got online, you created an email address, and then now, as we're all working professionals, how many email addresses you have.
Right.
That's a great big breadth of email addresses out there. And then how many different devices do you read your email on now? So, you know, everybody's got the desktop. I see some people in the audience with their iPads. I think we've all pretty much got mobile phones, smartphones in our pockets as well, too. And then, have you ever received an email that totally shocked you because how well it knew you? I mean, everybody seems to kind of go back and think about Amazon, because what Amazon's doing is they're taking their data very wisely, and they're supplementing the products and offers in there on their receipts that are coming to you that might be of interest to you. So there's a lot of cool things that are going on with email that I think people just don't quite realize. Oh yeah, sure.
I just want to say something funny in relation to this. I actually got in my email an ad for this. And that, it cracked me up. I was like, oh my gosh, they really know me. So I have received this ad. Not only was it on the side of my Yahoo email, it was at 2 other sites that I went to.
Well, that is actually retargeting. So what's happened on that is that they've put, you must have watched the video for the course at some point, and they cookied you. And so now those cookies, there's a bidding war on the various sites. And obviously Creative Live knows that you're interested in the product. They don't know that you actually are in the class, otherwise you probably wouldn't have gotten it. But so that's the retargeting. But I love that. That's another great tool for small businesses, and we're going to talk about that in the next module. But I want to get back to what you were just talking about personalization, because that's something that your firm actually taught me at Virgin America. We did a lot of segmentation with our email, and we figured out, you know, what routes people were interested in. Now, this is much more sophisticated when you start going in and asking them their preferences, what kind of information do they want. But the more targeted the emails are, the more the conversion rates and the efficiency. And so for us, when we would target, you know, the amount of revenue that we would get per email would increase. So can you just tell me a little bit about targeting before we move on?
Yeah, absolutely. So you're only going to be as good as you know your customers, right? So when you're absorbing the data, you want to give them a timely, relevant offer that goes along with it. So segmentation is really important, and personalization plays an even more important part of it, because as this workshop is great because it's talking about your brand. Everybody's here learning about your brand, who you are, who you want to be, and it doesn't have to be rocket science. You know, if you're the type of person who wants people to engage on a one-to-one level, you can easily drop in first name. You know, it doesn't have to be anything earth-shattering like that. And then from other little tidbits that you can drop in, if you have like a frequent flyer mileage number, anything like that, or just kind of slicing and dicing based upon past purchases, or also just upon, I know a lot of you out there, some are publishers, or some are, you've got your technology video going on, you know, like last viewed, what were they looking at, things like that. So from a start out standpoint, just when you're getting off the ground, you know, little steps, you know, engage at the level that trying to establish the relationship that you want, and then as you scale, then you can take the data that you've been collecting, and then you can get to what Porter was talking about, which is slicing and dicing it to get better targeted, because people are going to interact with you better when you send them something they actually want.
So let's talk about some of the basics. You've given me kind of an overview of what's going on in email, and I think a lot of us get inundated with, you know, so many emails. So what's the top line?
So the top line, this is funny because, you know, I love data and I love trivia and everything like that. So just a couple of fun things to keep in consideration. One, email's gonna be driven by the ISPs. Okay, you have to understand that Yahoo, Gmail, Comcast, they all control at the end of the day the settings, the configuration, and who's going to get in, who's going to get out. There's no industry standard out
Can
there.
I ask you a question about that? Because they always say that with you know, startups that you should submit your ISP, your ISP to them so that they know it, so you get kind of cleared. Am I saying that properly?
It's called a feedback loop process.
Okay, so tell me, how do you do that?
So that's a great question, and this is actually something that we'll talk about a little bit later, but it kind of goes back to the discussion of, do you want to take this on yourself, or do you want to engage the experts in the industry out there to do that? Because each ISP out there is going to have an instruction sheet buried in their website somewhere on how to go in and connect the dots between you, the sender, and then the ISP. And the importance to that is very simple. That means if I send Porter something, she didn't like it, and she hit spam, that means I take her off the list. Because if I continue to send to her, that's going to be bad. It's going to hurt my reputation. So each one's going to be different. So you have the choice there of, you can either spend the time and resources to do it yourself, which as a startup you may have to do, or you can advise or connect with an outside consulting agency to set it up for you, or you can connect with an email service provider to do it as well too.
Okay, great.
And then the device type, we talked a little bit earlier, but I mean, just hold it up. I mean, we're all looking at stuff on these things. We all have our iPads, and then we've got our desktops. And let's face it, email was originally created to be looked at in a nice big screen just like this. And now email's adjusting. One of your earlier guests was talking about responsive design. That is also the hot big thing around email too. It's also newer. It's definitely niche, but there are experts out there who can help you if that's something that you want to build on immediately to your program. And then also keep in mind that, you know, your subscribers are really driving a lot of this. They're the ones who are engaging with the ISPs to sign up to create an email address there, which benefits that provider because that's ad revenue for them. You know, they have users there. And then also they're the ones who are going to tell you about, like, do they really want to get it from you? And then finally you know, you're the one sending the stuff. You're the one saying, no, you really want to hear about this. This is what's important to you. So those are kind of what email is being driven by. Just a couple quick fun tips. The first email was sent in 1961. You want to go dig around in that one?
That's funny.
I know. See it? And then it's also, email is really the truly only regulated means of communication out there on the web. So you do have to acknowledge that, and you have to work within that. And then it is relevant. I get this question a lot, is email dying, you know, or is it going away? Absolutely not. So while the trajectory and the momentum is certainly behind the social media expertise and that network, email is growing and scaling with it. So if you'll see there's an estimated 2.1 billion users on email right now, and then you've got 4.3 billion active accounts worldwide. And that's continuing to grow, and they're expecting that to grow by about 6% over the next 5 years.
Well, and one thing, I don't have the specific numbers anymore, but what we did find, because we were very data-oriented at Virgin America, was that the people that had strong relationships with us for email were a much higher value customer in terms of what they were spending on an annual basis than the social media ones. Now, that all could change. Like over time, the social media customer could become more spend-oriented. Maybe they're younger in their careers. They're not traveling as much. But so we were following where the dollars were, and social media was about engagement, and email was really about driving transactions, filling up planes, getting offers out there. And so that's why I think it's really important to think about On the next slide, you have put some thoughts down on what a successful program is, and it's obviously very different when you're at a large company. I had a staff and a team. Myself, now, I collect emails, and I'll be the first to admit that it's hard to keep a good program going because you get busy, you're trying to prioritize. So what do you need to do to have a successful program?
So I think everything up here is kind of where you want to go and who you want to be, and some of it is subtext of what you have to accept when dealing with email. I would say to anybody starting off with email and email marketing is just start with the basics. First, collect the email address. Just start there. It's going to help supplement your other business. And then second, just start with some type of informational newsletter. It doesn't have to be anything that's earth-shattering or record-producing. Grow into it. Crawl, walk, then run. So anything as simple as a weekly newsletter, a bi-weekly, or a monthly newsletter is very impactful and very effective for just keeping your brand front and center, front in mind. And the cool thing about email is it's as good as the data that you have that's out there. So if you are someone who's well-versed or has the resources and technology to pull data from a website where you're updating it, your email can just read certain portions of the data that's there and the content that's there and go out into the space. So it's really it doesn't have to be you update your site and then you go update email. It can be a seamless transition where you're updating one thing and you're going to multiple channels.
So repurposing the content across the channels.
Correct.
Great. I love that. That seems like efficiency to me, and also getting your messages across, but maybe you've got different call to actions on the various channels.
Correct, which is why I always coach and recommend that it's best to go with just invest a little bit and create one standardized template. And you can then go ahead and have that template be malleable as far as where you're going to update content for actual text and where you're going to update your images. So you could get standardized around where the call to action is, because you're spot on with saying that email is, at the end of the day, a driver to somewhere. It can't just be something that's there. So you can still have your nice big fat button that says click here in the same spot every time. You just update the content automatically, or you can update the image automatically as well too.
Any pros and cons from building your own template versus using existing ones? I know you can get templates at AppSumo. There's all sorts of places. Do you have thoughts on that?
Sure. So the consideration of building your own is, it kind of goes back to, you need to accept email's quirks. So what looks good in Gmail is not going to necessarily look good in Yahoo. And what looks good in Comcast isn't necessarily going to look good in Outlook 2007. So most of the providers of stock templates, those stock templates are good enough that they'll look okay across the board. If you're taking that on yourself, then that's kind of something that you're taking on. And I would just coach anyone who wanted to take that on themselves to understand their database on if the majority of your users are B2B, then you need to test and make sure the images render well in Outlook. If the majority of yours are B2C, then do your homework and know which is the top domain and really kind of do your best to make it look well there. But then there's also the last big consideration on top of that, which is our fun little friends here. How's it going to look in here?
Right.
And there are plenty of tips and tricks to that as well too. And I'm sorry.
I think on the next slide you might have given us, so you have also the operating systems and things that we need to know. So let's hear about this.
Yeah, so I keep coming back to the mobile because it's important to know that I love the data that Nielsen provides, because I think people immediately assume that Apple and iOS is the dominant player, but that's actually not the case. It's really Android, and Android's continuing to kind of push into that market even greater. And the quirk with Android operating systems on mobile devices is that images are automatically turned off. So, see, I got one. Yeah, see. See, so that's something to think about. When you're doing your design, you need to think about, okay, we've got more and more growth as far as people moving to mobile devices, and now which device, which operating system are they using? And then, okay, how do I create my email then to look awesome and drive the product or the offer that I need it to be? So it's not just a blank image of boxes that they get. There's some text behind it that
Right.
they can read and they can de-offer from.
Right. And are these stats, are these global or are those U.S. stats?
You know, that's a great question. I pulled this from Nielsen. I believe Nielsen is just talking about U.S.
Okay.
dominant
Okay.
markets.
That's so interesting. So that's turning off the images, so you're just getting the text then.
Mhm.
And it doesn't send you a note back that says, 50% of them don't have the picture. You're just sending it out there, right?
Correct.
Right?
And
right.
you know what's interesting is you might not even get the text. Because if you're not coding with HTML text, or if you're coding with a different color scheme, the text might be actually blanked out because of the background image that
Right,
you're using.
right. So that sounds like an unsubscribe to me, right? Right, Dan? That's unsubscribe, delete, right? All right, okay. So we've talked a little bit about this. You were saying that it's really important to get people building their database. And obviously, database and email capture, it can be coming from a lot of places. If you've got a retail location, if you're going to events, you can be getting emails, inputting them. What are some tricks on actually getting the email in a legal way that is not can span?
That's a great question. So it's building your database is really about making sure it's available in all the places that it can be available. From a website perspective, I saw some of you had a nice little pop-up as soon as you hit the splash page, as soon as you hit the website. That's a great and effective way to do it, to start building it. I would coach and advise to only leave it up there for a little bit when you need to kind of keep it going, because you might run the risk of it deterring or being a detractor from people coming too much. Then make it easy to find. When you're on your website, who had the sports site, and who had the yoga site? Yoga. It's not up yet. Oh, it's not up yet? Okay, I thought there was, I'm sorry, one of the guests had a yoga site. But if you look, a great place to put it on the website is actually right along where you're going to have your bar of follow me on Facebook or subscribe for Twitter, all that stuff. It's a great place, and just make it simple. Just start with the email address. Just make it a single opt-in, type it in here, boom, you're signed up to newsletters. And then another great place
Can I ask one thing?
Yes, please.
Should we be asking for their name too at that point, or just the email?
Start with just the
email.
email.
Okay.
Start with just the email. I think when you're starting off, that's the most important thing, because you can always use email to go back and ask for more. As your business scales, you should always think about building out a preference center, which is a site where people will go to engage with you further. That's where you'll ask for the gender, if it's applicable. That's where you can ask for what types of newsletters they'd want to receive from you, products, promotional efforts, that type of things. And within as long as you're getting people opting in on your website, within your terms and conditions, you should be CAN spam compliant. When you're going out to shows and events and hosting things, and you're at your booth and you've got your little jar where people can put in their cards and whatnot, you could just put a little blurb on the jar that says, by putting your card in here, you agree to do this or that. Or if you're just collecting email addresses with, like on hard paper, you could just have the little blurb on top that says, by putting your email address in here, you've agreed to receive stuff from me.
Great, great. Okay, so you gave me some do's and some don'ts, and I always love do's and don'ts. But Dan, did you have a question first?
Just a quick one
Yeah.
on gathering emails.
Yeah.
Is it morally or illegally to do the process of, let's say I've come across a whole bunch of people in my past, and I've thought about, I've got all these great contacts. Can I add them to the database and then have them opt out if they get it and they don't want it, or is that not a good way to go about it?
So that's a great question, and I like how you prefaced it first. The first word out of your mouth said morally.
Morally, yeah.
Yeah, which is interesting. So I can't answer that one for you. You're going to have to answer that on your own. But what I would coach and advise on is you should know where you got those email addresses from, okay? And you would be, if you ever got put to it, they would be asked that you be able to prove the acquisition method if you have a record for it. Now, I have never seen that happen. That's not to say it wouldn't. So what we've done and what I've done that's been successful is what we call a re-engagement campaign, which is essentially where you can take your email addresses and you send out one campaign and you just say, hey, all right, a long time ago you and I had a conversation and you said it was okay for me to email to you. If this is still okay, great, click here or send me a reply. If it's not, just click here to unsubscribe and it's done. And that's a pretty safe and easy way to do it.
I'll be doing one of those soon to promote my book, where I have 5,000 emails, but they were just emails, right? So I'm going to do the same thing. Thanks so much. I've met you over the years. You'll be getting this one email. If you want more, click here, that kind of thing. But I think you really do have to think about it, because there are a lot of fines, and a lot of people do get upset when you are emailing without permission. And I get them all the time. I'm like, why are these people emailing me? And I unsubscribe right away. What are some of the other do's?
Yeah, we talked about, remember
Preference
your
center,
primary
yeah.
objective is get the email address first. We talked about the opt-in, easy to find, make it single opt-in. So a preference center is, again, so in the ideal world, when your business scales, you'll have the easy opt-in form on the website or wherever you get the first point of contact. And then you can follow up and have them land on a page where it's like, here's everything you could sign up for. Here's all the things you can engage with. And then that way they can come back and then they can update it and opt in for more, or they can opt out for less. But the whole point of a preference center is you're giving the subscriber the power to engage with you at the way they want to engage, and you're also making sure that you're putting it all out there so they have to think about it before they take everything off.
Opt-in versus opt-out. I mean, Porter, for instance, for you, I wasn't sure if I heard you correctly. Are you going to basically say, I met you over the years, and allow people to opt out, or ask them to opt in?
Well, I think I've kept those ones versus the ones that have signed up. I've got them in separate buckets. And so those ones I will only send to that once, and then hopefully they would be opting in. But I'm not going to send them again unless they opt in.
And I would recommend that strategy for anybody who's concerned about kind of maintaining a good reputation and a good brand out there. An opt-out strategy it's effective, it works, but if people catch it, it kind of makes you look a little bad.
So, but it does mean that I have to keep things separate, and I know what bucket is what bucket.
Mm-hmm.
Don'ts.
Yeah, so here's the big thing. Don't set it and forget it. Everybody's goal is to automate everything and just say, yes, it's done. Fantastic. Move on to what's next. You need to come back and breathe life into your program. I would recommend at least once a year. It's like anything else. You need to do a deep dive. You need to do maybe you need to do a refresh, and you should be testing all along. There are ways now, plenty of tools available for you to test what's the most effective from address. Is this even getting me to the point where they're opening this stuff? What is my most effective subject line? And then
Do you want to tell us some of the tools? Or they?
I would say that most are with any email service provider out there is going to provide you with some automated A/B testing tools now. That's getting pretty common. I would say for businesses that are scaling and just starting off the ground, you're probably just going to be doing it yourself. But with that in mind, it doesn't mean that you couldn't try different things. My coaching advice has always been this, is your from domain needs to be what everybody associates with your brand with. It really does kind of need to be that, oh, I know who this is. And then from the subject line perspective, it's just really what you've observed and what you've seen drives the open rate. And then on the creative content side, it's really what drives the clicks. What has worked to drive the clicks? And that's challenging when it's just you or 3 people or however big your organization is. So that's kind of where you want to get to. I would say just for anyone starting off, the simplistic things to do are just understand who you are from your brand perspective, and then put your best foot forward with the domain name and the subject line. And then your content, don't try to kill yourself, but just do what you know works.
And for us in the airline industry, we found that it was a combination of a price offering and then kind of witty copy. So there was a formula that we used, and that would increase conversions a lot. So I think you just have to find in your business, what's the sense of urgency. I've seen a lot of people use a format where it's asking a question, but something that's unexpected and cleverly done, I think that kind of breaks through too.
Yeah, I agree. And one of the newest quirks that are out there that people might not be noticing, or maybe you are, is characters in the subject line now. So that, in my opinion, works in spurts, I think. But like, for example, I travel a lot, so when I get my Priceline email, I know it's Priceline because the first thing I see is a star in the subject line. So maybe that might be something that you guys want to test or consider as you guys go about your business.
I see a little yoga character, somebody doing a downward dog in your email line, right?
Yeah.
That's right. Can span, you touched on it a little bit, but I think it's important just to recognize that the fines can be huge on this, where it can be, $20,000.
Yeah.
Or tell us a little bit more about can span laws.
Sure. So first off, I have to say this, I'm not a lawyer. Okay, so if you're ever concerned about anything, please consult with a legal attorney. But at the end of the day, it is important to recognize that this is a regulated industry and you need to apply with the law. I will say this, if you just do the basic blocking and tackling, grow your list organically, make sure you have permission to email them, remove them in an expeditious fashion when they ask to be unsubscribed, you'll be fine. You really will. But the fines, as Porter mentioned, can be significant. One thing to consider as well, if you are going for a broader reach, specifically Canada, I believe Canada's fine is $1 million per email address violation. It's really ridiculous, seriously. So whereas I think in the U.S. it's 16 grand. But yeah, so that's something to consider. Don't panic. Again, if you just do the right things, you'll be fine.
Right. $1 million. That's crazy.
It was
crazy.
big news when it came out. Yeah. We were running around with our delivery teams, making sure that we knew who was emailing to Canada, making sure all clients knew kind of the rules and the regs. The nice thing is, people who care about their brands are going to do the right things anyway, so it shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah. Yeah. You gave us a couple more do's about this, and this is all about kind of can spam. But why don't you go through these?
Sure, absolutely. So, like I said, when in doubt, consult an attorney. Don't forget about Canada. Deliver the content you promised during the opt-in. So we all want to do kind of like, no, you really want to hear about this, but there's a way to do that, right? You can do that as a supplemental offer within the email. Tell recipients where you're located. You actually have to put in your physical mailing address. So don't forget to do that, okay, when you do that.
Well, and I have a comment about that because a lot of entrepreneurs are working from home, obviously, and so with that, I think one solution is there are places where you can get a mailbox or have like a virtual office, just in terms of safety. I think that's sometimes a good thing to think about, is having a legal address that you can use that actually isn't your place of residence. So just something for entrepreneurs to consider.
That's a fantastic tip. Totally agree.
Yeah.
Make sure you tell recipients how to opt out. I'm a big believer in not complicating it. Just give them an unsubscribe link and just let them click on it and make sure it works. And then honor the opt-out request promptly. The law says you have 10 business days to do it. From a best practices, I've always coached just make it instantaneous. Just be done with it when it's done. And then monitor what others are doing on your behalf. If you're partnering with someone, if you're doing a co-registration event or anything like that, and they're sending off an email blast, remember your brand may be going out to 30 million email addresses that they bought. So you need to ask your vendors and your partners, hey, how did you get these? Are these true opt-ins, and did they kind of want this information? You need to vet that.
Well, and on that, because we're going to talk about partnership strategy tomorrow, a lot of times people will say, oh, well, you've got a database of 50,000 and I've got a database of 25,000. Let's partner up and kind of trade assets. How do you make it so that it's actually done in a way that's ethical and legal? Do you have to ask them if they want other offers?
Yeah, so I think it's very common for emails to come through with supplementary or additional offers that map to what the bigger picture is. For example, with Virgin America, you guys did lots of fare sales, and the optimal partnership there was like dollar rent a car
or a hotel.
Hotel, exactly. So that makes total sense, and that's something that you guys can do as well too. So it just make sure it aligns is just the big thing.
Okay, great. Some don'ts on the can spam?
Yeah, just don't lie or mislead. If they opt in for one thing, just give it to them. And then don't complicate the opt-out process. People can get very creative with this. I would recommend, especially when you're starting off and building your brand, just don't. Just give them the one opt unsubscribe, and then don't sell your opt-out records. That's when people get in real trouble, because to Porter's example there, the partnership sounds good, but then what someone may be actually asking for is, give me the database of people who said, I don't want to engage with you anymore. And that's where you can get in a lot of trouble.
How about, we've talked a lot about external providers versus doing it yourself, and on a limited budget, it is nice that there are different platforms like MailChimp and other ones that we have in the book. What are your points of view on the benefits of building versus buying?
So I think it's totally going to come down to cost, time, and expertise. If you have If you're a heavy dev shop, you got a lot of smart, awesome people, and you've got a lot of smart, awesome people who just find this as something that they'd love to tackle, it might be your best interest to invest in time and resources to do that, but you need to keep up with it. Because every day, the ISPs out there, Gmail, Hotmail, we talked earlier about those feedback loops, they're going up there and they're updating those feedback loops, they're updating their bounce back messages. So you guys are going to have to keep that updated. Someone's going to have to own that puppy. And then on the flip side, with the service provider, you're really going to get the industry expertise. You're going to get someone who can handle all the nuances for you. You're going to get tools that are going to have the reporting metrics that matter to email and the reporting metrics that are going to grow and scale with the industry. All the providers out there now are reporting on device type. You know, who's opening what on which device, what's the operating system. And then just the networking that those industry providers will provide you. You know, they might have in-ways into social people or mobile device people. That's a big consideration. So it's really just going to kind of come down to your call. I have seen it done both ways, and both ways very successfully. It's just kind of where's your comfort level in either.
All right, we had some cons here too, which you went through a little bit, but if there's anything else on this one that you want to talk about.
Sure. Just as far as the in-house solution, just keep in mind the big thing there is the developer expertise, staffing list, and then all the quirks of email. What happens if you get on a blacklist? Who are you going to call? You've got a developer who built how to send it, but they don't necessarily know how to get you off it if a problem arises. Whereas on the flip side with the service provider, there's a lot out there, which is good for you because you guys can go shop around and everybody serves a different tier, but it can make it a little bit overwhelming if it's just you trying to get off the ground. The good news there, though, is as your business scales, you can kind of move up tiers as well, though, too. And then just costs with email service provider. Most are a CPM-based model. Others are out there that are not. And then there are services usually that go with it and just onboarding integration things that you need to consider.
Okay, we're going to talk a little bit about generating revenue from email, but I had one more question that we haven't covered, and it's what about buying lists? Because a lot of people will say, oh, I'm just going to buy a list that's this target that I am going for. What's your point of view on list buying?
My coaching and feedback to everyone is do your best to grow your stuff organically. I totally understand where businesses are coming from with the need, and you've got a big event, you're pushing, you really want to get your name out there. One bad list can put you back 5 times amount and take that much more effort to get you back to where you need to be. It could just take one bad list. So I would always advise people is to just grow your list organically, put yourself out there so people can sign up for your stuff in a breadth of places, and just do your basic blocking and tackling along the way. That's my coaching advice.
All right. So let's talk about this as a revenue generator, because that's one thing, you know, as a small business, honestly, you need a toolkit where you can actually try to pull levers and bring some revenue in. So I'm sitting here thinking about some of the different businesses. There may be something where Jeff is trying to push some last-minute inventory of T-shirts. Maybe there's a yoga event that we're trying to get sign-ups for, a fashion show that we're going. So there's lots of revenue opportunities, but you've got some thoughts about kind of frequency and design. So let's move into this phase, because talk about how to make some money, right?
Yeah, totally. So fantastic.
So I'm gonna put you on the spot, Jeff. We did this before with Dan, but what we have here is Jeff sent me one of his emails, and because I wanted to give you guys actual feedback, I did ask Adam to give some thoughts. So hope you're ready.
Okay. So first off, if we can scroll down just a little bit, I love the image. Okay, I love it, and especially with kind of your products and what you're marketing, I think it's very relevant to email and can partner very well with the social media sites like Pinterest. People will share this and pin this on Pinterest because they like that. If I were to give some constructive feedback, I would say...
You can go down too.
Yeah. Okay, so actually video, that's great, but keep in mind, so email strips out Java. So you can spend a lot of time putting an email in place or video in place to go out there, but no one's going to be able to play it in the email. So my current company, we've got a solution for that, and the kind of the industry standard solution for it is actually to take people to a different place, like a YouTube site or anything like that.
So you're taking them off to a landing page somewhere else where you're
Correct.
linking out.
Correct.
I'm confused because that is a YouTube video.
But what I'm saying is this will probably and most likely not play or render in the publicly known ISPs out there.
So just having a link to it, right? Instead of having the video embedded in the email?
Correct.
Right?
So is this an animated GIF or is this the actual video in the email?
It's a link to YouTube. So
Okay,
if you
that's
clicked on that, that would take you to YouTube.
Great.
It's just when I populated in Constant Contact, I thought it looked kind of cool. It actually came up as a block instead of just click on the video with a little video text.
And I love that. I love that. I guess what I'm saying is if the expectation is that you're going to send out an email with a video in it when the subscriber opens the email and they can click play and watch that video play within the email, that's not viable because the ISPs don't allow that. You can, if you want to, invest a lot of time and resources into putting out there an animated GIF, and that will work, and it's fun, it's different, it's quirky, but it's really not, unless it's a big, big event and you really want to drive it there, it's not necessary. So, but there are some tools out there. My current employer, What Counts, we do have a solution where you click on the video icon like this and it actually blows back up. It opens up a new web browser, but it keeps the integrity of the email in place so you don't lose the offer that you have in there, which is important to partners if you've got that. So one other thing to consider.
Want me to scroll back up?
Yes, please, if you would. So look at the real estate here. So, and try to envision, again, how that's going to look here. So this is great that you've got having trouble to view your email. Click here. I love how you've got just you're receiving this email because you're experiencing blah, blah, blah. Don't forget to add this to your address book. I would say that, and you're unsubscribed. So my coaching advice would be you could make your add me as a safe subscriber more of a call out a little bit lower in the middle because you're losing real estate, and you're unsubscribed, you really only need to put it at the top if you're really concerned about list hygiene and if you're really having inbox delivery issues. Otherwise, that's revenue out the door.
Put it down at the bottom, right?
Exactly.
Put down low.
Exactly. And then, again, the only challenge I would say with this big, beautiful image is, again, if it's coming through on my device here and I'm one of those majority Android users, I'm not going to see anything. The only thing I'm going to see in this entire thing is view it in a browser, add me as a safe sender, or click to unsubscribe. So it's just some things to consider, and then also help yourself out by having this experience here mapped to whatever is going to be the revenue driver at your website. Familiarity there. And then finally, just have your call to action in what we would call the top viewing pane. So if you think about it this way, whenever you open up your email client, there's going to be a preview pane available where you're only going to see like what's up here. So make sure that you've got your call to action or your key offer here so they can see it. Most people are going to be reading their emails like this, and generally you've got about 4 seconds to 10 seconds to get them to do something.
One other thought on it. I love the image. I think that I love having like the sense of color and everything. The one area that you probably have done lots of testing around this, but your subject line on this one, I'd like to have a subject line that has a little bit more interest to me because I want it to say, open me, there's more inside. So that's one thing that you might want to just talk about, the subject lines.
The subject lines are great. That's a great call out, Porter. And you know what's, I love the fact that you call it Made in USA. I think that would work well. And you know, if you want to try and have some fun with characters, maybe you could try a little flag, or anything like that. But to Porter's point, you know, why do I want to open this email? You know, what is it about this offer here that makes me want to open it, and then better yet, click on it so I'll buy something from you? And I envision you are going to be a lot like what Porter experienced at Virgin America, and it's going to come down to what's the offer being presented. And what we've seen in a lot of testing is just people like to know about 50% off, or here's your here's your weekly deal or anything like
Well,
that.
here what you're giving is actually new style guides and sell sheets. And so I think that if you let them know that you're getting, brand new fashion forward designs or style guides.
So for contextual reference, this was a follow-up from a trade show.
Okay.
And so people came, we scanned them, and they said, yes, I want to get information about your company. And this is the B2B play for people that represent corporate clients. And so the objective of this was to get them to pick up the phone or to email to really create a lead to a prospect.
Okay.
And then not to really try to monetize them here, but just to get them engaged with us. I actually brought some numbers in just to give you, because I'd love some perspective, because I don't know where that bar should be and what the expectations should be. So, so we had a 26% open rate.
Okay.
That's good.
That's good, yeah.
And then 9.3% click-through.
That's good.
To your point about the unsubscribe, not being at the top, well, we only had a 0.8% opt-out, so that certainly would suggest, as long as we're maintaining that same integrity, putting that at the bottom versus the top, and managing that real estate makes sense. Interestingly, we did have 10% bounces. These are people who said, yes, I want information, here's my email address, and then 10% of them bounced. So that's kind of interesting. One of the biggest concerns that that I have is that I don't know how many people didn't even get it.
Yep.
And the problem is that we're sending to, blank at, a company address. And so I know there are firewall issues. One of the questions that I have is, I get a list, let's say, from a trade show of 1,000 people. Right now I'm going through Constant Contact, and I send that list out to the 1,000 people. Would it be helpful for me from my IP address to send an email saying, you are going to be getting a Constant Contact digital brochure, please add me to your address book, to try to increase the delivery success? Or are there any tricks to overcome that, or is that just the nature of the beast?
That's a really good question. I think the reality is it's going to be the nature of the beast, but there are definitely some good tips and tricks you can do. So at the point of acquisition of the email address, so you were at a big event, you were saying there, it's actually, it can just be coaching to people who are working the booths to say, tell them just, hey, remember to add us as a safe sender to doing that. On your website, you can have actual links or instructions to how to add someone as a safe sender. This is really traditionally a problem mostly with B2B direct, but it can work as well for B2C if you're having a lot of inbox issues there. I would suggest you really only need to go to the extent of having a true how to add me to your safe sender list campaign is if you're truly having like abysmal delivery and you're seeing your metrics really be very low. I would say for you, the metrics that you shared for me for this were really good. I mean, that was really good. And I think that the interesting thing about email is you're always going to be able to read and monitor the reaction, but you're never going to quite know if where they engage. Do they actually pull it from their spam box and put it back in their inbox to do it, or like how many actually went into the spam folder? There are a lot of great tools out there and vendors out there who can give you a little bit of insight as to that, but at the end of the day, it's only going to be a guesstimate because the ISPs out there are going to be the ones pulling the levers and making that choice.
Two quick follow-ups. One is we sent an email similar to this, but to a more targeted list that was a smaller meeting follow-up, and those numbers were like 79% open, 19% click-through, 0 opt-outs and such. So I'm sure there's power in segmentation and messaging and subject lines that are much more specific. So maybe talk a little bit about that. And then secondly, you talked a little bit about social integration. That, to me, I know we've got to do it with Pinterest and that this is so in our wheelhouse. How do you integrate social, Twitter, Pinterest, et cetera, into email to have them be most successful?
So I'll start with the segmentation. I think your numbers speak for themselves. I mean, that's kind of the core case study of why you need to embrace lifecycle marketing, why you need to do better segmentation, because again, the timeliness and the relevancy of the what you're presenting to them matters, and they're going to reflect that, and they're going to engage with it. So your 79% open rate shows that. As far as the engagement at social level, social's really cool. You can do a lot of cool things. Facebook has a way for you to have people sign up to your email list there. We've actually, if you need help on how to do that, you can go to my company's website, www.whatcounts.com, and we've got a white paper on how to do that. It's free. You can just download it. So you can collect information and new subscribers there. As far as using email to then help your social media efforts, if you can scroll back up to the top, Porter.
I saw the Facebook one. You've got your
yeah. So I'm not quite sure what's a bigger value to you. But as far as you can, there's technology out there now where you can share the entire context of the email and post it to your Facebook site, your Twitter site, your LinkedIn site, or you can share specific portions of the email out there with your Facebook site and Twitter site. And you who are pulling the levers can control that. And it's just about leveraging those to spread the message. And then also there's some technologies out there that allow you to actually post an actual short URL to your corporate site that says click here to see like the latest email offer or things like that. So the cross integration, it's all there. It's just like taking it in steps. And where you've placed it here is perfect. Where you've placed it here is perfect, because that could be your follow us or engage with us. And actually, don't forget, it doesn't just have to be social media. You can embed, subscribe, and opt-in links to other newsletters within this newsletter. So, and you can have it all right there. You can just have the email icon right there next to the Facebook icon, next to your Twitter, next to your Pinterest.
But Pinterest, is it just the icon? Or I loved what you said a little bit earlier, where you said you could actually click on an image, like that image there, and somebody could repin it, or somebody could pin it. So is that the same? Does that work the same?
I'm sorry. So what it would be is you would have your Pinterest icon here, and your communication could just be like, pin this. So for example, for you, if you had an email newsletter where you had kind of a grid so your prospects could see the specific offers or the specific the new products that you're coming out with, you could have underneath it just the row of icons to say pin this here, pin this there, pin that there, and then it just right out there.
And we'll go into Pinterest more tomorrow, but it is really, for the social media channels, it's the one that has the highest spend of the social media channels, so people are actually really converting and buying things. For you, that's going to be really important. Both of you, Pinterest is going to be really important. So why don't we open it up and see if there's some questions from
Thank you very much,
the
Anna.
web.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So thank you for taking the feedback on that like a gentleman. And
Yes, thank you.
Let's hear some questions from the web.
All right, fantastic. Well, everyone is enjoying this section tremendously, so thank you. A question from K-Bay and Mad Lizzie, who's in San Francisco, says, how did you know that a 26% is a good open rate for email? Are there resources for knowing what rates are considered good?
Great question. You can go out there and just Google email benchmarks metrics, and you'll get a ton of data out there. At the end of the day, the best metric and the best benchmark is going to be your own data. But for kind of like a generalized view, I know just based upon my expertise and my background, just that anyone who's in a range of like a 25% and higher open rate, that's good. That's good. Anybody who's at the range of about 7.5% and higher click-through rate, that's really good. So it's just kind of I've been exposed to it for so long. But please, by all means, go out there or Google it. You'll find plenty of data out there available for you. And some email service providers out there actually provide publicly just generalized benchmark reports out there.
That's great. So Sinora is wondering, what are the metrics we need to keep an eye on pertaining to email? Talked about open rate. So what can be tracked with email, and what should they be paying attention to?
Great question. I would start with delivered. So delivered is a metric where it's saying that the ISP has acknowledged that we got it. It doesn't mean that it's actually gone into the inbox. It just means that the ISP has acknowledged receiving the handoff from your sender. Second would be, I would coach to unique open rates, unique click-through rates, and a metric called click-to-open rates. That metric is really just unique clicks divided by unique opens. And what that measurement is actually how truly engaged you, the individual, are at that email. What is that story like? So I sent it to you. Is it engaging enough for you to want to open and then for you to click on it. Because at the end of the day, that's what we want. We want those clicks.
Okay, a question from Snappy Gourmet. Do you suggest cleaning out your email list and deleting addresses that never open your emails? And if so, at what point, how often, how far back since they haven't opened one? Or
That is a fantastic question. Yes. Because what happens is email subscribers, we all know how many email addresses we've got, right? We tend to forget about some, and they get shut down or they get compromised. So if you've got someone on your list who hasn't been engaging with you for a long time, it's really what I would recommend is you do 2 steps. First, you do what we call as a win-back campaign. So that's first, send off a campaign to them that's got some special offer, something that makes them want to get back in the game with you. And then if they drop off that list or they don't engage, then by all means, it's probably time to sunset them. I would recommend starting, because we're talking about individuals who are just building your database, I would suggest just start, honestly, with about 18 months. As your database gets much larger, you're probably going to have to get more aggressive, and you may have to even get to a point where it's 6 months. And by the time you're at 6 months, your business is going to be rocking, so you're in a good spot anyways. So.
What about cleaning your list?
So that's a great question. I think, so if you've done your due diligence with feedback loops, and if you've done your due diligence with providing a good opt-out mechanism and process, and if you do the win-back campaign example that I gave, and just kind of the process of allowing some natural attrition to happen there that I talked about, you should be okay. You really should. The only reason I would coach or advise that you really kind of need to look at a list hygiene provider is if you've really got abysmal delivery rates, abysmal open rates, and if you've, quite frankly, been out there buying and renting lists.
Okay. Emily.
This might sound like a silly question because I actually haven't made a website yet. When you make a website, how do you get the email address attached to that? Like Emily at my website dot whatever. Like I don't even know.
Are you asking me like how to create your own domain name or just?
Yes.
Oh.
I think.
Okay. So I think what I've always done is just go out to GoDaddy and just buy a domain up.
So then attached to that you get an email address.
You can
yes.
you can make certain ones.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Didn't know. Sorry.
No, that's
no,
a
that's a great
good question.
Yeah.
can I actually follow up to that? Because Fame Arizona had asked, does it matter what email service you use? I have a Gmail account, but I also have an account that comes with my website. I've been trying to figure out which one would be better to use, if either one. So maybe even from a branding perspective or a technology perspective, signing up with email services. Do you have a recommendation?
Well, I'd say from a branding perspective, I think going with the URL rather than the Gmail one in terms of where you're sending from is going to be more professional. But I don't know about delivery, what you think delivery-wise.
That's a great question. So I have also my own Gmail account for my own thing that I do, and it's think of it this way. You're not going to try to do a mass marketing email from your Outlook, right? So just think of it that way. And if you think of it that way, then you know that, okay, I'm either going to have to create this environment that we talked about earlier where it's kind of like an email service provider, or I need to outsource this to the experts and use their tools. And there are a lot of nice ones out there for startups. You know, Constant Contact is kind of the dominant one, but maybe you're not even there. Maybe you're just doing something with Salesforce or something like that.
That's great. So Alfie Savannah is wondering, what about resending your email 3 to 4 days later to all of the unopens?
That's a really good tactic. That's a really good test. I would say not to be too aggressive with it and coach and advise to test it, because the one thing you want to do is, you know, I get a lot of email and I'm not going to get to everything as quickly as I should. So sometimes I don't get to things until like a week or two later. So just because I haven't engaged with you immediately doesn't mean I'm not going to. So I would say it's a great idea. I would say walk a little cautiously and be mindful of it, but definitely test and explore, without a doubt.
And Dr. Bubble would like to know,
That's a
are there
great name.
any tools? Dr. Bubble had an earlier question as well. It was a good one. Are there any tools in email analytics that provide you details on what client, device, and operating system were used to view the email?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, what counts, this is something that we have within our tool. Most of the ESPs out there are going to have that. There are a lot of image rendering services out there too that will probably have that data, as well as delivery-specific industries as well. So that one's out there definitely.
Cool.
Rocco is wondering, could you comment on how to allow others to use your list without giving away the actual email addresses? So how to partner with people in that way.
That's a good, I think that comes back down to,
I think you would have to send it. You don't want to give away your data. That becomes potentially canned spam. But so you would need to incorporate their offer under your umbrella. That's what I would do.
Yep.
Okay. So Rocco follows up and says, I'm looking for a third-party service that would act as a blind list manager and sender so that we could either sell or allow others to use our email list. And then also would be interested in the best way to get permission from our list to allow affiliated offers to be sent to them retroactively.
Okay. So maybe I'm misunderstanding what they're asking to do, but I kind of interpret that as they're asking, how do I go about best to rent my list?
Sounds about right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess so.
Probably not a good idea.
It's really not. But it's really not. I would suggest.
I think that's a perfectly legitimate
yeah,
answer.
Okay.
If that's how I feel, I think that's a perfectly legitimate answer.
Right.
Well, great. Any more? Dan?
Yeah, quick one. Porter has shown us a couple of case studies the last day and a half, one Kickstarter and one YouTube, and both of those were sent on a Tuesday morning. Is there a certain time of day or week that emails are great to have? Is a Tuesday morning good for that too?
I love that question because the answer is it depends. And the reality is you're going to compete for people's attention at the time they're going to open, when they're going to actually look at their stuff. So for your subscriber base, do you target mostly working professionals? If so, okay, what time are they not commuting? Like, do I want to target when are they actually at their desk looking at stuff? Or what time are they actually at home on the weekend sitting down and looking at it? Most providers out there will have metrics on time of open, and you can look at that, and it really just does depend.
Also, is there a frequency that becomes annoying? Do you want to keep them at least once a week? Do you want to go farther out? When does it become a nuisance that you're sending too many emails to your list?
Great question, too. I recommend for any type of just true newsletter with some supplemental promotions in it, like just maybe once a month, maybe twice a month, that's really good. I don't think you want to send to anyone more than 2 times a week. I think that's, if you go above that, that's a lot.
Great. Well, fabulous questions from everyone. And Adam, I really appreciate your expertise and coming to join us today. Any more questions from the web?
Well, we have questions, but it is time to go to our break. The internet always has a million questions. But thank you so much. Was there anything more that you wanted to say to wrap up this section?
We have one more section today. So thank you. We're going to go into a communication planning module to close out the day. And then tomorrow, I'll just give you highlights. We're going to talk a lot about social media tomorrow and also press, public relations. So those will be really exciting. And then partnership strategy. So today's been kind of heavy on the digital. And then tomorrow, we're going to be doing a lot of amplification. So thank you for this. I really appreciate it. And I can't wait to see all the success that you guys have with your emails.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. So as mentioned, we are going to take a 15-minute break. Adam,
you can stay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're good to stay. I actually wanted to read you something that the internet had been saying. Jeeves said, I really like Adam. He speaks so calmly and makes so much sense. So your persona is great.
Oh, thank you.
And they love the content as well. Yasmin says, I'm loving this course. Great quality and depth, and love that she's comfortable to bring guests who are experts specializing in these areas instead of just paraphrasing what she's learned by working with them. So this has been really good to have people of your level of expertise here. So thank you.
And I think that's what people are finding, you guys are finding so incredible about this workshop, Porter, is that, again, you bring your expertise, but you have brought people with very just subject matter experts on all the different levels of things. Like I'm sure when you were VP of marketing, you are working with the team that is all these different types of people, your email marketing specialist and all these things.
True.
And so what we're offering you, Porter, what you are offering everyone is their own personal cross-functional team. to really be able to have at their beck and call, which especially for single person business owners is an incredible resource. So again, this workshop for all 3 days you can purchase for $249 to Anytime Access. However, when you purchase it now, it's $149. There is a buy now button right beneath the screen. That is Creative Live's call to action. That is what we're, when you want to purchase the course, it is right there. That's easy and quick, and that's how you do it. And again, we turn those videos around as quickly as possible so that you can have access to watching the parts once you own it that you haven't been able to watch. Say you missed one segment of yesterday, and so you don't have to wait for a DVD in the mail. We turn those around for you. And there's also an ebook that is 79 pages with all of these resources that we've been talking about, so not just the videos. So everyone, thank you so much. Thank you again, and we will see you all back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to day 2, the final segment of the day of Porter Gale's Building Your Brand here on Creative Live. We're going to get into it, but first we have a couple more prizes to give away.
All right, so we have 2 books that Porter has hand-picked, and 2 people are going to win this 2-book bundle. And they are Return on Relationship by Catherine Rose and Ted Rubin, as well as Marketing to Win by Jacqueline Biggs. Could you tell us why you chose these books, please?
Sure. First of all of my studio audience members will also be getting the book, so congratulations, you get gifts too. But so I picked them because I'm a big believer in resources and having as much knowledge at your fingertips as possible. The Marketing to Win book, it's a good friend of mine who just wrote it, and it hit the top of the Amazon small business list. She also did a book on email marketing. So very easy, digestible tips, easy to implement, so I just think it's a great format. The Return on Relationship, I obviously am a big believer in networking and relationships. That book has a lot of social media advice and also practical tips. Ted, who's one of the co-authors, is the most followed CMO on Twitter, so he's a fun guy to follow for marketing advice too. So I'm grateful that they donated those books for us.
Fabulous. Well, thank you so much. So the first winner is Rodney Burusta. And his quote was, "If you can start bringing people to your website and get their email address, you can start a relationship with them."
Love it.
Congratulations.
And our second goes to Andrew Ree. Andrew also entered on Facebook, and his quote was, "It's cheaper to keep an existing customer than create a new one," which is also very good.
Love that one. Good.
Chock
Absolutely.
full of sound bites.
And people are listening. So thank you very much to the authors for giving us these books to give away to you at home. And that is our last giveaway for today, but we will give away even more tomorrow. So be sure to keep tweeting and entering on Facebook. With that, Porter, back over to you.
Thank you so much. So we are on our last segment of the day, and it's with great pleasure that I introduce someone that I've known for over 20 years, which is crazy. This is my dear friend Karen, and we actually worked at an ad agency in New York.
That's right.
When we were just babies.
That's right.
We were
eight.
infants.
Yes.
8. We were 8 or 9. And we've stayed in touch. And so I think that one thing that I just want to talk about is that a lot of the people that have been on the show have been instrumental in my career and been very supportive, and they're kind of like my core team. So Karen, I've had great respect for her. She's worked at huge agencies since that time, done media plans for Microsoft. When I went to Virgin America, the person that I trusted with my media budget was Karen. So she did all of my media planning. She figured out what we should do with all of the dollars. And we've had a great relationship over time. One quick story that I want to share, mainly for Tracy's benefit, is I think that one of the reasons that we bonded so much, I mentioned that I was a documentary filmmaker. I don't know if you remember this, but do you remember you stayed in my apartment in New York?
Very well.
So at one point she stayed in my apartment. I don't know where I was, but you were staying in my apartment, and I was working on a film that was all about young breast cancer survivors. And I came back and you had watched the film.
Yeah.
And it was this very emotional connection for us. And so I think from that point forward, we've always been close.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yeah.
All right, well, there you go. There's the secret's out. So, you know, build relationships with people that you admire and that you respect and that you share common values with, and you're going to have better work results too. So we've had lots of fun over the years and a lot of success.
Yeah.
So we're going to talk about communication planning. She's the best in the business. But before we begin, I just want to talk briefly about resources. Again, I think there's 50 or 60 resources in the book. We didn't have time to talk about all of them. We've put a couple of them up here. Ad Age and Ad Week, the industry trades. Obviously, you can get tons of information out of them. But we also have a couple other things if you want to just tell us about these.
Sure. And the place that I always start is Google. Google has a lot of possibilities, and not just from Googling something, but there's a site in there on Google called thinkwithgoogle.com. And for almost any category or industry, they have a bunch of insights on how people buy products and services, where they're turning to for advice and information, and it's free. So I love that one.
Great.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, so on this one, because Karen has a great presentation, she is with an ad agency called 11 now that still manages Virgin America's media. I'm actually going to give her the empowered clicker so that she can run her own clicker, and I'm going to let you take it away.
Great, thank you. And yeah, so I'll just tell you a bit about 11. We're a boutique agency in San Francisco. We were founded in 1999. There are a lot of reasons why we're called 11. One is that there were 11 employees when we started, but also because the founders were obsessed with Spinal Tap. So there are a lot of references to Spinal Tap in the agency, some of which I get and some of which I don't, but we all get a copy of the DVD when we join.
That's culture and brand building, right?
That's right, that's right. And we still work with Virgin America. It's one of our founding clients for the most part. We've been working with them since the beginning of the airline almost, and having a lot of fun. So we'll give some examples of that later. I'm going to talk about paid media and paid communications and why they're so important, and why it's important to think about that as a component of your marketing mix. And it doesn't really matter if you have $1 billion to spend like Microsoft or $50 to spend. You really have to think about the strategy behind everything that you do. And that's because everything matters. Everything communicates. There's that old classic expression from Marshall McLuhan, the medium is the message. I'm sure you've all heard that. And I think the medium is part of the message. The message is part of the message too. But where you put your advertising and marketing dollars says something about your brand. And so you really have to think about it. You know, do you want to show up in Jersey Shore? Maybe that's right, maybe that's not right. You know, is it 60 Minutes that's more relevant, or is that too serious for your brand? You have to, I mean, those are television examples, but you can apply that to almost any media type that you have. And what we do is we think a lot about the purchase process and how people are thinking about buying a product or service or kind of entering into a relationship with your brand. And for many, many years, probably when we started, when we were 8, we used to talk about a purchase funnel. And my philosophy is that it's time to hang up that funnel. I think it feels too linear, and it ends at this point. And I heard you talk a little bit about the life cycle of a customer. And this funnel doesn't really represent that. It assumes that as soon as someone makes a purchase, we're done with you. And we all know that that's not the right way to think about things, that customer is probably the most powerful thing that you could probably have. And so what we do is we look at it as, let's see if this builds. Oh, there we go. Isn't that gorgeous? It's a loop. You know, the purchase is one component of it. And we pay just as much attention to that person that just purchased your product as we do to someone who's new in the door. We might communicate to them differently, but we really pay attention to that. And there are different triggers that can get someone into this process. And so now with, you know, the digital capabilities that we have, we can really identify what's going to bring someone in and help them become a lifetime customer, and also tell all of their friends to become customers, because that's the most efficient kind of marketing that you can do. And you know, I think I heard you say that today is a lot of digital.
Oh, very interactive slides, very advanced, very nice.
I had help with that. But digital really fuels the loop. It's not the only way to communicate, but all of the digital technologies and capabilities that we have can help us identify different people at these phases. So we isolate them and we identify when we need to reach someone and just help them understand who we are and what we do. Or if we're trying to get them to become an advocate for us and build loyalty.
Maybe give us an example, Karen, of a brand, or maybe one of our, we've got a yoga site, we've got a magazine, we've got a breast cancer calendar. Where would we bring these into the loop? How would we think about the loop?
So I think let's try the yoga. It's a yoga teaching situation. So that's a very narrow group of people, and so you might, we don't care about casting the net very wide. You care about this very narrow group of people that might be inspired to become a teacher and are probably practicing yoga currently. And so we might want to create awareness with that group, but we want to reach them at this moment when maybe they want to make a change in their life and they want to become a yoga teacher or add that to their portfolio of things that they do. So thinking about when that trigger might be that might persuade them to think about it at that very particular moment is kind of an interesting thing to think about. And you can think about that for any product or service. It's just, what is that trigger that's going to make someone think, like, oh my gosh, I'm going to talk about cough syrup later, but you know, like, I have a cough, I need cough syrup, or I want to make a change in my life, or I want to support a cause that's important to me, and this is a way I can do it. And so identifying that trigger is a critical component.
I think probably a lot of health things right after the first of the year. Of course, we have people that are getting back into health.
Yeah.
After babies, people are trying to explore health, but there's probably things that you can think of in the life cycle, right?
Yes.
And also places and events.
Yeah. One of the things that we've identified over time is at back to school is kind of an interesting trigger. It's kind of like a different new year for parents. Their kids are out of their house and back into school, and the parents are thinking about what they need to do to get back on track for all the things that they didn't do over the summer. So there's all sorts of new triggers that are happening during the year, and you just have to think about the ones that are relevant to you. This is kind of an interesting topic. This is a guy that said, you know, the limit to consuming media is sleep. It used to be, I'll take my water away. No water for you. You know, I think about my own behavior, and this is a little bit embarrassing, but I keep my mobile phone right next to my bed. It's probably the last thing I look at before I go to sleep, and the first thing I look at when I wake up.
Well, how many people do that?
Yeah.
I bet all of us, right?
Yeah.
No.
So, amen to those of you that don't. But it's, you know, media is encroaching on every kind of, except for that sleep moment when maybe some of us are dreaming about our media choices, but it really is encroaching on all that time. So it's really taking up a lot of time in people's life. And I have a few charts in here, not too many. I love numbers, but I tried to keep it low on numbers today. Almost 12 hours a day are spent using some form of media. And so if you add, let's say, 7 hours of working and let's say 7 hours of sleeping, that is 26 hours. So more than, you know, there's something going on there. There's more time in the day. People are using media at work. They're multitasking. So it's an interesting thing that actually media usage is going up, and it's not all digital. Some of it is still traditional television, for example. I just read an article in Wired on the way here that because there's so much competition with new networks, the programming is getting better, and people are watching more. So TV usage is actually up. And so that's an interesting thing to think about. And all of that makes it very complicated for people like us to figure out where to market to people. And again, it really doesn't matter how much money you have to spend, but you have to think about the approach that you're going to take. Oh, yes. Yeah.
I just want to ask a question because the graph, you talk about media, and mobile is a pretty small sliver, but so much of media seems like it is mobile, so it seems like there's lines being blurred. People are watching the NCAA tournament now on their iPhone instead of on TV. So how does that just completely skew all your graphs and
It
your
does.
analysis of it?
Yeah, I think there's a follow-up too there.
And with like active TV, so when you're watching, they show you the hashtags so you can tweet about it while you're watching the show. Like I feel like that's become really popular as well.
Yes, I mean, I think so to your first question, part of it is how people are understanding the question. And so I think this might have been media consumption on mobile devices, so actually watching TV, not counting. It probably doesn't count Facebook as a medium, but we all know that it is. And the other huge trend that's going on is we used to talk about 2-screen viewing, and now it's 3-screen viewing and even more. And there are lots of capabilities that are allowing you to leverage that didn't exist before. So many marketers are taking advantage of that, but a lot are still kind of quizzical and not sure what it all means. So it's the forward-thinking ones that are really kind of winning, I guess, in that area. But you're right. I mean, it's a big blur. It's a huge blur. And yeah, it's exciting because there's mystery and everything. So a lot of this is a little bit of a tutorial about the basic steps that we take. And again, some of these seem very top level, but they're just to give you a sense of the structure of how we do things. And the first thing, so we're going to go through all of these steps, but the objectives is a critical part. What are you trying to do? What do you want to solve? We do have clients, not currently, some that we used to have that shall remain nameless, that say, I want awareness, consideration, purchase intent, and purchase and loyalty. And so it's like, okay, yes, I want $1 million on a yacht too, but you have to prioritize what you're looking for and what's the most important of that. If you could only have one, what would you pick? And then we kind of optimize the program for that. And the goal is, and this is one of those sentences that you see a lot in media conversations, it's reaching the right customer meaningfully with the right message at the right time at the right place. And I think we had a lot of success with that on Virgin America, and we continue to do so.
Who said that quote originally? Because it's one
I
everybody
don't know.
uses. It sounds like maybe a David Ogilvy one.
It probably is, yeah. You hear it, right message, right time, right place. You hear that a lot. And so we spend a lot of time thinking about that. The next one is budgeting. And for many media planners, they'll think about this kind of last or lower on, or when clients come to us, my first question is, how much money do you have, or how much money do you think you have? Because it does put a frame on what you think is possible. Do you want to advertise on the Super Bowl? Probably not. Most customers can't. But it really does put a frame on how much. And again, I love when clients have little budgets, because you have to be so resourceful and clever. Otherwise, I did work with a large software manufacturer that's not too far from here, and they had $1 billion. That's easy. I mean, it's complicated, but it's easy. It's just you have more flexibility. So when you don't have that, it's fun to be resourceful.
Well, I'm very transparent about the fact that at Virgin, because our budget was small based on the competition, that we were forced to use social and partnerships because we didn't have any other levers. And so people thought, wow, they were so brilliant and innovative, and it wasn't. It was because we had a small budget, so we had to be scrappy. And so I think a lot of times people will say, oh gosh, I've got a lack of a budget, and what am I going to do? But if you look for the right partnerships, and if you look for that one great thing, and if you do things better and you innovate, you can do amazing things with small budgets. And I'll bring back that idea that we saw yesterday, the Spanx visual, the before and after visual. That was like a very simple concept that you could put out through social media. So don't let the budget question overwhelm you. Let it motivate you to do things better and differently.
Right. It's very gratifying to spend a little bit of money and get a big result. It's probably the most gratifying thing in this business. We think about budgeting based on big clients will think about a percentage of revenue that they're looking for, or ads as a percentage of revenue. There's a standard number for every category, so they think about it that way. I think for smaller clients, they need to think about it more on a task basis or demand basis. Like how many things do I want to sell? How many calendars do I want to sell? How many people do I want to join my practice and learn to teach yoga with me? Do I have an opening day, and am I opening my store on X day, and I need to get this many people in the door? That's more of a relevant way to look at budgets for smaller clients. But we look at all of them, and we really think about it. And so we can help clients understand how much they have to spend. And sometimes we say, spend less. And they're always surprised.
The next is
I don't
yeah.
remember ever spend less.
Yeah,
I don't
I don't
remember
think
that.
we probably didn't tell you that, but we have said. Or sometimes advertising is not the solution. And as a marketing agency, advertising is one of the things that we do, but it's not the only thing. So again, clients get a little bit surprised, but then they trust you a little bit more when you realize that you're just trying to fulfill their business objective. You're trying to do what they need to do.
And one comment on that, I really agree strongly with that sometimes advertising isn't the solution. And it goes back to what we were talking about this morning about product transparency, and that your product and your service is your advertising, because everything is transparent now and consumers are tweeting and posting. And so sometimes you may say, well, should I invest X number of dollars into a product enhancement, or should I spend the advertising? And I do think that putting your heart and soul in the product and the service first is really, really the most important thing. That's from a brand standpoint.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, target audience. This is an interesting one because, again, some of those clients that I mentioned that we don't have anymore will say, I want to reach everybody. Everybody is my target audience. But really our biggest recommendation is to get narrow. Who specifically do you think is going to be relevant for your product and service? Don't worry about the rest. If you optimize or think about a program that's going to inspire that very narrow group of people to buy your product and service, that's great. And we have a lot of research tools available to us. Some of them are in the resources section here. There's a lot of interesting information that you can find out that might help you, inspire you to do something different. So we look at even people who fly Virgin America. What kind of computer are they likely to use? What car do they drive? Do they own a car? Are they left-leaning or right-leaning? And we may not put that in our advertising or messaging, but it just helps paint a picture of this person, and you can really identify who you're trying to talk to. And look beyond the category. I think I just mentioned this. It's easy, and when companies are in a category, they think, oh, I'm in the airline industry, so I must do everything that the airline industry does. And I think what was brilliant about Virgin America is they did the opposite of that. They really thought about what consumers wanted and what people wanted. And so they looked outside of the category to help build their business. And yes?
Just wondering if I could ask you a question on
course.
this, because I know I see a lot with our Creative Live audience that defining who is my target audience is one of those biggest questions.
Yeah.
Do you have some ideas or exercises that people might be able to go through to think about defining that?
Sure. And there are lots of pieces of free research out there. Again, some of them are in the resources section. You can kind of Google the category and look for information online. But also, it might be interesting to look at social posts from your customers, or look at their lives. Pick a statistically reliable sample of the people that are followers of you or fans of yours on Facebook, and just look at what their lives are like and try to paint a picture of what they're like. So that won't be as scientific, but it'll give you a good sense and a good guide.
Well, I like that, and I would take it even a little bit further, where you do a day in the life, where you try to chart out my typical customer, what would they be doing in the morning, what would they be eating, where would they be driving, what would they be listening to, and actually paint out the picture of them, because then when you have that visualization, I think it's easier to start kind of defining. And some people will create, again, like a board where they actually name the person. Well, we've got Sally and we've got Joe, and here's what they look like, and this is what their typical age is, and what they'd be driving, and that kind of thing. So if you make that kind of hypothetical, I think you can make things real.
Yeah, I think visualization is key. I agree with that. Yeah. This is actually, this slide used to have Alec Baldwin and Zac Efron on it, but for clearance purposes, I had to take them out. This is a 25-year-old man on the left and a 54-year-old man on the right. And a classic demographic buy for media is 25 to 54-year-olds. But you can even just look at the two of them, even though they're not Zac Efron and Alec Baldwin, and you can understand that they are different kinds of people. They probably have different motivations. They're doing different things during the day and at night. And so the standard place to start is what age are they, but you really have to, again, visualize their life and think about it and see what else is underlying that can really help you. Geography is another. If you have a local business, it's kind of obvious what's going to happen and who you want to talk to. But for some clients, it's not as obvious, or maybe there's a potential beyond your geographic region that you can really think about. And so we spend a lot of time thinking about what markets to advertise in. We use Virgin America a lot here as an example. It's pretty obvious where we need to advertise for them. It's where their routes are.
We just did a project for a big apparel brand. It's a cold weather apparel brand, and that's not as clear. So yes, you go where the snow is, but maybe there's other opportunities out there. You really have to think about it. So we look at, distribution. We look at share trends. What's happening in your category? Is there something that's some brand that's doing very well that has uncovered some opportunity that's a competitor of yours, and what can we learn about that? But this is a way to kind of reduce the amount of money that you have to spend and really get power out of it. So we think a lot about geography.
One question for you on that. We've been talking a lot about databases and customer lists. Any value to looking at kind of zip codes in your existing database to see information?
Absolutely. We work with, it may or may not be relevant, but we work with brands that are sold at supermarkets. And we look at a 1 to 3 mile radius around each of those supermarkets, and we do it by zip code. And then in some cases we're using billboards, and we look literally just within that 3 mile radius, or with mobile. Mobile, it's, I'll talk about geofencing later on, but geofencing is the new hot thing. And so you can do that also. So absolutely, it's a very powerful tool. Yeah. Timing, we talked a little bit about timing triggers, but I'll mention it again. Do you want to zig or zag with product behavior? For many years, the television schedule kind of drove advertising. The new season started in September and the finales were in May. And then, this was many years ago, but when Survivor came around, it launched in August, and everybody was really surprised that a TV show would launch in August, which was very weird. And that was a zag. In the TV world, that was a zag strategy. And sometimes it can be very powerful when you're surprising someone with a message that they're not expecting to see at that particular time. You also have to think about real-life behavior, and here's, I think I mentioned I was going to talk about cough syrup. I'm a hypochondriac, so I always have cough syrup in the house. But people think about it when they have a cough, and they run right out to the store and buy it. Cruising, and we did some work in the cruise industry recently, people buy cruises a year in advance. I'm not one of those people, but people buy cruises a year in advance. And so if you're marketing cruise-related things or a cruise, you need to be there a year in advance before this person is going to book that trip. So timing of when people are thinking about something and then when people are using something can be very powerful for you. And it's going to vary based on your businesses. We talk about booking windows for travel. They're really changing. Used to be people bought, 6 months in advance, and it's really gotten shorter and shorter and shorter. Goals and measurement. I might skip over some of this. This is the kind of super science-y stuff, but we talk a lot about reach of your target audience and how many times you need to reach them. It is kind of an interesting exercise to think about to some degree. I think I'm going to flip to this chart here. Frequency is something we talk about. If you are an established brand, you don't need to advertise as much. If you're not as established in a marketplace, you need to talk to people more frequently. Depending on the purchase cycle, I think people buy cars on average every 6 to 8 years. So you have to think about that. I think I read that from the time a person decides to buy a car to the time they buy a car, the average is about 12 weeks. And so you're probably, if you've been in that market recently, you're like, wow, I've seen so many car ads all of a sudden. Part of it is that it's triggered in your mind to look for those things. But also, they've recognized what those patterns are, and so it's kind of intentional. They're figuring out a way to do that. So thinking about timing and frequency is an interesting component.
I guess I have 2 years to go until I buy a new car.
I'm on a 13-year cycle. So. This is the kind of the meat of media and different media types, so I'll get into that. Depending on how much money you have to spend, it's important to start with one and do a really good job before you try to do 8 or 9, especially when production dollars get involved or you're going to have to spend to make something. Try to do one really well. For clients that have money to do more than one, you get an incremental benefit from doing that, but I think when you're starting out, you don't even worry about that. It's not important. And there are different ways you can use each media type, and there are very affordable ways of using all of them, so I'm going to give you some of those ways. But think about how people use each medium, and you're right, it is a blur. It is a huge blur about how all this stuff is happening. This might be my last chart. This is ad spending in the marketplace versus time spent with the media. And I just want to kind of highlight the stuff that's happening on the right, because on the left, it seems like the ad industry and consumers are kind of in sync with what's going on. But on the left-hand side, you can see that people are spending 12% of their media time with mobile, but only 2% of the advertising dollars are going there. So there's a big gap. You can bet people are trying to fill that. That industry isn't really matured yet. But on the right-hand side is kind of where conservative advertisers are happening, where 5% of time is spent with print, but 21% of the advertising budgets are there. So that's changing. Oh, someone has a question. Are you the magazine? Are you the magazine lady?
I want to know where I can get that chart, because that needs to go in my media kit.
Yeah, this is
because we're a digital magazine.
Oh, there you go.
So we're all online. So I'd love to show, because a lot of the advertisers that I talk to about selling ads to, they invested into the print magazines when I keep trying to tell them, you know, digital's where the market's going.
Yeah, so this is from eMarketer, and if you go to there's a paid version of eMarketer, but they have a bazillion charts, and I'm sure this one is available for free online.
Great.
As well as historical patterns, but it's an interesting one that, you know, people are holding on, advertisers are holding on to the thing that they know and love, and magazines are wonderful, but people aren't using them as much. So, okay, this is strengths by medium. So I'm just going to give you some little tips about different things, and then we can move on. You know, there's the Super Bowl way of using television, but now you can geofence, kind of like you can geofence mobile. So you can buy a very local cable zone around that zip code where your customers are. Or if you know that there's a super cool hip neighborhood that is going to, you know, is the one that has all of your possible clients in it, you can just advertise around that.
So I think it might have been clear from context, but can you explain geofencing for people who might not be familiar with the term?
So through cookies and other digital technologies, we can, or location-based services on mobile, we can identify where someone is, and then if they're in a proximity to a Starbucks or to this studio, we can serve them a different kind of an ad. Or if we don't care about anybody that's outside of this radius, we don't pay for any of those people. And you can do that with pretty much any media type. It's more prevalent in the digital channels, but in television it's possible too. And we're getting down to almost cookie level activity with television, which is a little creepy, but pretty exciting for advertisers.
How are they cooking you on television? Unless if you have a Nielsen box, I could see that they could get
Yeah.
you, but how would they get you otherwise?
It's not exactly a cookie. It's set-top data. It's set-top data, so they know what your zip code is, and they're projecting what kind of person you might be based on where you live. So we were given an example. If you live in a certain zip code, you're probably more likely to have a dog than a cat. So maybe dog food manufacturers want to serve you an ad. And in a few slides, I'll show you that Allstate actually did something very interesting where they only sent ads to people that rented their homes versus bought their homes, because they were selling renter's insurance. And so this was never possible before. You bought one ad and it went to everybody. And now you can say, I just want people who are likely to have a dog that are renting their house, and you can just send TV ads to them. So if you have video assets that you think are worthy of that kind of placement, you can do that.
I think it's coming back to big data, that there's just more information that's stored on us. And then also when we talked about this morning, the NFC chips in our phones that are doing localization and contextualization, that information is now being used by the advertisers.
Absolutely.
Are things like Xbox and stuff like that probably have an effect too? Because I don't even have television, but I watch a ton of TV through my Xbox. So, you know, things like that could probably contribute to that as well.
You are a cord cutter. That's what we call you.
A cord cutter. I'm a cord cutter.
Cord cutter. Yes, so Hulu, Netflix, you know, Amazon TV, Xbox has advertising opportunities on their channels, and they know from the avatar, if you're playing the games or not, that you create an avatar, and we know a lot about you from the avatars that you create to log into the system. So we can still reach you with video, even though you don't watch regular TV.
With this narrowing down more by not only zip code, but age and location, there's a ton of different people out there that are screaming about privacy because they feel as though their privacy is being approached.
Yes.
I, for one, think that if I have to look at an advertisement, might as well make it custom to me so that I find it a little bit more interesting rather than looking at a diaper advertisement, stuff like that. Is that in your industry? Are you finding a lot of people pushing the whole privacy issue?
We're very careful about privacy. We're very careful. It could it can get very creepy. There's a lot of data out there. You can buy a lot of data on top of your existing database and know a lot about the people that are using your product or service or have looked at your product or service. But we have to be very careful. And there are third parties that are actually, you might have even seen them on digital ads. There's one called Ad Choices. It's a little triangle. And if we're retargeting you, or if we know something about you and that's why you're seeing that ad, you can click on the triangle and say, why am I seeing this ad? And it will explain what we're doing. I think some clients want to be very clear and obvious about what they're doing.
I have one story on that.
Yeah.
You know, I was given one of those clear cards, the passes where you can go through the airport quickly, because I had helped them with some projects. And so when I went to sign up for it, there was a database to prove my identity, right? So a question pops up on the screen, and you had to give the right answer to prove that I was myself. But the question it was basically, which one of these people is somebody that you know? And it was a list of people. And so I'm looking at it, and it was my sister's ex-husband from 5 years ago, shows up on the list. But the point is that there are databases, and then the next question was, I lived in Portland, Oregon for 1 month in my life. Which city had you lived in? I was like, oh my God, how did they know that I lived in Portland, Oregon when I was 23 years old? But that data is just, it's available, and people have access to it.
Yeah. And I think the older people are, the more freaked out they are about it. The younger generations are more accepting of that. I think social media has a lot to do with that. But there's a line. There's a line. And I don't know if it was you that was asking the moral question earlier in the email section, but there's a moral line that you shouldn't cross, and we don't. Yes? Yeah.
I was wondering if credit card data, if that is tracked or collected. I know online purchases are, but your bank, it just occurred to me, has so much information about where you spend your money.
There are some ways you can overlay credit card data. And in any of these cases, we're not getting down to, it's Porter Gale, and she lives on this street. We're getting to it in a broad sense of there are this many people that fit that criteria. So we never actually know the name of the person. But you can buy some credit card data.
Well, and on that one, I can just add that because I worked on the credit card business at Virgin. So if we wanted data, let's say we wanted flyers, the credit card company would say, we'll give you a list of flyers, but we won't tell you who they flew with. So they wouldn't give us the identifying characteristics, but they'd help us target flyers because they also wanted to protect the relationships with their other airlines. But so once you're in as a marketer, you can certainly start working with them to get access to that data in a semi-confidential way.
Yeah. It can get very creepy. Yeah. Let's see. There we go. That's a little radio. Radio is kind of an overlooked media type, but actually the usage is pretty strong, and it's pretty stable over the years. Some people don't listen to traditional terrestrial radio, as we call it. They listen to satellite radio or their iPods or whatever. But there's lots of ways you can use the media type to reach people. For large clients, we use every kind of genre, from hip hop to top 40 to sports to news. But if you know that your customers are probably loyal to one kind of music or genre, do that. Traffic radio, they're little 10-second sponsorships. They're super cheap. You don't have to produce them. You just hand them a script, and they run with incredible frequency. So there's lots of affordable ways to do that. Yes.
I know I've taken the microphone a lot this session, but I just wanted to give, if there's any nonprofit people out there, that's actually my background is I do PR. Before the magazine, I did PR for nonprofits, and so something that if there's any nonprofit people out there, a tip is that each radio station and television station is required by law to provide PSAs, so many hours of PSAs, and they always have hours available because no one's using them. So it's a good way to get free advertising on radio and television. And radio is obviously easier because you can just do it at home, and it's not something that you need a big production for. But it's worked for me several times, and it's helped fill the house for an event or something that I've done.
It's a wonderful opportunity, out of home, that's a little billboard. We talked a little bit about geofencing, but again, we have actual maps of where all of these billboards are, bus shelters. And so if your store is on one corner, we know where the nearest billboard is, and you can buy just that one if you want. You can buy 100 of them if you want to, but you can just buy that one. And now digital has joined the out-of-home network, so a lot of the bus shelters are digital. A lot of the we call them bulletins or billboards are digital, so you don't have to actually produce a printed thing. You can just upload it, send it. It's a lot more affordable. That's a little newspaper. Newspapers are declining in circulation. It's a fact. I find it pretty sad.
You know, I was just in New Orleans and they don't have a newspaper
Yes,
anymore. So I
right.
think they're one of the cities that doesn't even have
That's
one.
right, yeah. There are some that are holding on strong. One of my favorites, the New York Times Sunday specifically. There's still a very strong readership. So some of them are going away, but they're still viable media types depending on what you're trying to do. Just have to think about it carefully, how you want to use it. And magazines. Magazines are still, there are very passionate audiences that are very passionate about certain digital magazines, but also printed magazines. A lot of them are moving into the tablet space, and that's a wonderful opportunity for marketers. But some people like to hold on to one. I always like one on an airplane. I can't help it. You know, and so there are a bunch of audiences that still use magazines. So the good news is that the industry is saying that the medium is dead, so the prices are coming down. So it's a good negotiating tool for us because readership is still up and costs are going down, not for you. Let's see. Oh, this is digital. Banners are kind of a crazy marketplace. The average person sees 1,700 banners a month. There were 5 trillion banners served last year. So, but it's still a very powerful tool. We don't look at it in terms of click-through rate anymore. That's just not important to us anymore. We do count revenue from that, and we think that's important, but really we're just looking at it as someone who's viewing it and seeing it and engaging. So we can use it as kind of a mini billboard in some respects, but in a digital space. And you can buy them very affordably. You don't have to have a lot of money. You can just buy a small quantity. Mobile, we talked about this. This is kind of nascent. The advertising options on a mobile platform really haven't hit yet. I mean, if you've seen them, they're the teeniest, tiniest billboards you've ever seen, little tiny banners. And sometimes they work. I think, you know, when any new medium starts, click-through rates are through the roof because you're like, what's that? I want to see what's happening. But it's my personal opinion that the mobile space for advertising hasn't really hit yet. It will, believe me. So that's why, you know, the ad dollars aren't going there. When they started, iAd on Apple was an enormous buy-in. You had to spend, I think, $1 million to do it, and none of us were really willing to do that. So those numbers came down, and now the entry point is a lot lower, but we're still waiting a little bit. And then search. I think if I could persuade you to use any media type as a small business, start with search. Please. It's just a really, you know, it's the least sexy, I guess you could say, of the media types, but it's the most powerful. And you can see results right away. And there's lots you can do with your website and watch what happens. So I'll talk a little bit about that in a second, too. This is a version of an ad. I actually am a dinosaur in the industry, and I bought one of the first banner ads that was ever allowed. It was on a website called hotwire.com. This was the AT&T version, and I bought one for an audio brand called JBL. But at the time, it was 78% click-through, 78%. And now it's 0.1%. So it just goes to show. And
What
again,
year was this?
What's that?
What year was
that
this?
was 1994 or 5. 1994 or 5. It was a Wired magazine, had a website called Hot Wired. And I remember the rep came in and said, we have this thing, I think it was $45,000 to buy. We didn't even know what we're buying. We're like, that sounds really cool. Okay, yeah. And, you know, you can look at what's happened. And I'll talk to you about some of the possibilities of what's happening. But we really don't look as much at click-through. We look at something called view-through. So it's someone who saw an ad and then later on in life, you know, over some period of time, did something, and they've been exposed to that ad. There are some clients that still kind of obsess over click-through rates, but we try to tell them to think about engagement. One thing that's happening in our industry is that I think robots will take over. There's something called programmatic buying, which is basically, it's kind of the set it and forget it. Well, I think Adam was talking about set it and forget it, but you can literally have a computer buy and sell inventory for you. And, you know, our philosophy is some component of that is really interesting. And good and powerful and cheap and drives results, but you really need to have humans looking at what you're doing. And I say that for job protection, but also because I think it's important to think strategically about what you do as opposed to just letting a computer
Well,
do
I
it.
want to add one comment on this. So it can be a really cost-effective way to get exposure if you have a defined target audience. And the reason is, when you're talking about all the growth of the web, I don't know the numbers of the pages, but if you think about when that first banner was bought to now, the size of the web and all the inventory, there's tons of remnant inventory, and if you close the door and it's gone, and so people will discount last minute very, very cheaply.
Yes.
So it's almost like a trading desk, and so it can be a really effective way to get exposure.
Yeah. The cost per is about 15 times cheaper at minimum to do it that way. And like Porter said, there's lots of inventory
Yeah, tons of
available.
inventory.
Yeah.
But you don't have the quality control on the locations as much as when you're doing it by hand.
That's true. That's true. A new thing that's happening is native advertising. This is kind of like advertorial. This is an example from Geico where they kind of focused on customers feeling delighted. So they found all these images of things that delight you. There's a dog wearing a Superman costume and the perfect milk to cereal ratio. And they're putting this in editorial that is kind of on the same vein. It's odd for an insurance company, right? Very odd. And some companies have gotten into trouble for this. There was one where on theatlantic.com, they ran a native ad. So it ran in editorial. It looked like editorial, but it was for Scientology. And they got a lot of flack for that. And they've kind of pulled back from that capability.
Well, it's happening on Twitter now, too. There are some new rules about what you can do on Twitter in terms of making product claims. And just like you would have to have FDA disclosure on like a Food and Drug Administration claim, same thing that you can't do, lose 30 pounds from this pill, buy it now, like you have to have disclosures. So there's a lot of things where the transparency and the rules are starting to catch up with the mediums.
Yeah. So, it's an interesting thing to think about, but I think once a media type is available, someone will try to get through some loophole, I think, and then the regulation kicks in, and so we're all kind of optimizing for that. But it's an interesting way, if you can do it right. I think we had one for Virgin America we did recently where it was cocktail hacks. So how to put things together on Virgin America to make your own cocktail. And it was an interesting one. So it was, relevant to to the content it was in. It wasn't a typical ad from Virgin America. It actually got pretty good feedback.
Well, and I always say that putting a dog or a baby does help an ad get clicks and viral. So, dancing babies and dogs wearing clothes.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Our creative director would say no, but yes, that's true. So search, I'll just talk a little bit about this. You probably know that there's two sides of it. There's SEM and SEO. But I would strongly encourage you to optimize your site for SEO. Make sure your stuff is visible, that there are links, that it can be found, because that's going to increase your presence in organic search. And then with paid search, there are so many affordable ways you can do this. We have a search. I'm one of those people that has a team of people that does this, so I had to ask my expert on this topic. Some websites are not optimized for mobile devices. Maybe yours are, maybe they're not. If they're not, you should be buying search, but negative opting for the mobile version of that. You don't care about mobile search as much, because when someone will go to your website, they won't have a good experience. So you can take that out. You can do all that geo-targeting we talked about. You can time part. You can target by device. There's a lot of things that you can do, but you should start, because when you start this, everything kind of rises to the top. And my expert said, bid aggressively in the beginning, because it gets the system, kind of juices the system, and you start being seen. So it's an important component. And this is part of that question about, what is your target audience doing? You can look for what people are researching or what kind of brand terms they're putting in, and you can learn a lot about how people are searching for your product or service.
Can I ask really quick?
Yes, yeah.
When it comes to Google, I know getting on that first page is golden, because the viewership just plummets because not many people go to that second page.
Yeah.
But all the surrounding advertising, maybe it's just the amount that I look at the internet, but I never look at those ads. I don't think I've ever clicked on one. Yeah. But yet I hear stories of it being successful. Do you have your clients doing that and being
Yes.
happy with the results, huh?
Very happy with
It's
the
amazing.
results. It's very, yeah.
Well, and I have to say that if I was thinking about my mom going on Google,
Yeah.
she's not going to know the difference between either. She's going to
So
be good.
it's-
She's quick. So your target
and-
audience is going to be clicking.
And the links
you know,
look very
yeah.
similar.
They
They're in the
do.
same
They
color.
look the same. Yeah.
They're just a little bit smaller, but they think that's maybe a link.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
they're being.
You pay per click.
Yeah.
So, part of it is impressions. We don't really count that part. They drive incredible results. Wow. Especially for new customers.
Yeah.
For existing customers, not as much. They're not going there. But for new customers, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. So start with search, please. I don't work for Google, but I should. Yeah. And then just, I mentioned this before, I'll go through these quickly, but digital is really infiltrating all these other media types. So it's not just digital on computers anymore. Here's that example of the addressable TV. This is when Allstate actually just put ads in homes that were renting. And I find this fascinating because, for years we had to buy Super Bowl ads or ads on for everybody, and I only care about half of them. So now we only can pay for half of them. It's kind of neat. Just a few tactics that I think, when you're spending any money, be noticed. Try to do as much as you can with that investment. So, leverage it before you invest it. Invest it if it's PR worthy, PR the heck out of it. Tell all your followers and fans if it's worth it. If it's not, then don't. But try to get noticed. This is another insurance example. This is nationwide. I think this was in Columbus, Ohio. But they bought this big, it's a triptych billboard, but they used the parking lot as part of it. And so this is an installation. It was probably very expensive, but I'm guessing that all of the PR activity that went before, during, and after it really paid off. It's an example that I see in pretty much every media presentation. And here's that geofencing. So again, we know if you're near a Starbucks, this is a British example, but this is something very common. So easy to do, and a very powerful way to spend less money. I think you're going to talk about social media tomorrow.
Yep, and PR also.
So we work very carefully with those teams. We call paid media a catalyst to earned and owned activity. And we all work we work together nicely to do that. But it doesn't make sense to think about them separately. You really have to think about them all together. And last but not least, I think this is last but not least, we need to measure success. You need to know what you're doing is working. So part of it is learning what to do. Then it's doing it, but then it's proving if it worked or not. So there are some very expensive ways of doing that, but there are some very easy ways of doing that. Net Promoter Score is one that we've used before. It's a very simple, if you know it, it's a very simple question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how likely are you to recommend my product or service to a friend or family member? And you take the 9s and 10s and you subtract the 1s and 3s, and that's your Net Promoter Score. I think that's right. Anyway, that's a question you can ask all of your customers, and it's free to some degree. You can look at revenue, but I encourage you, wherever you can, to, if you're going to invest money, to know what it did for you as much as you can, because the next time you have some money to spend, you'll know what to do with it. That's pretty much it. I have the Virgin American example if you want to go through it.
I think show a couple Virgin America examples, and then we will take questions from the internet. But I love the creative examples. They're fun.
And these are things we did together, so we can reminisce.
That's right. Oh, I remember when.
Remember when? This is, a lot of what we do for Virgin America is driving revenue, and this is an example of a banner. It is what we call dynamic. So it sniffs out where you are and what airport is near you, and it's a template, and it puts in the right fare with the right route, and so we create one creative ad, and it serves up all the stuff around it. And so in our history, before this, we had to create 1,000 ads to do that. But now we just create one template and it automatically serves. And it's way more relevant and it drives way more conversion than the other kind of stuff. Yes, you have a question.
So where would you see that? Where would that pop up?
On any website. This is a traditional, it's a 300 by 250, which is that little rectangle, which is my favorite digital banner that exists.
But yeah, I think the big news is that in the past you'd have to create mechanicals and ads, and now everything is just self-populating, and so it's a lot more efficient. Some of the creative may be not as interesting because it's templatized, but if you see something where you're like, oh, I'm in San Francisco and there's a fare that's to wherever I'm going, it's really for you and it's relevant.
This is something we did in the very beginning, where people in the beginning didn't understand what Virgin America had to offer, the amenities and values, or the amenities, I could say, and the value for what you were getting. And so what we decided to do was bring the mood lighting out to a bus shelter. And I remember this very vividly. We had to get the exact right pinks and purples. We found, do you remember this? Yes.
Yeah.
And we did this at 10 bus shelters in San Francisco, and it was a really wonderful way of kind of showing what it might be like if you were out, on Virgin America flight. And we continue to do this. We've brought Wi-Fi to bus shelters, so we've got free Wi-Fi. It's a lot of fun to think about. It's fun to work with the creative teams to do these kinds of things. We did, yeah. We did.
Well, that was when I was talking about what's the doorway into your product, and we knew that a visual demonstration of the cabin was something that was an aha moment for us. So again, I encourage you to think about what's your aha moment for your products. Where are people going to go, oh wow, like that's what I want? Because you need to kind of back into what your creative strategy is and the marketing strategy.
It worked on multiple levels. It was kind of like a
fun.
stunt. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. And this is, I think, the last example where this was for kind of loyal customers. And this was in, I think it was in Brooklyn.
Boston,
Or
or
Boston? Yeah. Boston, right. And this was a blank board, and it just said, "Dear mediocre air travel, goodbye." And then, sincerely, and we put Virgin America on there, and we let everybody just go to town on what they, get all their aggression out on mediocre air travel.
But it's funny because looking back, this was actually right after Obama was elected, and I remember I was all about the movement. We need to create the movement. So Fly Dealists Unite was my movement for the airline. So,
but it's fun to let your loyal customers or anyone that wants to kind of get involved in the conversation to get involved. Yeah, and there's probably some not safe for presentation stuff in there. Don't look too carefully, but it was a fun, and God bless Virgin America for letting us do it, because there's a lot of potential for craziness that's in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
I think with that, thank you for that great overview. What I'd love to do is open it up for questions.
Yes, thank you so much. What we were actually hoping was that we could take a few questions, but then we thought, how cool would it be, like we've done earlier today, don't mean to put you on the spot, but to kind of brainstorm a sample media plan for one of our studio audiences, like maybe for Poshy Magazine. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think we need a whiteboard back up here.
That's what I was thinking too.
We'll have our producers get on that. Or hey, we've got one right there. Perfect.
So
let's take a couple questions.
Yeah. So first, a question that was specific about when you were talking about SEM from Linda, and you talked about starting off by bidding aggressively. What exactly did you mean by that? And could you sort of, just go into a little bit more detail about that?
Sure. So there are multiple search engines, but Google is pretty much the dominant one. There are self-serve models for buying keywords on Google. And you need to pay, there's an algorithm to identify how much you should pay per click. And so when we talk about bidding, you have to identify how much you want to pay per click for each of those keywords. And so the first place we always recommend is to start with your brand terms. So even though you don't think anybody's looking or clicking on them, but to actually buy your brand name in keywords will give you an extra piece of space. And I went to a few of your websites and I Googled a little bit, and sometimes it's just blank around. So which is not a problem, but if you could have extra space or a place to talk about your product or service, even with a few words, it really helps. But bidding is the price you pay, identifying the price you pay, and Google gives you tips on how to do that. They give you a history of what's been paid for certain terms if they've been done before.
I do have one funny story about that someone, when they were trying to get an interview with me, actually bought my name as a keyword, because I think we've all Googled ourselves, right? Like you Google to see what information is there. And so when I went to Google myself, a resume came up, but I thought, wow, that was really creative. And so, thinking about using keywords in search to make contacts and get a message in front of someone, also could be really interesting, because maybe you need to reach the CEO of X company, and if you buy their name as a keyword and no one else is bidding on it, it's likely that they're at some point going to search. So there's just some kind of fun, interesting things if you really start thinking about how to use that to your advantage.
Another one is, and we didn't talk about this before, but LinkedIn is one of my favorites. For anybody who's doing B2B type marketing, we know what size of company, if they're working for a company with under 5 people or 1,000 people. And we can buy those, and there's search capabilities on that, but also just regular ads, and it's a really powerful tool for business to business type stuff.
Can
Yes,
you talk a
yes.
little bit more about that? Because I am obsessed with LinkedIn in
You
terms
are.
of the possibilities.
Yeah, I mean, there's standard banners there. You can buy other kinds of products or services. A lot of what they do is these polling tools, and but those polls that you see are targeted for the kind of person that you are on LinkedIn. Very few people are blasting them across the entire LinkedIn network. So all of the targeting capabilities that we have across the internet, for the most part, you can do on LinkedIn, but more specifically by category of industry, by geolocation. You know, if you only want to reach marketing folks, you can do that. It's a great business-to-business tool for us.
Well, and I also just want to say that on LinkedIn right now, they're putting tons of money towards the product, so it's really,
Yeah.
really advancing. A lot of people are using it. It's a very, obviously B2B kind of tool, but they also have an influencer program, so there's a lot of people writing blog content there.
Yeah.
I did have a client that I'm advising, and they were referenced in an article the other day, and their app was then downloaded 8,000 times after being included in one article. So the volume of people that are looking at LinkedIn and actually reading articles on LinkedIn, people are very, very engaged. It's no longer just listings.
Right.
It's really content curation.
That's
So
right.
find the influencers on LinkedIn that are writing content, follow them, get to know them, connect with them, and know that there's a lot of power to what they're saying.
Yeah.
And really quick too, I think Facebook is just a potential gold mine, because you imagine how much information you're putting in there,
Yeah.
and then you can just segment your ad for a certain age range, certain
That's right.
sex, certain demographic, and just show those ads right there.
That's right.
Yeah.
And up until a few years ago, it really, they weren't performing as well, and it's kind of like what mobile is now. And now all of a sudden they've kind of started to hit their stride, and I think we're seeing a lot of conversion and revenue from those ads, so it's a great place to start.
Instances where, because I have now listed that I'm the editor-in-chief of a fashion magazine, I have designers contact me all the time through LinkedIn, because now they can search for me and they connect with me and say, oh, I want to be a part of this, you know, things like that.
Yeah, that's
great.
So it's
I'm going
been
to
a
get us
great.
ready for the media plan.
Oh,
so
yeah.
you can do one
Yeah.
more question. I'm going
Okay.
to write down a couple
Okay.
things that we should put together.
I just wanted to make a quick comment that I actually follow Sir Richard Branson on LinkedIn, because he is one of those people that puts a lot of content out there.
Yeah.
There you
You're
go.
right.
Fascinating. All right, so David Graffey is wondering, where do promotions fit into communications planning? This segment was heavily weighted to advertising,
Yes.
but there are other forms of communication that haven't been touched on yet, like endorsements, sponsorship of events, etc. And along the same lines, Gabrielle D. says, what's an example of a communication strategy that is not an advertisement?
Well, I think those are two questions that are linked. Yes, all of that matters, and all of that plays a role, as well as the social media and the PR that you're going to talk about tomorrow. We do events and sponsorships, and sometimes we call them activations for clients. And I would actually, when we get into this next section, I think events and activations would be really powerful for you. We place a value on all of those things, and there's an amount of money that you should be willing to spend, and you should be able to identify how much that is. Celebrity endorsements are part of that. Sometimes it's a very powerful thing, sometimes it's not, and it can be very risky. It can be very fulfilling, you know, if you pick the right one. And sports sponsorships, among others, or cause-related sponsorships are very important. And they do fulfill a certain level of marketing. And sometimes that's all you really need. So yes, they're absolutely important. We just didn't have time to talk about everything.
Yeah. Tomorrow we'll do partnerships, social media,
There you go,
and press.
Fantastic. Great. Let's go
Okay,
ahead
all right.
and dive
So,
in.
Karen, you're going to have to come over and help me with this
yes,
too. So
yes.
we're going to do your magazine. So I can answer some of this because we've been talking about it. So I know geography, you are Seattle's only digital fashion magazine, right?
We're the only monthly magazine.
Monthly,
Yes,
okay.
but part of our new, I'm trying to be careful what I say too, because we're changing a lot, but that's going to change. So we're going to be a regional magazine. So through doing the last 3 months, I've learned that fashion is so different in each city across the country that when the way we dress here in Seattle, you would never dress the same in San Francisco. And so we're going to launch in other cities slowly, very slowly, over time, and focus on fashion in each one of those cities for their city.
Okay. So we've got Seattle, but I guess you also, I mean, you probably would ask if we're talking about, is it A county, B county, C county, D county? Is there a geography of radius around the city that you're interested in?
Oh, I would say the whole Puget Sound area, so even down to Tacoma, up to Everett, maybe even Olympia to Everett, 'cause I know we have readers down that way.
Okay, okay.
So yeah, you look for concentrations. You know, there's probably some readers all through that region, but maybe there's some enormous concentration compared to the size of the population there. It's like, wow, I'm making it up, but Everett, wow, there's so many readers here, and there's not that many people in Everett. So, or you know, compared to what we're getting. So look for those trends, and that.
And should she be looking for those trends on her Google Analytics to see where people are logging in from? Right? Get
We
an
have a
idea
lot
that?
of readers currently in Toronto.
Okay, so that's interesting.
Is that funny? Yeah.
All right.
Toronto,
Okay.
pretty large.
So Seattle plus.
Yeah. And look, you know, U.S. Census has a lot of, there's a lot of free information online about where people are living, and so you can look for that too. It can help. Yeah.
Okay, it looks like we're working bottom up.
Yeah.
Goal, you want more readers? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, we want more readers, spending more time really reading the magazine instead of just looking at pictures.
Okay.
Okay. And engagement. And timing, do you have any timing? Are you around monthly releases or?
Yeah, we release our magazine once a month, the first of every month.
First of the month.
And I would say if there's, a lot of the magazines we deal with have a special focus, so this is, you know, the world's best fashion, Seattle style, or something, whatever it is that you're doing, if there's some kind of interesting focus that can tell you how you can market or what kind of tools you can use, you might be able to reach a different group that way.
I'm not going to put you on the spot yet on the budget. Let's talk about your target. Were you skewing female?
We are. We actually have a 39% male reader base right now,
Wow.
which is unheard of. I was not expecting that. But, you know, I would have to say we definitely have a lot more female content, but we don't want to just target women. We want to target people who like fashion.
Okay.
But that tends to be female.
Okay, so female fashionistas.
Female fashionistas.
And
Age 32 is pretty average.
Age 32.
32.
So what would be the buying target for 32? 34 to 39?
25 to 34, probably.
25 to 34.
I think 32-year-olds aspire younger in age, probably.
Okay.
Speaking as a 32-year-old.
No, you're only 28.
Yeah, that's right, that's right, that's right.
Okay, fashionistas. Before, when we were saying the day in the life, what do you think that your target is doing? Is there anything different or unique about them?
I would say that you know, we have a lot of stay-at-home moms that kind of want to get out of that rut.
That's
Okay,
interesting.
so homemakers,
Yeah.
household, or head of household maybe.
Yeah, yeah. That's a really interesting opportunity because I think Adam was mentioning Baby Center, you know, and if you look at Baby Center, it's all baby ads, it's all Pampers and all those other things. It would be so refreshing to see a message from a non-Pampers related
That is, yeah.
advertiser, right?
Yeah, yeah.
To
Or
inspire
something
a woman.
fashion oriented.
Yeah, yeah. It's really, you know, thinking about your consumer, and again, it's not just going with the grain. It's like that woman is a woman too, and she, you know, is going to leave the house eventually. So
yeah, we have a writer that writes specifically on that subject because we had so many people asking about it. So
that would be a big way to stand out, I think. Is go counter.
Okay, so I'm going to give you a hypothetical budget. I'm going to assign one to you right now. So let's say her budget is $50,000.
Okay.
What are we going to do next? How are we going to spend the money?
Right.
What are you going to do?
Well, I'll tell you what my kind of inclination was before we went through this, which is that events and activations could be very powerful for you, and you're probably already doing that. But to actually show the fashion, real life in a place, and invite your readers and their friends. Again, if using the stay-at-home mom version, they have friends that are doing the same thing. They need a night out on the town. How powerful would it be if you kind of brought them out? And speaking as a version of that, you know, if I have the opportunity to spend money and I'm not with my kids, I do it right there, you know, right away, and I don't look back. So there's a real interesting potential to kind of get instant kind of gratification for your readers.
We have 3 fashion shows planned for this year, so that's one of our
and
things.
using those then as media channels, almost like tune in. So using paid media almost to drive to those events and encourage more people to know about them. And if they can't go, to learn more about it afterwards, to use that in social media and other channels, I think could be very powerful.
Well, I do like to, I've heard you mention quite a few times people that want to be involved, people that are helping you, supporting you. So activating all of those passionate fans, either at the event or through social media channels too. I think you've got a sales force that's already starting to come together for you, just of passionate people.
Yes.
So creating programs for those zealots and those people that love the magazine.
Something I was thinking about, which I should ask, we were thinking about putting a media event together where we bring in all these fashion bloggers from the area and kind of tell them what we're doing and try to get them involved in what they're doing and then write about us.
Yeah.
Do you think it's smart to invite other magazines in the area that we're not really competition, but they may write about fashion? Some of the magazines write about fashion.
I actually think that's a very powerful tool because you're in the same community. You're trying to raise awareness of of magazine, digital magazine usage, and I would hope that they're friendly bloggers, and I absolutely think that's a powerful idea.
Okay.
And there are tools beyond the bloggers that there are tools out there to help you identify others. And the Blogger Network is really interesting. That might be a place to go. It's a national network, but they might be able to narrow down and say, okay, these are the people that are like your customers or your audience.
Great.
Yeah. So I think in the beginning it's a very powerful thing. Yeah.
Okay, we've got Blogger, would be a good one.
And search, I'll just, like I said, search. Fashion is cool because you can use all of those terms, that whatever the fashion is of the moment or whatever the color or hemline or whatever it is, you can use that in search and it could be kind of fun.
We're working on Seattle Fashion right now. If you do Seattle Fashion Magazine, we're on the first page.
That's great.
But, we're competing with Seattle Magazine, who's been around for years, and, things like that. But at least we've made it to the first page there, but Seattle Fashion is what we're working towards.
Yeah,
so.
that's great.
Great.
So,
so there you've got kind of a list of things to at least consider, and then of course I'm going to add the email in there just because we've all been talking about that.
And something I need to work on tremendously.
That's great.
And look at that, doesn't cost me anywhere near $50,000. I can put on an event for free.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just a really quick thing. People in the chat room really responded to that number. They thought it was very high. They were kind of surprised that was how much that people needed to spend. Yeah.
Oh, I was just picking a hypothetical number.
Okay.
Yeah, that was just a number out of the air.
Good.
It was
So
like right like this.
for people that have a lot less to spend, they're just starting out. Do you have a more accurate guess for a more reasonable for someone just starting out?
Did I scare people with
People
that?
were a little scared.
Yeah,
People were a little shocked.
I can say that I do most of these things myself, and I would say through getting sponsorships for my events, because that would honestly be the most expensive thing.
Yeah.
With getting sponsorships for my events, that would probably cost me $500. All of those things, but I know how to do a lot of that myself. I do have a degree in PR, so I do know how to do a lot of those things myself. But
well, I do think that
most of those things are just reaching out, the partnerships and things like that that you've talked about.
So, if you put a couple $1,000s in it, and if you're doing an influencer dinner, you obviously need the cost of the dinners, but I think you can kind of band-aid things for a while. But I have talked with some of you that you can't do that forever, and that's why you need to start figuring out your costs, because favors and partnerships are all really, really good, but at a certain point when you're scaling and growing, you need to recognize that if you want to get bigger, then you need to start figuring out what is it worth to acquire a new customer, and is it worth spending? And it's hard to spend. I know myself, it's very hard to spend. But I would say, if you had a couple of $1,000s down here and you use that as a starting place, that'd be a good starting place.
And like I said, I know how to do some of that because it's something that I've done. Where I would spend that $2,000 on something that I don't know how to do, So, that's something that you said before. There's other things that we've talked about that I have no clue how to do it. I would pay someone to do that.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Sorry to scare everybody with that number.
No, that's fine. Clarifying that it was just pulled out of the air was
like
good.
that.
That was definitely good. Do you have any thoughts as far as like a percentage of operating budget to put to advertising? I mean, I know that that gets really specific, but
yeah, I
any
mean,
general
well, in the
guidelines
airline
to
industry,
approach
we
that?
used to do that, and it was certainly a number, but it would be, just like Adam was saying, that you have to have kind of industry reference for your email. It's the same thing with budgeting, and that you can't really make a mass generalization on that.
That's great.
Yeah, it's by category. So you could probably Google ad sales ratios, and there's probably, I think Ad Age might have some of that stuff. It really varies by industry. Like toothpaste is mostly marketing, less product cost. You know, there's lots of things in there that you can think about, but yeah.
That's great. Thank you for
Yeah,
clarifying.
sure.
That was helpful.
All right. Yeah. Good. Well, we can sit right
Okay.
back down.
Here we go.
Any more questions from our fabulous guests? We have perhaps a couple of final questions from the internet. We have a couple of people talking about QR codes. I'm not sure you're smiling, but should small business owners, entrepreneurs are they recommended? And maybe we could actually talk about what those are.
And we might have two different points of view on that, too.
Okay.
So.
Okay, great. That's
Would
good.
you like to start?
I'll start. So my point of view on QR codes.
And what is a QR code?
They're those little like scannable codes that you'd say scan here for more information. I actually don't think that they're very effective yet, that people are not using them and that people are trying to be digitally savvy, so they're putting them in things. And frankly, I think they just get complicated and make things look confusing. But I believe that the actual rate of follow all the way through is low. So I'm not for them yet.
We are in violent agreement.
Excellent, excellent, excellent.
They are not being used very well. We've put them in ads based on client request, and they don't work so well. I think people just Google it. They go, yes, oh.
I was working for USA Swimming for 2 years, and for the Olympic trials, we used QR codes for the event. So people would come in and they would scan their mobile, their phone with a QR code, and then it linked them to, you know, all these promotions that they were allowed to use. So I think for some things, like I think event-based QR codes work pretty effectively.
I think if it's special, exclusive VIP, and there's no other way to get it, but
yeah.
Well, I was just going to say two things regarding that. And it's one of those things, you know, it's totally dependent upon special circumstances. I have a fashion t-shirt company, as you know, and we did QR codes on the back of a shirt for an event, and the client was blown away at what they saw because it was unique, and it was like one of those things that you talked about, the first person to do mobile. And then I was just at South by Southwest, and there were QR codes on windows when you're standing in line, and people had downtime, and so again, a unique place, and I think that I don't have any numbers in that, but I certainly saw some people scanning. So, you know, it probably just depends upon why people should care.
I think for passionate audiences, like at the USA Trials, or digitally savvy that already have the QR apps on their phone, or unique, you know, I've seen them on cupcakes. You know, there's some interesting things that can be done. But I think McDonald's just put them on their packaging or something like that, and I'm just not sure why. So you really have to think carefully about that.
Can I ask further into that? So something that I was thinking about doing for our subscription base is they have this new thing where instead of, for the digital magazines like mine, you can go to the grocery store and it's there next to the stand, and they can go up and scan the QR code and get the magazine on their phone. Do you think that that's effective? Or a lot of people, do they have those on their phone? I mean, I do, but I don't ever use it. You know, like Porter was saying, I don't ever use it. So do you think that would be effective? Do you think the people that do have it would go, oh, I'll use it? Or do you think a different way would be a good way to go?
I think it's worth trying. I mean, you know, everything is, well, most things are worth trying in some degree. And watch it, and whoever's offering that to you, and say, look, I'm not sure, I'm willing to experiment with this, if you know, especially if you want a case study, but I'm willing to do it for a month, and then I'll decide after that, and then you can watch what happens.
Well, that's actually a great point, that a lot of times people will do things with you on a case study basis or a trial basis, and so try to push for that, because you never know when you can get things for free. I was like my middle name should have been Barter, because I constantly just went in for barter, right? It was like, okay, anything that we could do for free. So, you know, always try.
Okay. We have a question online from the Rainy Day Store, who I believe sells apparel, and was wondering if you can do, when we were talking about the template for location-based ads. So can you do a template for location only, or can you specify by size, like petites, plus size, juniors, etc.? How sophisticated is the templating technology available?
You know, I would have to check on that. It's a great question. Most of it is based on geo or device or things like that.
But you know, it's soon you probably would be able to pull stuff like who is buying, you know, weight loss products, or you know, there might be some insights that you can decide that somebody, you know, if they do this behavior, then they're likely to be small sized. You know, I don't know what it would be, but it probably will be available in the future. But I don't know about that.
It might be available now, but it's not the way we use it. But yeah, there's lots of, it's another kind of retargeting to some degree. If someone's looking for size small of something somewhere else, you might be able to retarget based on their, and Amazon actually sells quite a bit of advertising in that way. We bought for one client people who put things in a shopping cart but didn't buy it. Just those people.
Well, and you could now, like, let's say on Facebook, and you know, we'll talk about this again, but you know, if I wanted to target people that only follow other authors, I could put in, I want to target, you know, serve up ads just to the people that follow these 3 authors. So you can get really specific there.
Yeah. Do we have any final questions in our studio audience? All right. Do we have any? Well, I just want to say, again, thank you so much, but that also reiterate for people that there are so many resources that you have provided, because we still have more questions, but a lot of them, I think, are things that, you know, what kind of resources, where can we find this, where can we find that? So those resources are available in that ebook or on Google, like you said. Do we have any sort of final closing thoughts about this segment?
Yeah, you know, I guess just in closing again, so day 1 was brand foundation. Today, what we wanted to accomplish were a lot of digital basics, and then have the communication planning, because tomorrow we're going to be moving into social media partnerships, and also one more thing, social media PR. So I wanted to make sure that we had really kind of the overarching framework, and then tomorrow we'll go into the verticals. So really exciting 3 days, and thank you. So good to see you again.
Yeah.
Thanks for flying up to be with us. Really appreciate it. I'm glad that you guys could meet one of my dear friends and someone that I really admire and trust. So thank you for being here.
It's been fun.
And Amzie Brown says, stellar section here, Karen. Thank you very much for all of your experience and sharing that. So, wow, what another incredible day, and we still have an entire day. Thank you so much, Porter. And to your guests, we had Mike Del Ponte from Soma Water. That already seems like that was like days ago. There's been so much that we've done. Joe Fletcher of Merchant Guru. Thank you to Adam Petticord of What Counts. And thank you to Karen Halstead of It Goes to 11. Yeah. 11. Anyhow. Thank you all out there for joining us here today on Creative Live. And you are the reason that we exist. You are the reason that we are here. A big thank you again to our studio audience. Thank you for stepping up and having us allow you to tear down your businesses or use you guys as examples for everybody that is watching there out loud. That was hugely valuable. You are in real businesses or creating real businesses, and that is just really spectacular to have you guys here. So thank you for using them as well. So thank you, Porter Gale. Once again, what an incredible day. And let's give Porter and her guests a huge round of applause.
Thank you. I've got one. Thank you very much. One more little point to add. The 2 entrepreneurs that we have for tomorrow, one is the CEO of Zozy, which is an experience website, and he'll be working with me on partnerships. But it's a great case history. Again, his business is about 3 or 4 years old, and they've grown really rapidly. And then we also have the CEO of a coffee company where we're going to be talking about experiential design, Craig Min from La Mille Coffee, an LA-based coffee chain. So lots of interesting specialists and entrepreneurs tomorrow, so it should be a really fun-filled day.
Thank you. I just want to read a quick quote from Photographic Elements, who says, "Thank you, CL, for this amazing course and for giving us a well-rounded curriculum. I'm working on my bachelor's degree of Porter-Gale Awesome at University of Creative Live."
Oh my gosh, I love that.
So this has been an amazing course so far, and like any good course, it's got a textbook. Porter has not just prepared all the material that's been presented during the past 2 days and will be presented tomorrow, but she also created this 76-page ebook that is going to be available for anyone out there who purchases the course. This goes into amazing detail in so many areas. It gives you the questions that you need to ask, because as we've noticed so far in the past 2 days, there are a lot of very specific questions that people have about how to apply these things specifically to their business. Every single business is unique, and every single situation is unique, and you need to learn what questions to ask and how to apply these techniques to your own business. This is going to help you do that. I think that a lot of what has been presented obviously will do that, but this is a kind of essential partner in your ability to apply these teachings to your own business. So when you purchase the course, this ebook will be included. You can get the first section of it available if you enroll for free. So go ahead and check it out and see the value that's available when you purchase the course. I can't encourage you enough. It's something that I already, I'm gonna pull back the curtain a little bit. I actually was listening to this segment when you were talking about identifying your target audience, and I sat down and wrote an email to a bunch of the other producers here at Creative Live saying, hey guys, pay attention to this, because this is something that when we are creating our own workshops here, we need to identify who it's going to be able to help so that we can better bring it to them. So I know personally that this workshop will help. It's going to help us, and it can help you. So go ahead and make that decision whether you want to purchase this course. It is $249, but if you buy it before the end of tomorrow, it will be $149. So I can't encourage you enough. It's helped me, and I believe that it can help you. So with that, I think that we will close out, and we will see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock a.m. for the final, unfortunately final, it feels so weird to say that, but the final day of Porter-Gale's Building a Brand. So we will see you tomorrow.